telling the stories of these
Yeah.
players. We have what? About four teams? Four teams in Group C?
14? Yeah, 4 teams. Exactly
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, we have about four teams in Group C,
Uh,
and I believe that this group is the best group because me and BNB are casting. That's number one. I'm just
yeah,
kidding.
obviously.
I'm just,
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. But number two, we have some notable teams as well. Primarily Boom Esports, who have just
Mm.
ascended into Tier One recently. We have the infamous Zol Esports from the Philippines, as well as two more teams, which is CN Esports from South Korea, as well as All Gamers Young from China.
Yeah, I mean, there's especially that kind of high profile team coming into this group C, right? And that's I guess everybody has to assume that Boom Esports, after qualifying in Tier 1, then they should be the favorites to come out of this. But the bigger question is who will be that second team coming out of this group into the playoffs, who will make it to that main event, into that main stage. But Tosh, I mean, it's been a while. How you doing, first and foremost? Good morning to y'all.
Yeah, good morning. I'm excited. This is our first cast of 2025, and on top
Mm,
of that as well, this is our first cast after almost a year. BNB. It's been so long since
mm,
I've worked with you, and I think it's really exciting that we are here now. For you guys who don't know, Predator League is this once a year tournament. We have
mm.
Dota 2 and Valorant, and this is one of the most prestigious off-season events for Valorant. As we know, next week is already the beginning of the season. Kickoff starts off very, very soon, and I believe that especially for a team like Boom Esports, this I would say experience is very, very important for them as they prepare to go compete on the bigger stages of South Korea or VC Pacific.
Yeah, it is an official off-season event, so there definitely is going to be eyes watching towards some of these other APAC teams, right? And these specific teams on how they could perform against some of the other competition. Obviously, you got some teams here, T1, like Team Secret, Boom, going up against T2 teams, but it's interesting to see these teams interact with teams from other regions, and I think that's the biggest part about this whole Predator League, which, funnily enough, last year it was over here in my side of the pond in Manila,
Yeah.
and now it's over there, Tosh. So I mean, I want to see what we have in store here for these teams, especially our opening match, because this is a team that, when you're looking at All Gamers Young, let's talk about it already here. All Gamers Young versus Boom Esports, they're definitely the underdogs coming into this matchup. But I do think that it's going to be interesting to see how they perform against a now newly crowned T1 team.
Yeah, that's right. And I think also for Boom Esports, recently, only just recently, they
Hmm.
have gone through a reshuffle. They brought in
Yeah.
DOS9, who played from South Asia. And I think it's really exciting that we are seeing that for Boom Esports. DOS9 is undoubtedly one of the best players for South Asia. I am so happy to see him come up to a bigger team such as Boom Esports there. On top of that as well, for Boom Esports, they also just brought in a new coach, which was just announced, I think, 2 days ago.
They do have new additions to this team, but how well will it really pan out for them? We did see them kind of play a few matches coming into this tournament, and there were some questionable kind of, I guess, results that people were looking at there. So the team, lots of eyes are looking now at Boom Esports, and how really they're. But what I want to look at here in the Predator League itself is All Gamers Young team. I think for me, the spotlight of this tournament are these other teams that maybe not have had as much exposure to the global scene, to the global scale. That's a great thing about this Predator League here. You get to see some other teams, maybe from the tier 2 kind of circuits, perform against some of the better teams in the region. And that's exactly what I want to see here from All Gamers Young team. So let's talk about this All Gamers Young team
Wait,
squad, right?
hold on. Before we talk about All
Yeah.
Gamers Young, we're looking at Agent Select already.
Oh,
Do you want to do a guessing game of what map this is based on the comps?
I don't even know the map, bro. I mean, there's a Vice. There, that maybe
That was
I don't know. It's Bind. There's a Yoru too, so
could
that's making
be.
me wonder. Think it's Bind just off of that.
Okay, let's see. You said Vine, right?
Yeah,
I say split. Is split in the pool right now?
I, I'm not actually sure what pool we're using. We're gonna confirm that if it's
In like a few
the
seconds.
current pool. Like, do we have Fracture in, for
Yeah,
example?
that's right. It'd be kind of cool to see Fracture again. Actually, I mean, it's been a while since we've seen Fracture, and Fracture. I mean, the Boom Esports incident happened
Mm-hmm.
there. We could see a recreation of
Mm-hmm.
that, perhaps. I mean, we saw that announcement
The
video of our Boom Esports just 2 days ago.
You know what? What's so good for Boom is that
Yeah.
the whole fact that the kind of Cinderella, not even Cinderella, the whole I know, magical story of them somehow qualifying into tier 1 because of
Yeah.
mishaps from other teams, into this year, coming to this year at the end of last year too. That kind of erases memory for some people of what happened to Boom on Fracture during Champions 2022.
2022. Yeah, that was the year. I mean, Boom. One thing about Boom that's very iconic, I feel, is that they're in that second place. Oh my God, you're right.
I'm the GOAT. I am the GOAT. Haven't missed a step. I've been away from Valorant for a bit of a while, but coming back into it, well, still seems like I'm pretty sharp. But Tosh, map 1.
Yeah, map 1's happening already. It's a best of 1, everyone, as they start off real quick, real strong, explosive. But despite all that skirmish, no one really goes down until now, as NC Slasher will be taking that first hit as a player, will be the first one to fall. But
His
for all
name is
gamers young, they're not done yet. All eyes onto B main. They got the orb, they're going in, but the rest of Boom, they're playing the holding game. No peeks quite yet here. A jump peek forward, NC Slasher swings, and this is teamwork. It looks clean. Both players just headed out and center, butting hits. Here comes the Molly. DOS9, he's looking to push. Nothing seen
They're
quite
gonna
yet.
have a hard time here. Especially trying to push through this smoke with 5 waiting on the other side, Tosh.
The knife gets broken. Does give a lot of info. DOS9 marks 1 already. He's so a headshot to end it all, as he is good to trade 1, but you know what? He got 2. Good enough, but can't do more than that. Boom Esports, bind clearly their playground. Trauma, probably gone.
He gets 2 for himself there at the end, but ultimately, good pressure being done there towards that long, obviously, as a Sky. That should be your domain on the defensive side here in bind. And Boom Esports able to obviously use that to their advantage. I do like NC Slasher's utility early on already, making sure that the pace cannot be set by all gamers young at the start of things. And as we move on even further, I want to see how creative they can get with that Yoru moving forward.
Yep, but here comes Famous. 2 bullets, 2 kills. That's exactly what I expect from this star player. The need just to really deny a bit more space, and it's silence once again.
As you mentioned, things settle down, simmering to start things off. Good opening 2 picks, obviously, but it is an eco here from all gamers. I mean, they did pick the Vice here coming into the defensive half to start things off, and that can be a very big nuisance for teams who are not as used to playing against it. Obviously, it has had a few months now to really get themselves, I guess, used to, but to an extent, it ain't the same thing as you might expect in normal situations. Well, a swing here from player, the trade comes in, but ultimately the round should be done.
Yeah. You really gotta give it to them. They have a nice cross plate there in Showers, just to hold one close, one a little bit more of an angle. Losing only their outlaw player, Famous. So, in a way, it's a pretty good round for them.
They only lost the 1. And I mean, Famous as a Raves, you kind of want to go aggressive anyways. And look at how close he is now. He's getting his ult.
There.
6 of 8. The very next round, he could be having that come online. You can see here, NC Slasher posturing for, I guess, early fountain information off the Sky. And all gamers young, they're looking to go B.
Oh, Famous, he tried to do it again, but this time they were ready for him. Immediately taps him, takes him down, and NC Slasher forced to move back here. Still, despite moving back, he's holding a very aggressive angle, but Shiro holds him. Something good here. Swing. Not gonna risk it. Instead, opts to set up that flash, waiting for his teammates to rotate forward. Fragments out, loses a teammate. Great trade all around. Loses his life ultimately. And the Thorns will buy a bit of time and space. Denying that from Bugatti. Asking the flash ready here. As the smokes come down, the flash becomes great. Executes mollies as well. Gives them a bit of space to take away. And the plant from Y1 does come.
Plant will not go down.
Spike down A.
I thought he was gonna get that.
One enemy remaining.
But they do
Lovely stuff at the end there.
See?
I
You're
thought the
stubborn.
would have gone down.
Jailbreak.
Good damage done easily by Boom, but obviously kind of like a bonus situation there. Able to really have as much firepower as they would like. As I mentioned, look at the damage they did quickly. Look at this. All Gamers Young. 2 Guardians having been forced out. Not the best economy on their side. Some of these players here that can force up coming into the next, but let's see if they're able to rectify things here and tie things up. They've been starting most of their
Bear doing big damage. Shiro's here. He's
I've got your trail.
Joe is dead.
Shutting them down. Too suppressed.
Suppressed already. They can't really truly execute here. No flashes. Have to wait it out. It's not gonna last long. I do get that orb in the end. It's bouncing around once again. Ian's here. Moves up here in tandem.
One enemy remaining.
Blazer. Shiro caught off guard. Unsure of anything through that conundrum. And as Berserk's final person left standing here. Big hill
Spike
climb.
planted.
Can't clear Ian. And it's a 2 for 2 now.
Yeah, lovely stuff here from All Gamers Young. They take the fight towards that B long and really making sure they don't get isolated even after the flash. They re-peek all together, making sure they give multiple targets for Boom Esports to have to try and take down at the same time, which is definitely easier said than done. And so, once again, as I said, they've been starting off a lot of their rounds, showing presence here towards this B fountain, which could come in handy later in the round once they've continuously conditioned Boom Esports to start putting their defense more towards B.
More passive style start for AG Young this time. Opting to play a little bit more, waiting for Boom Esports to push out. The Arc Rose finds nothing. NC Slasher just peeking all around.
Blinded.
Hawk know that there's someone over on Fountain, but no follow-ups quite yet.
Jiggle peeking. They have to assume that there is presence there still somehow because, once again, All Gamers Young have been showing a bit of aggression towards B lately. I think he sees the step, so we'll back away instead. And fast can stay here. Rotate, potentially.
So the Arc Rose has been used. Just some chip damage as Ian. Oh man, they've taken a bait. You can hear the rotations from Boom Esports. Almost easily able to be taken here. Late rotation by Famous, but the only thing he has in hand is the FPX Classic. Gets spotted out here, moves straight into Showers. But as the site is completely open for them. Now Fragment will tag out Bugatti. He's low, 35 HP left. A lot more presence here set up by Boom Esports. Really quick on the uptake when it comes to that retake, or rather coming back onto A. But look at Berserk. Huge hold here, but he's only good for 1, unfortunately. Bit too aggressive, too early. Player already on the side. And 2 for 2 here as DOS9. He makes it massive. Orbital strike. Yes, some time. Gonna deny the plan. On the side. Big Bear moves straight underneath of Hookah. Now, with no time, they get the Thrifty, and it's massive. But Big Bear, at least some consolidation there to get 1 pick-off in the end. And finally, Boom Esports, they're back online.
Huge round there for DOS9, and especially for the defense here on Boom. It was kind of like a forced buy situation from them, kind of a thrifty, but still able to make it work on out. Obviously, he's not, he kind of fumbles the free kill at the end, but that's all said and done. He gets 2, hopping out of Hookah, and then he denies the plant with the orbital strike. I mean, at that point, you have to assume that they're gonna pop it to stop you, so you gotta plant somewhere else. All Gamers Young. Oh man, that could have been a lot better for them.
Could have been. Bomb buddy out. Ultimately, it's Boom Esports that played the game so good at just buying time. And ultimately on Valorant, time is the biggest enemy for the attackers. Bear cleared out Hookah already, but not really looking to push quite yet, as all noise will be made from B main. It's a Slasher moving back. Smokes here comes the Showstopper. Does it catch anyone? Not yet, as the Slasher. 1 headshot, and now here comes the Seekers. It's online, barely surviving that Showstopper with only 7 HP. But for All Gamers Now, they're not yet. Here comes that Molly. He does go down that spike. But the up from Famous, it hits, it's shot. From the party, he says, but the party does not come. The orbital strike finds no one. Only good for buying
One
time.
enemy
The pop
remaining.
flash, Ian for 2. The perfect setup. And this is looking closer than what I would expect it.
Nice vindication there by All Gamers Young to be able to immediately respond with a round of their own after the kind of fumbled one last round. So I do like how much attention they're putting into establishing control early here on the attacking side. Boom Esports on map you're like fine when there's only really what 2 lanes, maybe a third. The other one goes like it's a one-way, right? You can't go from B short to A short the same way you can the other way around, vice versa.
Toxins going
It's very important to establish that early, but look at Boom here getting aggressive to start off.
This time, Boom Esports rushing up all of it. This time to the face and the sprays from Ian. It is disgusting before finally being taken down by Famous. It's looking bad. They hear the TP behind them, but it's just a fake. So all the members of AG Young has made their way onto the
Spike
site.
planted.
Now, late rotation from the Yoru could be massive, but the players from Boom Esports, they're not even playing. Who's attacker? Who's defender? We have no clue. Berserk's alone. They're not playing together here. They're hoping that they could just bait off each other. Every corner here. The pop flash is good. Only chip damage.
One enemy
Laser to buy
remaining.
some time. Berserk's good for 1. Big Bear answers onto Famous. But now all eyes. 3 pairs, in fact, to Berserk's. Nicely spikes, but Y1 is just sharper.
And they take the lead off of that too here. So, I mean, I do like the fact that Boom Esports are willing to get aggressive in those Evo rounds. They're willing to try and make a play towards A short, right? To try and maybe split apart the market. But hey, All Gamers Young recognizing that, and I mean their intention was to go B in the first place anyways, and it pans out for them. Viper's Pit is now online. Let's see how they could use that in the post plan. They also got the Seekers to try and clear out the site if it ever does have to come to it. But still, Boom Esports' defense not really adjusting. They are keeping most of their defense still towards A.
Oh my god, they missed the massive pop flash, but he gets 2! Despite
Spike
losing
down
it, his teammate
A.
is there, DOS9! He just really trade out, but rendered so low already, only 8 HP left. Now, player, he's just trying to see if he can get some sprays there. He knows he's quite low. But all members of Boom, they're ready. They're holding the spike diligently with their lives. 1 inside of the TP, a nice crossfire in showers, and 1 just holding B to see if anyone were to rotate over. Player, what can you do? It's a lot to ask for. His teammate is there. 1 minute to work with.
Here.
Well, they heard the TP. They have to know a pop-out has to happen soon. There should be a trap set here. They also do have the flash on NC Slasher.
He spotted a gun barrel. Footsteps noted already. DOS9 caught with utility in hand. Let's crossfire. Beautifully played. Berserks to fight Ian, but the damage has been done. 2 players gone already. A 1 versus 2. Not the biggest advantage, but it is something that Boom Esports can work with. From what we've seen before, Boom Esports.
30 seconds
Oh
left.
man, that's brought a lot of space, but still a lot of HP to work with as well. They have the pit. Now AG, or player, he can play this very, very sneakily, hiding in the back. He can go a little bit more aggressive. Oh, he wants to push. Not sure if they know there's a pit here. Good for 1, good for 2. No, it's not! The Steel Garden goes up, but Berserk was ready for it, and they win the round. Boom Esports is not allowing this game to go further than 1 point ahead of them.
Man, I thought the Steel Garden there would kind of be a liability for Berserk when he popped it. Luckily enough,
I was so sure it's gonna be 2.
I thought
sure.
it was gonna be a kill there for All Gamers Young for their Viper on player, but luckily enough, Berserk's able to kind of dodge the bullets coming his way for the meantime and barely survive through that. I like the trap setup there by Boom Esports. Did kind of get mistiminged in the end, but ultimately enough they're able to do it. And I mean the Vice, even like the thorns there, the Razor Vine being popped out of the hookah on the drop, buying them time, it's pretty huge. So you can really see value off of the Vice right now from Boom.
Now that knife is immediately broken. You have Bugatti just completely running amok on the site all the way through showers. To break out here. Thinking about it. He's gonna break out, meet up with his teammates once again. Shiro already on the site itself. His teammates are here, gonna play off each other. Null command popped. But they're gonna be unlucky as the rest of Boom Esports were looking, just wait for them to aggressively push. Ian's there just to band-aid the situation. But he's all alone. Numbers disadvantage here. Nope. Equalized. Beautiful play by Big Bear, catching them off guard. Now all eyes on main. NC Slasher catches him with his utility in hand. Ian waiting for the right time to pop that orbital strike. They tap it.
Molly.
But he's not buying it. The Molly's out already. They have to buy time. Tick tick goes the time, but so comes the big boom of that orbital strike. Time not on their side here. NC Slasher play a very aggressive angle, but Ian was ready, and all they can do is save. What a clutch! And look at that, 5 points already. One ahead, but as we know from what we've seen patterns so far, Boom Esports is not going to allow them to go more.
But, I mean, lovely post plant there, first and foremost. So big props here to Ian, who, I mean, all on his lonesome Molly lineup, and then the orbital strike just perfectly timed, gets the frag at the end too. He is top fragging as a Brimstone here for all gamers, yeah, which is always nice to see. But in Boom Esports, you mentioned they do have tenacity to bounce back in these type of situations, and they're going aggressive to start things off.
Dang, the Thorns are online already. That did put a lot of chip damage onto player as he rotates out. Big flash. Enough to give the info that all gamers are coming in from long. But look at the members of Boom Esports. They're not looking to really worry too much about trying to rotate so quickly. NC Slasher here. Molly, he wants to fight it. He goes a bit more aggressive. Inside of Tube he goes. 2 bullets in the barrel of that Sheriff. The wall, gonna buy some time as Berserk takes out Big Bear. And that's huge. Big TPs and falling straight back into A site.
Sends him packing, going the other way, realizing, hey, maybe we don't have to commit here. Too much of the defense to try and fight against. Yeah, we get a pick off, but they'll get the plant down.
Toxin screen down.
Here that TP, a fake. The rest of Boom Esports, they're very diligent. They take their time here. Y1, this is huge. Playing from underneath of heaven. Good for 2. But his teammates are here as well. The gun deficit is a bit much for them to work with as Boom Esports finally gonna have to concede and allow that 2 round ahead of them to go forward.
Well, all gamers young, as you mentioned, finally starting to maybe not pull away, but start adding rounds in between them and Boom Esports. And on the defensive side here, it does make me a bit weary for Boom in the second half if they don't tie this up. You want to be going to that second half at least tied up right now. The AWP has been pulled out on the attacking side here by all gamers young. And this might be an unexpected weapon and tool that Boom mightn't fall prey to. Juggle peeking, they know Fountain presence and B-Long presence is right there.
And see Slasher here. Timing, oh my god, they just barely missed each other there. Big Bear, honestly, his name Big Bear means big damage. He's big impact.
Oh.
But the same could be said about Famous. Just swinging out, taking out Bugatti, just like that. Mans didn't even stand a chance.
Well, to take the off, I think they heard it ring out at the start of the round anyways. Like, the Yoru took a shot, but as it didn't connect, when he re-peeked back through the smoke, they expected it at that point. Nice crawl up with a 2-man team up. And now they're going to have to try and go for an unadvantaged push without much map control. They do have a lurk going on here towards Showers. Let's hope it pans out for them, because otherwise, they need an opening right now.
Ooh. Famous.
30 seconds
This
left.
micro angle could be huge. He did have the advantage, but let's buy time with his Molly. Sorry, excuse me, with his nade. Moves out the way. But all gamers young, they're being denied. Look at the utility. Every time the utility comes out, they cannot even break onto the site. But now they're gonna explode on there. But this angle play by Shiro is only good for 1, as 2 members from All Gamers Young is good to find 2 members of the esports team. But fortunately for them, time on the side, you have Molly's, you have orbital strikes. Those teammates good for the trade. And one more time, we're just seeing this game of time. I hate saying this word time and time again, just
Bro.
deny these plans.
I know. It's the orbital strike that has been like the biggest ultimate in this matchup so far. In the first half alone, we've had like what, 3 or 4 rounds won by an orbital strike in some way or fashion, either delaying the time in terms of getting the plant down or even stopping the defuse and the post plant. There's just so much value both teams are getting out of their brimstones right now, which is kind of why you see them both at the top of the scoreboard for either side. And I don't know, it's almost like you take down the smoke, then you're good.
Toxins going up.
Comes the wall. DOS9! As the wall goes up, so does Bugatti's head. It's famous here. Trying to find that right angle. Try not to be spotted out so soon. And all gamers, yeah, you can see the question marks just sort of move around their head. What are we going to do now? Because every trick in the book, Boom Esports has adapted. A Berserk's here could be massive. Unfortunately for him, will be found out. And here it comes, a showstopper. You can hear him just completely run for his life. Flashed out there. Unfortunately for him, the rocket finds no one. But it's Ian that goes big, finding 2 players at Boom Esports right as they were trying to go for that rotate. But
Yeah,
Big Bear
A-side is completely open now.
It is. As Big Bear here plays the corner, but the thing about Boom Esports is always a trade. As Famous gonna rotate over to the other side. They smell a rat, and they're quick to deal with it. Plant here, Ian. Nice angle played, a TP as well. Now, this could be a very vulnerable position for him. It could be good as well here for Famous. Coming from the backside. They know where one player is. At least I believe they do.
Yeah.
But
They have
no
to assume
clue where the
triple
other
is
two.
They have to assume triple is occupied right now.
Here's the swing. There we go, Berserk's good read. Steel Garden to find one. Famous. Strafe will be the one to give him value. Now the Steel Garden, I don't think it caught the other members of AG Young. They were so aware, but this corner with that classic player! Come on now, that's a free gun! Time not on their side. Tick goes the spike, and Tick also goes White One's bullets.
Yo, you cannot lose that. You
Switching
cannot
sides.
lose against a classic like that in showers, and especially at the end of the half there. Now, all gamers young, they do pull away with the advantage at the end of the half, but I guess the fact that they had so many rounds they were denied plant near the last opportune moment here from Boom's defense kind of signals that their pacing on the attack was a bit mismanaged in time. Still, they win the rounds, but I think it's more because of some of the slip-ups from Boom. All gamers young, though, are doing great jobs in terms of making sure they get the punish there, which is a lot of part of Valorant, right? No team is perfect. Sometimes it's about punishing the other team mistakes over trying to minimize yours as well. So, Boom Esports here, they come into this second half, hopefully realizing that, hey, now's the time to shine.
They need it. Flash is huge, but it's not enough for them to get that value. The sprays all around. Big Bear and Bugatti playing in tandem. Perfect plays, perfect trades. But 1-2 tap is all Famous needs. But still, it's a disadvantage for Boom Esports. 1 versus 3. Now, there is that Brimstone. He's full HP, but the other 2 are quite low. A sneeze is enough to take them down, but we all know in Valorant, a headshot is all they need. Big Bear falls. He's smoked off. The spike is just right within reach here, but he has no clue how the holes are going to be. He can isolate these angles. Good for one more. He's isolated in numbers, but Ian is sharp as ever. As someone in chat said, this Ian guy is something special.
This is backyard
He also
scrimmage.
diagonal walks into the angle, which gives him a slower swing in that case. All gamers young, man. They're very impressive right now. I will be frank. I don't know much about this team.
I agree.
The only player I've ever heard about from this team is Bugatti Veyron, because he played on he played like during the G face-off like what was it, a few months ago?
A few
at
months
best.
ago, yeah.
Yeah, and obviously the name stuck immediately, like Bugatti Veyron. Okay,
It's a cool name, though.
car. Yeah, the fastest car in the world. All right.
And fast aim too, clearly. Look how
Mr.
he's playing
300
this.
miles per hour, but yeah, I mean, all gamers young, very impressive to start off.
Look at that. As you mentioned his name, good for 2. But the trade backs here from Boom Esports is impressive. Last night, with only a classic, he's doing the damage onto the members of All Gamers Young. What is it about this game and classics? I don't know, but it's just outgunning freaking rifles at this moment.
2v2 now. Post plant here, potentially. I mean, 1 HP for DOS9. What can he do? He does have a Guardian though, so single bullet to the noggin is all he really needs. In this post, they should know that all gamers young should be coming out from the short side.
A flash. Molly charged forward. They know that Shiro's close. They do now. His positioning has been compromised, but he's just distracting. DOS9, huge. Now, with only that Stinger in hand. Oh, an upgrade as well here. Well, not really too much of an upgrade. Clears that one corner. Molly up here. He jumps up forward, moves backwards. He DOS9, 1 HP!
Oh!
What a goat! A 4K on 1 HP! What a great start to this tournament, showing us what he had to offer from SA and now the big stages with Boom Esports. Oh my goodness!
Incredible there. Man, they tried to entry into the heaven, but an angel as he is, DOS9 able to keep things in check, able to keep Boom in the running and keep this match within reach. Off of that now, you have to wonder, will this be that shining moment that gives Boom momentum?
Could be. Ooh, not sure what happened there. NC Slasher catching players so quickly here. Why one wasn't able to trade back? He does have a Sheriff in hand. But, oh, he's gonna go for more. Trailblazer spots one out here. Flashed as well. Oh my goodness, DOS9. Got the answers here, but this time around, Berserks can't do more damage than that. Only one with that Outlaw. As Boom Esports this time around, they're understanding how aggressive All Gamers Young is going. Going to go for that rotate.
To back off into that B site. Y1 is going to be waiting for it. He knows they have to be coming his way. Still has a flash, trying to play under it. Cannot connect him to low HP player. And that will be a 1v3 now for Ian here to try and make
Spike planted.
I mean,
Smoke's
he's
down.
sharp. But Boom Esports has to be very, very wary of him here. No info, waiting for the smoke to dissipate. But Famous' angle here could be nasty. Yep. He just takes out Ian. And the round has been won. Boom Esports gonna try and catch up.
Kind of a mixed scramble there towards market, but ultimately it works out for Boom Esports. And if you're Boom right now, sometimes those big moments like what DOS9 just showed us is what helps the team rally back into the match, especially when spirits are a bit low, you've been losing matches, you don't feel confident, losing rounds rather. And that's where, you know, big performances can really bolster a team up. But we haven't really seen too much from Bugatti Veyron so far here on the Yoru. It is starting to become a liability moving forward, and especially in the defense. This is where you expect that Yoru to have lots of set plays ready, as a timeout is going to be burned here. I'm not too sure whose TO this is, but I would assume at this point it might be, I don't know, it could be either sides, but I think Boom here, definitely a step up in pace compared to what we saw previously from that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, bringing in DOS9, I believe, is such an upgrade for them. It just suits the way they want to play, that aggressive style. Very reminiscent to what Paper X likes to do, the W gaming that they embody. And it's really nice to be able to see this team kind of play the way that they want. But the same could be said about All Gamers Young. I feel like this game has been such a, I would say, a tango between these two teams. It's such a dance. And I wish we could see a heat map, honestly, because kills and skirmishes are happening all around the map. It's just not on the side. Sometimes we think who's attack, sometimes who is defense, who's flanking, who's not flanking. Where is everyone? Every single part of Bind is being utilized right now.
Part of me is almost wondering, maybe DOS9 can go duelist, you know? Sometimes, I mean, he's played the Yoru in the past. I get it, he was a smoker main for Revenant. But I mean, he's always been such a sharp player.
He's insane.
Or maybe swap things around. I get that Famous is kind of a duelist main nowadays, though, but he has had a history of flexing. I'm not saying that he's not a great duelist
when he was
right
in
now.
Prestige, he was known as he was one of the best KOs of 2022.
Exactly.
Back then.
Exactly. I think this team coming into this season, especially of this competitive year, are still kind of figuring out what roles and what styles suit each player's best. They still do keep relatively the same core, to be fair, from last year, so it shouldn't be that big of an adjustment for them. But I do think they're realizing, okay, we're moving up into higher levels of play. We're not in the tier 2 scene anymore. We're playing tier 1. What can we do differently? And I think that's what they're trying to do right now, swapping things around, obviously kind of new staff as well going into this team. So there's a lot of factors changing into Boom, right? And the fact that it was kind of a surprise for them to even get there in the first place.
They weren't expecting that this year. I mean, if you look at Boom, right, it's sort of like a curse because they would come so close but get so far. They were the team that would always be pushed into overtime, completely dominating Indonesia. The only team that really rivaled them at one point was Alter Ego. And now they've finally broken that barrier, and now they're here. And, you know, I think we saw for Bleed last year, right, from Pacific, that they struggled in that transition from tier 2 to tier 1. But, like, what about Boom? What's your expectation of them?
I don't know, man. It's really hard to see teams kind of, I guess, trying to integrate into a system that wasn't necessarily the most accommodating for them, because you're just thrown into the fire right at the start of things.
Sink or swim, brother.
Yeah, it's sink or swim, right? It's trial by fire. If you don't join any off-season tournaments coming into the Pacific, league year, then you are basically getting thrown into it without much practice against any T1 teams. Obviously, teams scrim in the background, but scrim bucks doesn't really count for much. It's different when you're on land, when you're there, when you're especially like in Korea or in this case in Malaysia, you're on LAN. Some of these players have been competing for a while, yes, but it's a different environment, still a different level of play. And I don't know, man. If you've seen the shout out to the podcast I've been on, the Yap to Asia. We did a tier list.
Yap to Asia.
Yeah, where the yappers be talking. And Boom was frankly on the lower end of things, not because
interesting. I haven't seen that episode yet.
Okay, the tier wasn't low. It was we do think that they can maybe take on some of the other teams in the tier 1 scene, but especially me personally, I feel like there is a lot of fixes still to be made to this team, which is relatively inexperienced compared to most, which I mean makes sense. They're new to them.
Yeah, I mean, on top of, the signing of the new coach was very unexpected to me. If I'm being honest, I mean, I thought, not this soon. I mean, I knew they were going to look for a new coach, but this late announcement into the season really caught me off guard because I thought it will be sooner, honestly. And according to the viewers, some of the people I've been talking to, they said there's a lot to expect from this coach. And my question is, because the thing is, Boom Esports has been a team that likes to stay together. This is one of the orgs that has maintained their roster for a very, very long time. They are not the team to go through reshuffles. So, the changes from Meow to this new coach really was something I was not expecting, given the fact that how long this coach has been with the team.
Yeah. Secret, so a bit of a change up there. All right, they just announced it I think this morning. Coming into this tournament,
I mean, there were whispers already, if I'm being honest. So, guys, if you guys are at home, or whether it'll be on YouTube, on Facebook, or even on watch parties, we apologize. There is a bit of a tech pause right now happening. I don't know if you guys saw. EG Young probably, I think it might be a mouse issue or something. So bear with us as we talk to you guys a little bit about what to expect in this upcoming season. And for you guys who are coming into chat and asking about the streams, I believe there are 4 streams going around today. This is Group C, which you can watch either on some watch parties or even on YouTube and Facebook. I'm not really too sure if we have any Twitch links.
No, I'm not too sure either. I think on the Twitch for Predator Gaming, it's the actual main stream, right, that they have going on, like the Group A's, and then Group B, Group C, Group D are all being streamed on YouTube as well, as Tasha had mentioned, and some of you might even be watching this through a watch party right now, so there's also that happening.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's my watch party happening.
Yeah.
That's my watch party happening.
Yeah, exactly. check Tosh Bunny on Twitch.
Yeah. Okay, so coming on here, if you guys don't know, Predator League's happening. If you guys are looking to upgrade, now's the time. The Predator Helios Neo 14 and the Neo 16 is something that you guys are looking for, if you guys want something beefy, high specs, and something that you guys can go around, bring around, this is ultimately the you guys can see the specs right there over at the bottom of the screen, which is going to be super exciting. But anyways, today we have the Acer product power deal, where you have 200 ringgit touch and go e-wallet rewards with the purchase of selected Acer products. So 200 ringgit e-wallet is a lot. You can buy Valorant skins, new EXO skins coming, just saying. Or you could potentially, if you want to use real money, Teho is something that you guys can pick up as well. So get a laptop, get a skin, and a new character, up to you.
I mean, what new way to show off your skills with a new agent without new skins, right, in the first place? But I mean, while we get a bit of a tech here, Tosh.
I mean, it's an APAC thing. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, BNB, me and you, tech pauses. It's happened like what, 3 times now?
What has?
Tech pauses.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean,
yeah,
it's part of the game. We're from APAC, we're from Asia. You guys know what to expect at this point. It happens, right?
Yeah.
It's a classic. But, I mean, as I was saying, the event right now, it's happening in Malaysia.
It's the first time, actually, that it's coming in Malaysia.
Everything there.
Yeah.
If I was to say be a fan who is traveling to watch the Predator League for this weekend.
Yeah.
Are there any places you can recommend that's like, this is a go-to joint that I have to try out in terms of food, or places that you think it's like, okay, this is a Tosh Bunny special. You eat here, you're going to eat good.
I mean, okay. If you're willing to drive outside of KL and into Damansara.
No, KL. In KL.
In KL? Oh, surprisingly, I don't really hang out in KL. I mean, if you go to my IG, I've been reviewing some KL restaurants, Japanese though, so you guys can check that out. But being honest, I think Kampung Baru. Oh yeah, you should go. There's a place. It's like a preserved village in KL. It's called Kampung Baru. They have really goated food there. Go find their nasi lemak. I forgot what the place is called, but it's nasi lemak. Find nasi lemak there. Trust me. It's like when you go to Philippines, you look for sisig. You look for, what else is there? I forgot already. But I ate a lot of good food. Adobo. I had a lot of good food in the Philippines. Here, you look for nasi lemak. Trust. But anyways, if you guys are coming this weekend, just know that Sandra Park as well as Aina Abdul will be performing on Sunday. I mean, that's Sandra Park from 21. I'm not really a K-pop fan. I'm a new gen. So, but apparently they are like the icons for the K-pop scene. So, worth checking out. So Predator League is really exciting because it's sort of like mixes the, the music world as well as the esports world. I was so fortunate that I was able to go last
performing
year.
Here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like last year, y'all had like a lot of like local Filipino artists, right, over at the Predator
Which is
League.
funny because she's technically not Filipino, but she is. Because she grew up here. Yeah, she grew up here in the Philippines, and she speaks Tagalog really well. And like, she even has a mini vlog where she brings her Korean friends over to the Philippines and shows them everything. And she orders in Filipino, everything. She grew up here. She was kind of like a mini idol for a while here in the Philippines for like some reality TV shows and
Wait,
stuff.
that's massive.
Like when she was young. So a lot of people know about her here. She's practically as Filipino as it gets.
That's crazy. I feel like at one point it's like we all go back to Philippines. Like it's like it's like like a famous YouTuber. You're like, oh dang, this guy is so cool. What, you're Filipino? I did not know that. Dang.
Way too many of us. There's so many of us on this small island of they call home. But I mean, for the meantime, in a tech pause, what is it? Boom Esports here.
Hey!
Oh, there you go.
There
You
we
call it
go.
out. You call it out and get shy. It comes back. I mean, Boom Esports, they are the favorites of this matchup.
Yeah.
But all gamers young are proving that sometimes it ain't about what you fancy, but how about how you play and perform.
I mean, in general, for AG Young, right? I mean, let's be real here. I tried to do some homework on them. Unless you're in the China League, it's hard to get a lot of information about them even. Like, we talked about it this morning. But they are really, but I think they have that power of surprise. The lack of information, they're trying to use that as they're trying to weaponize that against Boom Esports.
Oh, definitely so. And Boom Esports, they're the ones who have a lot more information out there of them. So yeah, as you mentioned, all gamers young, they can use that to their advantage. But now the defense, you're also playing pretty well. Good pick off to start things off here for me, and smokes will go down, but hey, even the op gets a pick here.
Here we go. Bugatti, huge. Quick for that. Another blind shot forward. Just trying to see if he can like grab anyone's attention with that. Clone finds nothing. Now the thorns have been activated just to give a little bit more space, not allowing them to push out of U-Haul. Bugatti disregards everything. That dimensional drift will give the value he needs here. But Boom Esports have positioned themselves so far back, but Shiro, he's ready. He's so aware. A pop flash forward, but the same could be said about Player. They have a nice crossfire set up as well, and it's just catastrophe upon catastrophe for this map. This is a best of one, ladies and gentlemen, reminding you guys, once you lose this map, you're done for the day at the very least. So, yeah.
No, not for the day. They still have another match.
I mean, they have another match, but I'm
It's
just
not
saying, they're done in terms of that point. Sorry. English.
There's no bouncing
English
back
is
for the
hard.
series. It's
Yeah,
not a
there we
series,
go.
right? It's a group stage system. You're playing every team once, and the one who has the most amount of points will move on from the group stage into the main event, as we're calling it, the playoffs, basically. Coming after tomorrow, because today is Valorant Day. And it seems like today is also All Gamers Young Day. They're doing pretty well so far here.
He was playing with fire. Nearly got spotted out with the Trailblazer. And I love how Boom Esports has been walking with that Trailblazer forward as well. Now they break it, so they don't know the positioning of Shiro. But Berserk's here, his positioning on Showers could be massive. If they were to push out, if they were in the middle of the rotate, he could either call his team to rotate outside or catch them in that midst of rotation. Looking at the rotate.
My ult's ready.
Will they expect this angle being played here? When they do try and execute into the B site, they have an opportunity to also, rather the choice to try and TP back away towards that A side if they feel like it's a bit
That's
too
explosive.
hot. Walking in. He still
I'm
gets
not
it.
too sure what happened there. Through the smokes, he wins it. Now, the other members of All Gamers Young, they're just falling like flies here. You hear the big ring out of the TP. Bugatti 5 takes a lot of damage, as well as a headshot from Berserks as well. Boom Esports, one thing they do is boom onto that site, and that's exactly what we saw on that round here. A flash forward, DOS9 holding bench. One tap to the head is all he needs to take down Y1. Ian, good to find him out in that corner. Now there are other members of Boom Esports saying, okay, let's play together, but the call is to save.
Well, Ian will be backing off here now, and yeah, as he...
Suppressing.
Reminds me of like two elephants just headbutting, and it's just chaos and cacophony around.
Well, I mean, how chaotic it can be, I think, again, things could immediately spiral into a very furious phase.
Scout destroyed.
So far, things are being a bit more stable. Trailblazer will gather information there, but they're willing to still contest towards long, at least shallowly. Flash will confirm presence on Boom Esports' attack here towards Fountain, the numbers of which he's not entirely sure, but he knows that there could be more.
I've got your trail.
Here comes the Seekers as well. They're okay to just quickly break it here. Only Y1 has really shown his hand at this point. Berserk's making his way down into Showers here. Player, does he know he's holding close? No, he doesn't. His positioning has been noted, and everyone just completely gets on the side. Steel Garden to start off the round quick, as well as a TP as well. Here comes as well the showstopper. He's coming on the side here. 34 HP left, finds no one on Heaven. Here comes the mollies as well as the hits in the backside. But DOS9 doing a big work, big damage, falls. Famous is here to also help out. 10 seconds to go. They have to plant this now. 7. One has to find the right timing here. Both players know exactly where he is. He swings out. He's basically a gone man. A good high-low, one spray, but it's Boom Esports that has the numbers advantage.
Yeah, I mean, 1v2 there. Not really much he could have done. Argue he could have jiggled a bit better or taken that peak better, but ultimately he was low. He's going to get wall banged anyways after the peak, so on the retreat. Boom Esports, they tie up the game. And in such exhilarating fashion there near the end, the op on the attack working out for Famous, even if the showstopper did not connect. When the dropout on All Gamers Young, when AGY tried to re-hit during the plant attempt in the first place, they stopped the initial attempt, but the follow-up here from Boom was even better.
Hits down already as well, and player playing it very safe. They don't have the guns advantage here. Player only has a sheriff in hand. Loud rings off that op as well. It's enough to just really keep the rest of AGY to play a little bit more passive, except for player. Full control of short here, walking up like he owns the site, and rightfully so at this point. It's his world, and Boom Esports, they're not looking to challenge.
Well, the Viper's Pit is always a threat, even against an eco here. So Boom Esports know better than to try and challenge that on guidedly without especially utility dumped into it. Rotation into B Fountain. And All Gamers Young, they do have a single flash remaining on Y1, and that he's going to use to gather and confirm that presence is once more occupying that B long. So they shift towards Hookah, and I like this decision for them to control Hookah now that they know that B is going to come.
Yeah. Look at that. Walking together with the Trailblazer, Famous all the way in the back of sight. Ian falls. That's Shiro on that op, and it's really hard to discern who's playing that op here from Boom Esports because every one of them has been swapping hands for that weapon.
Yeah, you want it, it's a hot potato right now.
Exactly, you just swap around. It doesn't have to be that duelist here. 2 members of AG Young inside of Hookah. Now they do walk out with his util. Big Bear didn't know he's there, holding that corner. It's gonna be Famous, who's so aware, but player, he's just sharp. A headshot is all he needs. A swing out here by NC Slasher. Both teams just trading out left, right, and center. A flash forward on one corner, but DOS9, the hero, the rising superstar from Boom Esports. The multi-frags from him has been huge, and it's enough for them to take the lead.
Just unfortunate there, he doesn't check the hard corner to his right where Famous was waiting. He was maybe taking the duel. If they took backside control, it would have been a very different round considering they had Hookah control as well. That would have meant the pincer would have been happening on site there against the post-plant hold from Boom. But I mean, in Eco, it's kind of hard to win those fights. Coming into it, Boom Esports, they take the lead, which is already pretty huge. But the fact that they still have that orbital strike potentially for post-plant could be bigger.
Oh, you saw his name!
Oh!
Oh, that was exciting to watch.
I'm surprised that he actually won that. He saw the knee first. I guess it's because he crouched. He was rather closer to the angle than the Yoru was, which means that Yoru should have been able to see him first. But I guess it doesn't work out that way now.
Zerks, his angle, it was good, but unfortunately he whiffs. That crouch just really threw off that crosshair. Shiro here walking onto the site. Now positions of the 2 players in showers already noted. They marked it already, but Shiro, he's W-keying his forward, walking up all the way to CT like he owns the site here. Orbital strike will be used just to deny that plant, but they have a different place they want to do this. They can do this anywhere else. It's the back of site that they will be playing at. Now, this is where I questioned who's attack, who's defense here, because attackers are all the way on CT side. Player was ready for Shiro, takes him out so quickly. Famous answers, repositions. One more time is all he needs. Now, NC Slasher has been playing quietly in the smokes. They pass by each other in the end as Famous picks up 3, 4, in the bag, and Boom Esports, they pull away, and that's a huge lead they've built throughout this entirety of Bind.
Yeah, that's what this is kind of what we were talking about a while ago, right? With DOS9 performing well, the rest of the team can rally behind his performance, and we're now seeing most of Boom Esports kind of catch up to giving value in that case. It might not always come in the way of frags. You can see Famous just chucked the op on the other side. He realizes he does not want to give this up. I think he expects the fact that All Gamers Young might be also expecting this to come, so that anticipation and read is good to see. Heads up from Boom Esports. They got the Raze ult as well, and with two very high impact ults here in Boom Esports, I don't see how they cannot get this round.
Flash come through, double swing for Boom Esports means Ian's demise. Trade off util once again, a Famous. He positions himself at a higher angle to play with here. But with that judge, oh man, that is disgusting. Shiro is to fall. They move back here. Bugatti this time around. He tries to play sneaky, but Boom Esports was ready for him. The Seekers come out. Positions noted here. They know where everyone is. Tries to shoot him out of the sky. Player to fall, and so does Big Ben, the showstopper, to find him in the end. And now it's a 1v4. We've seen miracles happen, but for AG Young, they're not risking it for that biscuit. Looking to save instead. And Boom Esports, is it hunting season? I think it is.
Well, they want to make sure that they can stifle any chances and any notions of All Gamers Young having economy into the next round. Y1's gonna have to fight his way out of this one, or at least survive it somehow. Evading detection for now. Boom Esports don't actually find him. He's able to save this Phantom moving into the next. And
that's huge. They
it's match point now for Boom.
Look at the buys as well. Only half shields for two players.
A judge.
A judge. I mean, no, they didn't change that. They changed it to a Spectre instead. And I don't blame them. I mean, Spectre could be huge, especially since they like playing these close angles. It
a
can.
Guardian. No.
He can't make up his mind. You know, he's just like me for real.
Change your mind. Like Tosh.
What? Excuse me? Oh, look at how aggressive they are. It's gonna be massive here.
What?
Four already for Ian. Playing this corner, leaving Dawes all on his own. 1v4. Smoked out here. He's looking to swing. But they don't know where he is. They've moved back. They're looking to think, okay, better safe than sorry here. This DOS9 we're dealing with. Hides in this corner behind box. I don't think they saw him. They do now. Staying very safe. Avoids that one-way smoke set up, and DOS9 forced to move back. Still 1 minute wait. It's a long time. If you ask to save at 1 minute, it's just gonna be hunting season at this point.
Huh. Well, let's see if they can return the favor. A while ago, Y1's able to survive. Can DOS9 do the same? Obviously, it's a 1v4, but the clutch is always possible with a player of his caliber.
Oh, that's sharp. He's gonna do it again here. Has no clue where to look. Two more players still on site. 30 seconds to go. I mean, you can make it expensive. He's flashed out already, but no swing outs for the members of AG Young.
30 seconds
now
left.
he smokes out one corner. He's trying to get at least that plant. They hear the satchel. He swings out, but that stray from Big Bear goes huge. And they go another round. Boom Esports. Oh, this is where things get really sketchy for Boom Esports. That final round. This is the team that tends to just really struggle to tie out these loose ends.
Yeah, they gotta close this out. I mean, good play there by DOS9. That was the right play, actually. Smoking out the cross so that he can take the 1v1 and still have concealment and cover. Unfortunately, could not land the shot, but all things considered, good decision-making on his head. They do have the showstopper available. I'm not too sure if they have much other ults online, or rather to come soon here for All Gamers Young, but once again, Shower's control has been their importance.
We have the orbital strike, we have the mollies, we have all that util in the world, and it just moves Bugatti out of the way and into their crosshairs. They know there's players inside of Showers, and Boom Esports, they want to rush this. They're aggressive as heck. They got two already. NC Slasher just running and gunning. And with that, a shorty from DOS9, disgusted. They've made up their mind. They don't want to let this game go for as long as then they should, and it should go. Y1 here in a 1v4. We've seen this happen already, but we haven't seen that clutches yet for a 1v4. Barely, narrowly missing that that point zero. Has to clear these corners. They know where he is. He swings out, good for one. Famous falls with a double swing from DOS9, his teammate. Bit much to deal with, as Boom Esports will take the first game of the day.
Well, the round, and arguably people might have wondered if this should have been a bit more one, or at least not lopsided, but a bit more, I guess, in favor of Boom Esports. They did struggle throughout most of the map, but pulled out near the end, especially in the second half. But ultimately, they got the dub, and that's the important fact. They're able to kind of rectify their mistakes from earlier on and kind of bounce back into it. So, once again, as long as they get the dub, that's the most important fact. All gamers young, though. They showed here with this opening matchup that they cannot be simply, I guess, taken for granted. They are a great team here to start off the map with, rather to start off the day with, considering the fight they put up against Boom, who are supposed to be the heavy favorites of this group. But all gamers young, impressive so far. And that's considering the fact that some of the players here from All Gamers did struggle. Some of their kind of carries, typically here in Big Bear and Bugatti, their duelists not really doing well. And if they were potentially popping off, it could have been a very different outcome for Boom.
Honestly, I mean, we had this conversation with our producer as well in the pre-show, right? Are definitely gonna struggle today despite the best of ones, but it's really funny. I find it very polarizing, because talking to certain people, they say that it's gonna be a stomp, and talking to other people, it's going to be, you know, close. But for me, I'm team close, because after what we've seen in the end of the season, the off-season events especially, we've seen the quality of tier 2 teams just exponentially look so much better compared to the year before, and that's why I'm not surprised at this outcome. Now, All Gamers Young as well has made quite a reputation from themselves in China as well, you know, knowing the fact that you know, this team has been together for about a year. They're nurtured from some of the best talents in China themselves, so this is something that we should all be looking for, looking at local talent just really rise up to the top. Because I think right now everyone talks about how, you know, imports, but local talent, I think this is something that we should not, you know, overlook. And I think All Gamers Young is on the right path to moving forward. But that will be the first game of the day done here for the Predator League APAC. Once again, guys, reminding you guys at home that we have promotions going on for the Predator laptops today, because for today we have our Acer product power deal happening for you guys to enjoy 200 ringgit touch and go e-wallet rewards with the purchase of selected Acer products. And don't forget as well, we have the Intel All-Star MVP. This is proudly presented by Intel, so don't forget to scan the QR code where you guys can vote for yourselves which player deserves MVP of the Predator League APAC, and vote before 10th of January, which is tomorrow. Who are you gonna vote for? Who are you gonna vote for? Who are you gonna vote for?
Well, I'm gonna vote for in terms of
it
what?
It has to be Group C. It has to be Group C. It's our group.
I mean, Team Secret's in Group A, so I'm kind of...
You can't. You can't. You're casting Group C. Yeah, you can't. I mean, you have Zol. You have Zol.
We have Zol.
You have Zol.
That's true. So, Group C, we're here. Group C is a fun group.
It's a very fun group. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I would rather be casting Group B, even though I love Boom, but like my country team, Zipto, as well as DSG, are in Group B. But we make what we... But the thing is, it's okay. I love Boom Esports. They're nice to me. Boomin, if you're watching this, Sanghe. Heart. Wait,
boom,
what's
boom,
is it like this?
Boom, boom.
I want you in my room. Oh, that's a thing now?
Yeah. Why not?
Right.
They actually use that chant in tournaments and events. Like when you're there, right? They're like boom, boom, boom.
They do. Anyways, after this, we are looking at our next best of one series. And I believe, give me 1 second, guys. Let me check it out.
Should be.
Yeah, it should be CNE versus Zol, and that is a Black and Blues team versus a South Korean team.
Not my team. Not my team.
I mean, you're from the country, okay? That's why I say it's your team. Yeah, like it's gonna be exciting. I want to say it's been a while since I've seen Zol play. So, you know, the last time I watched them play was back in 2022. It's been a long time since I've been involved with the Filipino Valorant scene. But before we go on break, can you share with us a little bit about what a little bit about what you've seen for Zol's, I would say, journey in 2024.
Well, Zol as a team, they were a team that actually almost kind of made it towards Ascension last year. During against Naos in the grand final to qualify for it, like they went a full 5 maps. They made overtime 3 of those maps, and map number 5 was also like a triple or double overtime or something like that. So they were so close to making Ascension, and the world would have known this team. So they're a very good team, and they're arguably at some point kind of one of the best teams in the Philippines. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we get a very close matchup for the next one. It's going to be a banger, I think.
It's gonna be a banger, but for now, we're gonna take a quick break. Before that banger, be right back because this is the Predator League APAC. And don't forget to check out the deals.
Yeah.
We'll be right back. We start off the day strong. A banger here between Boom Esports and All Gamers Young showed us that these tier 2 teams are definitely to be feared. I'm Tashman alongside Black and Blue. We're your casters today for the Predator League APAC group stage, and this is Group C.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned it, right? A expected outcome, but the way that they got there, maybe not the way that we expected it to be so. You look at AG Young and what they were able to do, All Gamers. The fact that they brought it so close, I think, is a testament that these teams here in our group are definitely not to be considered out of the running, no matter what. They qualified. No clear favorite, I think, coming into this. Yes, technically, you look at here CN Esports versus Zol, and you look at maybe CN. They're from Korea. They are arguably maybe in the deeper region. Yes, I agree. But then you have to take note that when we thought a while ago Boom Esports, it could be a wash over All Gamers Young. All Gamers Young proved that they also can do what the unexpected might be expected of them.
Yeah, but anyways, we're looking at another Vise on this map. Any picks of a map again? Since we're pretty much not sure what map is being played. We have a Vise, two skies, Abyss.
Abyss? You think it's Abyss? That wouldn't actually be out of the question, considering.
Why?
That's a good guess. That's a good guess.
Yeah, right? I think
guess.
Vise is so good on that map, I feel.
The stage is throwing me off. I want to see what the rest of the comp is.
Oh, yeah.
So far, only 3 have been swapped in. Omen and Raze could be like, whatever, right?
Yeah. Oh, wait, hang on. Before we talk more about our guesses, now, Eman coming into, you know what, I really think, sorry, I'm just going to swap back here now that we saw the last 2 picks. Astra, it has to be Abyss.
I'm gonna assume Abyss because of that Astra, yeah.
Same. I mean, we saw the Genji strat, no?
Yeah, exactly. And so I think there's big things in store for this opening matchup for either side. Obviously, CN Esports, they have.
Oh, I know what map.
What?
Okay, you guess first.
I'm not. The thing is, I'm not sure which rotation we're using. Like,
okay.
Is Pearl in rotation for one?
Yes.
Yes, and then Pearl.
You're wrong. It's actually Split.
Split? That was my second guess.
I am actually okay. I mean, I get the Sage pick for Split, but I feel like I haven't seen a Sage in competitive play for Split in so long.
Wait, was that a guess or did you know? Did they tell you?
I'm not gonna tell you.
you got your sources close to the chest, okay. So, I mean, coming here in a Split, very interesting, I guess, contrast between 2 teams on what compositions they decide to bring. The other one running the double smokes, the other one having advice and the Sage. So there's a lot of different things that could be brought into here.
Yeah.
I like how CN Esports are wearing the Predator jersey.
I mean, sometimes you just gotta flex the Predator League, you know?
The merch, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the merch.
Like the laptops, we should be flexing.
The Helios Neo 16 looks really good. I'm being honest right now. It's something you have to look at. Got 200 ringgit touch and go e-wallet with every purchase. Go check it out yourself.
How much is that in Valabucks?
A lot of Valabucks.
A lot of Valabucks.
Maybe 10 Vandals.
What's it? VP, rather.
Valabucks? That's
Valabucks.
crazy.
Like Robux.
Okay. Oh no. Okay, let's talk about this comp here. Black and Blue, this is the first time I've seen a Sage used in tandem with the Vise. I mean, I get is a bit more. I mean, I get these walls is very, I would say, very defensive. But for me, I'm not a big fan of them. I think it's just very basic, straight to the point. But I do understand it's pistol round.
Well, there's definitely value that could be used. I'm surprised to say isn't placed here towards mid, but I'm only gonna assume it's because they have other plans in store for controlling mid on the defense here.
Yeah.
For CNE though, you can see a lot of their defense has already been pulled to A, and B is actually gonna be the site under hit by Zol.
Vinicius alone here. Almost gets hit there. Holding close there. Gets 1 hit to the head, and the members of Zol losing 2 so quickly. Nice cross down. But finally, in the end, That player's gonna fall. Eman from heaven, good for 2. Eman, he has a lot of experience as a player and is showing on this stage right now how he's able to just walk up heaven. Entire side is his. They get that plant already, and now it's down to a Sage versus 3 players. The only thing he has in hand to run this year.
Right,
Last year. Sorry, New Year not hitting me yet.
I make stuff up all the time. I forget which one.
BNB what?
No, that one's true. That one was true though. Here's another true story.
Okay.
Because I put an Instagram story on my IG. Where
down
like
on a
yesterday
poaching
where I
ghost.
left the or last night rather, where I left my earphones at home, which sucks, right? You
Yeah.
have to go to the gym to elevator music. And then Hot Sauce replied to my story. He was like, "Oh hell no." Oh hell no.
Yeah, and he got immediately killed a Sage off there, and Hot Sauce gets 2.
Now, Hot Sauce is actually a player that maybe lots of people aren't familiar with, but he's
I'm not
always
very
been
familiar with him.
one of the most flexible, also he's great in terms of the locker room, right? Keeping spirits up. You never see this guy with a down mood IRL,
Aw.
and he's a very, very talented, mechanically sharp player as well, and also has experience coaching, so he's a very good all-around player, and I think it's a really great pickup, aside from Amon, obviously, who came from RRQ, Tier 1, right, and also went to Naos, so lots of experience here, and for a great team already in Zol, I think they look potentially better than ever moving forward.
Speaking of moving forward, here's Hot Sauce on mid. Moving forward as ever. Trying to catch anyone in that mid rotation could be huge here. CNE, I think they're looking to just catch any stragglers coming up here, but for Hot Sauce, he doesn't have a lot to worry about. Straight to the head. Agazi falls. Hot Sauce with 3 already. Benicia is solo. 22 HP. Can he last? No. Potentially an ace here. Hot Sauce. It's Cobra. Let's have a sheriff in hand. He hears the footsteps.
Cobra.
It's really interesting. Cobra. Walking up close. He wants to just go down to the spike. Potentially an exit frag is what he wants to look out for. Not happening. And there he falls. And so does Hot Sauce. No ace yet. And I am very sad about that. We want to start January strong. We want to start Predator League strong. Where's our ace, guys?
Very demanding caster, Miss Pashibani is already within 2 rounds, asking for an ace. Only in the second game of the day, Tosh. Don't forget, we got 6 maps to be played. We're done with the first, obviously. Boom took that, but it's all here clean second round for them. But they look at this. They come into this not even with a bonus. They have so much money. They still have their Vandals from last round.
Yeah, they're just holding on to it. Could be a bonus conversion if they like to be, but that's a lot of pressure here onto mid area.
So the wall's finally gonna be placed. As that wall does come up, confirm that hey, there's lots of Zol on the other side.
And break that just to deny that Sage from playing on top of that wall. It catches a lot of players off guard. Trailblazer as well.
Yeah, does get flashed out of it. Ooh,
Oh, that
good pick
shot.
off here. Shutting down the swing from it.
It really is. Here's Benicia as well, but Hot Sauce has positioned himself onto Amin. I think both players are sort of aware of each other's presence, but not sure where exactly everyone's going to be. Now, if they were to come up ramps here, Benicia could go massive before finally being taken down. But both teams are being very cautious, but Benicia knows and hears all the sounds. They don't clear him, and they are going to fall. Hot Sauce, good night. First one to go down for the team. But for the rest, Kevzi will be marking him.
30 seconds left.
Plant does go down in the end here. The positions of Zol, a little bit more of an aggressive play. Look at where they are. Up to heaven, one on ramps. Kevzi is the only one playing on main. TP's over to their side. One bullet in the barrel, unfortunately, will not do him any work.
What?
As his Kakarot is going for 2 before finally going down. Good cross from CNE. Massive. Now he's all down. So our superstar player, M1! And he's not able to do so despite being able to isolate these fights.
Yeah, unable to connect the shot there. And still a good effort from Zol, but arguably if they hit more of their shots, things could have been very different in that case. Had very clean duels to be able to win, but luckily for CNE, they're able to edge out in that one. That was a much needed round here, especially on the defense from them, especially with the way the economy was going. And because of that plant as well, and the fact that Zol have saved up their Vandals from the previous, they can come into this one with a full buy and have a lot more in store if they get another.
This is gonna
But
be
CNE, I want to see that double wall actually make use. I want to see the reasons why they picked that coming in a split.
I agree with you. It's such a, again, it's such an interesting comp. We haven't seen this played in a long time. Now, clear down entirety of mid there, and one step will be playing a little bit more far back here. Walking up, finds no one. Hossas could potentially be in trouble. No!
Wow.
No!
I've got your
You're
trail.
not. I'm not stuck with you. You're stuck with me. He says. Wants to go for more 30 HP, a large swing, and Ju Young is going to be the next victim for Hot Sauce. He's just too spicy. His shots pierce you like a bird's eye chili. But in the end, they one step with that Guardian, positioning a little bit more far back, catches him off guard, but it's still a 2v4.
Thought for
Still.
a second, D.
Oh, yeah,
It's
Kevsey
like
as
over
well.
there.
You don't expect
It's a
him to be there.
1v4 now, Tash.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no res available.
You can get a gun,
Or
yeah.
perhaps-
Get a gun, save. That could potentially be the play here, but let's be real here. If I'm being honest, this comp coming in for Zol just gives them so much value in terms of firepower, which really just kind of counterplays what they had in mind here for this double Senti.
I mean, the fact that you have two smokes means that potentially that lack of information could force a wall out early, which would definitely be of case in some of the rounds that we've seen. But I do worry about how this wall could affect the post plant in the second half. It
Oh, yeah.
might be very difficult for Result to try and retake when there's two walls in their face.
Could be.
Okay,
I mean,
I
I think the most popular wall for a Sage
78
that's been used on
Okay,
attacking
that's
side is that, you know, rush into B, wall up that one end just to give them a bit of cover fire as they cross through. I mean, I think a while back that was like, what, a controversy about that particular wall, but I don't think it's a bad wall.
You're a bad wall.
What? What?
I don't even know what that means, but it sounded funny in my head.
Yeah, I can see. One step flushed out, moves back. And here's the hesitation.
Well, they know there has to be a lot in B main right now, so obviously one step's like, all right, let's chill. Let's not get too aggressive here. We'll jiggle peek, realizes there's more.
Oh, Kakarot takes him down. Now Paranoia used, and he's gonna hide behind that box, trace all around before finally Zind is gonna completely pop his head off from behind that box. They get the plant. CNE, not enough numbers. And Kevsey playing a little bit more close. They don't even have proper guns to work with. I think they only have sheriffs here. Yep, they do. Ju Young, it's just a sheriff trying to find that high ground advantage. He can pop heads. We've seen it happen just now. But with this angle, it's going to be hard. He has the
especially
util.
with the
Oh, there we go.
player standing.
One, but Zol quick to follow up. Wall bangs as well. Venetia with only that Bucky in hand. Might be a lot to ask for.
Yeah, especially at range. Not really gonna do much unless they push Benicia. See, oh no!
Oh, that timing,
Sops
that's so
pissed.
unlucky.
Bye, Benicia.
Charges.
They were not expecting that push, if I'm being honest. I caught that. I'm just gonna pretend I didn't get that reference. I am gonna pretend to hear that.
Come on, at least you gave it a laugh. 1-4 now. I told you, man. Zol, they have, I think, kind of a. They have this thing where teams will probably underestimate them, and
Hot
that's
Sauce is
gonna
9-1. Oh my god!
already.
Already
I told you this man's the real deal.
spicy, that's for sure. Now the splash will give them that info, enough for them to really just kind of move into a more aggressive angle here. Look at this crossfires already set up here by CNE Esports. Spots the leg of one, Zin playing these corners, but it's gonna be that two-player swing that catches them off guard, and Gangazi has repositioned himself all the way onto Heaven's side, which means that he's staying a little bit more safe, and Kakar hasn't moved quite yet. Now, with the smokes, with the util broken, and Ju Young somehow wins that through the flash.
Okay, things work out for them here. CNE finally a bone thrown, and that they receive. So Now Hot Sauce asking for 4 big here, can connect the one, gets
Oh
a second.
my
It's actually Emon who
goodness.
confirms it. 3v2 now, Tosh.
Yeah.
Heal up, squad.
Just really loving this teamwork coming in from Zol. They have all the teamwork in the world, but the same could be said for CNE. They were ready for that push out. Leaving Eman down here on main. Chip damage all around here. They also get the revive. Oh god. Numbers advantage. But unfortunately that misplay cost them their lives and the round. And CNE finally once again back in the game.
The res there for the economy as well, and just to kind of make sure things don't go astray. Add more bodies to the bout. 2v4, rather 2 to 4. CNE, they are starting to at least gain some rounds in retaliation. Look at the pattern here. 2 rounds resolve, 1 for CNE, 2 resolve, 1 for CNE.
Now we wait.
The pattern continues, and this could be another doubles all around, but Zol have already done great on the attacking side of all things here. Split.
Oh man, Cobra with the aggression, gonna find the spiciest player. In fact, that's big. Losing your Viper this early is just not something you want to be able to happen right now. Sin here with that op in hand, there will be flashed. Moves back. He's gonna try and go for a double dip here, but I don't think the members of CNE are gonna re-peek him again after spotting out that barrel. I believe they saw it.
Let's see now. Kakarot, also a very, very storied player from Zol, has had lots of experience with multiple roles, with multiple teams. Has been competing forever as well, even before Valorant. So there's a lot of veterancy on this team. You can see it showing with their calm pace.
Oh, Young saw him. Surprise, Kevzi. Gonna fall. Flash is good. It sets him up and his team for success. The members of Zol fall like flies. Zind alone tries to go in for the pickups there. Nearly loses his head there. Takes quite a fair bit of damage. He's alone. Runs away. He's trying to keep his gun. The op in hand. He needs to bring that to the next round, but with 20 seconds to go, it's hunting season, ladies and gentlemen. He peeks and he falls.
What a shot there at the end by the Rays. CNE making things work on out, and I'm loving the fact that they're just very, very tenacious in coming back in these rounds. Cobra is able to now pick up the op here coming into this. And he started things off there with a great play on towards that A main. Getting the first pick off with a showstopper. Great value off of the ult. Now Zol here. If they lose this round, not only will the game be tied up, but they're going to be forced into an eco.
Up in hand here. They immediately break the util as well, forces him out. I don't think they know his position, his presence here yet. That flash will push him off his angle. Both players whiffing their shots. Both players taking a little bit more of a passive hold here. But once again here, it's gonna be Cobra. The double dip is huge. Finds Zin, and in fact finds Eman right as that smoke falls. Quick reaction time. He's even, just like the Viper. The snake, not the character. He bites so quickly.
Venomous Fang strike, and it finds its target. Zol will have to rotate now. In a 3v5, aggressiveness might be warranted here to try and look for a pick. Oh, the spike is with Kakarot. He has to be careful with this, especially with his potential plans and where he's going to commit towards. All 3 players in Zol in different positions on the map entirely, different lanes. 1A, 1B, 1 mid. Interesting spread.
Oh, that timing.
30
Just got
seconds
some
left.
space to play with. Benicia still thinks he's behind the box. He's up there on heaven, but Cobra for one more. That's a shorty pick. Not too sure what happened, but everything that Zol had now falls apart as Benicia finds the last player and is now to 4-4 despite the quite a huge lead that Zol did in the beginning.
Especially here with the way that CNE has been playing. They're showing us a really nice sense of urgency in terms of knowing when to go aggressive and knowing when not to. They know how to put importance on certain parts of the map that they feel like Zol are prioritizing right now. And that's been, I guess, shaking up the game plan of Zol here quite a bit. And if you are seeing esports, especially on the defensive side, you know you got to start getting rounds, and they finally do. That's 3 straight now, by the way, from seeing
Yeah.
esports.
Honestly, I think just now you said it was like 2 rounds and then 1 round, 2 round, 1 round, right? And then finally CNE was able to take multiple rounds in a row here. My question is, how is CNE making it work with this comp on defense? I mean, I get it, like the Sage, the Vice, I mean, the double Senti should be able to do so. But like for me personally, whenever Ju Young, you know, flashes, it's so beautiful. He's got 3 people flash and he swings out, he falls in the end, his teammate was there already.
Exactly. There's perfect follow-up from the utility. Sometimes, you know...
Already, Kakarot here. Gonna go back and play with his teammates here, hoping that someone were to push out. They don't. Now here comes the aggressive push out. The firepower that we saw in the beginning here. Ju Young coming in. The jump will make him pay, but his teammates are there to cover for him. Now they didn't realize Zind was close, so at least they find one more in the end. Here comes the knives. They run away from it, and in fact, he's trying to go for that upgrade. He does? I'm not sure. No, he doesn't. No stinger, only a stinger in hand. Kakarot finally gets that upgrade. The 2 duelists against 3 of them. It's gonna be hard. 2 of them playing from main.
The spike is in the open. He's able to finally get it, but takes a beating on the retreat there. The plant will go down, but it is a 3v2.
13 HP left. Oh, that shot all he needs to take the round, and CNE still looks so good. And loving the fact that how they're playing with their util to slow them. The wall that just makes so much noise means that CNE would be ready and waiting with their crosshairs at the right spot just to really dwindle down the numbers of Zol.
It especially their great util off the stage stops the flood from happening, stops Zol from gaining momentum, especially on kind of those force fire rounds, especially when the Jet has blades. It really does a lot to slow the pace down. The wall plus the slow orb, and then the wall as well of the Viper. A lot of things in their way, and that is something they have to continuously do. I'll see if Hot Sauce here can maybe find a lurk, but Zin gets an opener in mid.
2 big pickoffs from Zol. He's massive, but CNE, they're looking to be play safe, but playing passive, excuse me. But playing passive could mean their demise here. Benicia playing close on Mail. He actually does get hit by that paranoia, falls in the end. Finally, he gets hit on the end. Kakarot to be his first victim before finally Zin walks up, shoots him in the face, and 1 step left all alone and his lonesome. This change in pace from Zol is huge. They were playing from main. They were caught out, said, okay, I think mid is the way to go. And instead of waiting for CNE to just really beef up the defensive, they instead take these fights. But 1 step, always 1 step ahead, especially when it comes to these duels. He wins these, but there's still 3 more players to worry about.
1v3. Seeing esports here, it's all onto 1 step's shoulders, but that will have to come 1 step at a time. Haha, see you. Can he find the pick off though first? The Viper's Pit is obviously available. Not be burnt.
Oh
Gets the pick.
God!
Huge.
Hot Sauce falls. But there's still 2 more to worry about from main. Slows backside, finds no one. Pre-fires all around. Waiting for that tap here. The other 2 are going to swing out together. 1, 2, 3 spots, 1 hit. But can't do more than that, as Zin will find him in the end. And finally, Zol. They finally make their way into the game once again. But I have to say, it was quite labored.
Yeah, unfortunately, could not find the right information there. If he knew that they were both on B main, then I assume he'd throw the slow orb there, making the swing out a lot more difficult for the 2 post-plant players. In that case, though, Zol do come into this round with the Viper's Pit still in their hands, and which means after they tie up the game now, if they get into another post-plant situation, you expect that to come up. They have the Seekers as well. That could be huge. Flash here, execute there towards that heaven position. The Shear will come up online, but at least they've taken away Mail.
Take it away. Takes quite a beating, Kakarot, from all that util as well. Now that's huge, the way they just really updrafted, just really said, okay, let's just use our firepower, our satchels, our updrafts onto the wall, and just stop them from being able to isolate that first fight. Now it's quiet on to mid. What they're trying to do is just hold, deny any rotations, and isolate the team from playing together is what's potentially something that they want to do here. Wait, one step's timing could be huge here.
He doesn't know it. This is gonna be a free kill. There's no way. There's no way he doesn't get this unless something unfortunate happens. Oh, he turns around. He was looking to go for the knife.
He's just waiting. Yeah, I don't think he doesn't know how many people are on main as well, so it's good to wait as well. So here's Juyoung holding. The rotations are called as well. The Seekers will be used. And here comes the Steel Garden as well used. We have the Showstopper at the same time. And CNE, good for 2. The opshots come out here. They got the plant all the way from back of sight. Now they're looking to push. Zind, the huge backstab, catches both players on Heaven. Takes them down, but Juyoung, he's sharp, but Zind, he does his value as a sharpshooter, as an aggressive duelist, but one step will be the one to throw a wrench in all of his plans, and everything was for nothing.
There's one step ahead of him there in the end after the res, expecting the swing to come from that ramps. Does take it. Huge flank though from Zind, props to him, but ultimately enough. CN Esports here, Tosh, are doing pretty well on making sure that these rounds are kept close to their chest. Cobra doing well for them. Everybody really adding value to the team right now on the defense. But I have to say, Zol still, even if they end this half 7-5, that ain't too shabby at all. If they get this 6-6, then there's a decent chance second half might pan out for them. But they are coming into this final round of the half with a very unperfect buy. Not the most ideal for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Got a knives popped already. Already poison orb onto ramps as well. Zind holding a very aggressive angle here, just waiting, just burst onto the site when as soon as the smoke dissipates.
Cosmic Divide is available as well for the defense. That can help in the retake too, with the Seekers accompanied connection from Kakarot.
There's still Benicia to worry about. And unfortunately for him, that Boombot does not catch him off guard there. But eyes are not onto Heaven B side. They want to go onto A. Kakarot clears every single cranny corner going up ropes. Not sure if CNE is ready for this because their eyes aren't onto the site itself. Smoke set up already, they know where they are. They have the nades set up already, some pre-fires into the back of sight. Satchel is looking to try and capture this, but one step always ahead of everyone as he makes Heaven his home before Hot Sauce shuts him down here. Still holding, he's all alone, looking to challenge that off. Double swing could mean his demise. Hasn't moved at all, trying to buy that space and time for his teammates. He's alone, good for one. I don't know how he's winning this Hot Sauce.
I know, right? How is he still alive?
Falls.
How is he still alive? The offshot hasn't connected. Twice on over, 1v2, they have to scramble.
Yeah, but Juyoung denies that. Zind falls, 7 seconds. The call is to save. Good for a headshot. 4, 3, and they're done. Hot Sauce looking to fight this, and they're just both avoiding each other. But Hot Sauce takes the op away from CNE, and it could be massive. Doesn't really matter anyways, it's halftime.
End of the half there. It's all valiant effort by Hot Sauce at the end. I can't believe how long he lasted and persisted in that fight. Still made it to see the end. Ultimately ran out of time. Huge pickoff to drop Zind with, what, 9 seconds remaining when they're trying to transition into a plantable spot.
Yeah.
Or the site itself. So, CNE do kind of come back, midway through that half and especially take the lead on over Zol, which is good. They found their pacing now. They found a bit more of what works against Zol in that defensive side of the. It could be very different. They don't have as much initiating power, but they do have lots of post-plant ability here if they get within sight.
Yeah, it's very interesting how they're gonna be doing this. I mean, it's such a comp that okay, defensive side looks good, but how are you gonna be playing this on attack? I mean, you do have the arc rose, you have the wall for that post-plant as you mentioned before. But Juyoung positioning himself inside of the smoke, ready to pop that flash. It does go out here, but Zind was ready. Doesn't get him in the end. Juyoung to fall, and Zind to give away his position. He's okay to letting that go. Now on B, it's only one player looking to hold. as Cobra to find Hot Sauce as he's in the middle of trying to hold that heaven side area, and they're saying, okay, I think it's just been too much action happening on mid side here. Let's reconvene. Perhaps go in front to sewers toward A.
Well, it's a 4v4, which does typically favor the attacking side, because now the defense has to be a bit more spread thin. The attack can focus all their players into one side. It can work out. But now, Zol have caught up here to the idea. Paranoia will connect and just halt them immediately.
Just spam shots through the smokes here. CNE for 2. Kakarot does trade, but cannot do any more than that. All the way in backside, they will plant. 2 versus 3. The 2 players from Zol relatively healthy with the Vise quite low here. And man, does he know that's one in the corner? No, he doesn't. Benicia always catching Zol off guard when he comes to his off-angle corners. We're expecting him to be there, but Zin, sharp as ever, catches one step. This time, he's one step behind. Stuff to worry about one player. Are they gonna push out here? They're not. Just all they're doing is just holding. Does have the dash activated. Going to wrap one more time. He has to find his timing here. Does he know that they've already rotated onto the site? 1, 2, 3, swing, but not expecting 2 players of CNE to watch him in the end.
8-5 now on the board here. CNE, good rather good pistol round for them there. Even though they were kind of disjointed for a second because of the paranoia, still able to win their fights, still able to get their picks when they did actually commit. And in the post plant as well, playing pretty well their Benicia to allow his teammate to come closer and help him out in that 2v1. So for Zol Esports now, this is where you kind of get worried for them, because this is the defensive side. This is the side they would normally kind of do better in. We didn't even see the wall value come in yet there. So what more if there's walls in their face?
Man, these 2 players have just been really at it with each other. Both players just holding this off angle, just daring each and every one of them to peek. Now they push. Zind. Gonna be very... Oh, he was not ready for that. Cobra just got that first angle impression he picks, but the right click from Hot Sauce is good to find him in the end before finally Benicia will take him down. But Kakarot answers back. Sheriff in hand. A headshot to the head, the noggin. He's going to go for one more before finally one step takes him down. Walls of Heaven denies them space onto the side, but Eman was not expecting him to be this close. Kevc here. Only thing he has in hand is a classic. But we've seen some nasty classic shots in the previous game. But one step, that crouch throws him off. It's looking good here. CNE hitting that 9th point. Some of that getting that big, hard-hitting weapons to go forward could be massive. And we're just really hoping that Zol is able to just really snowball back from this round.
I mean, he had a sheriff there, but decided to opt for the classic. Potentially didn't want to give his position away by swapping the weapons out, obviously dropping one with light noise. But CNE come into this with some weaponry to fight back with a Vandal, a Marshal, a Bulldog. Might be good enough, actually, especially if Zol can't really stabilize themselves. And this could be a runaway show if Zol loses this round. At that point, it's going to be 10-5, probably going to be 11 after they eco have to be forced to eco again. So this bonus here, it's crucial for Zol to win the anti-bonus right now.
They really need it, you're right. Positions of Zol so spread thin here, and for Cobra, it feels like however he goes onto the site is just so aggressive. He takes up that space, denies them, he's so sharp as well. It does keep Zol on their toes.
Well, for Zol right now, taking things very calmly. Good find from Kakarot to Cat. He's looking to go towards A, but Zol are...
Hot Sauce underneath you!
Wall.
Oh man.
Player standing.
So scrappy here from both ends here. Eman looking to really fight that. I'm not sure how that shot did not hit, but Benicia suddenly dwindled down to only 13 HP. 1v2
30 seconds left.
with 3 people to worry about. Dang. I was so sure he was gonna hit that headshot, man.
Yeah, he was right on the money too, and guessing where the sky would be there in that case. But luckily for Eman, he's got a teammate to trade him if it ever did come to it. The buy will be coming in here for CNE, and Zol, as I mentioned, the round they needed to win in that case, they do. Lots of the whatchamacallit, refilling shields are being actually forced up by CNE here quite often, I've been seeing.
Yeah, that regen shield. I mean, it's pretty good shield, especially on these, half buy rounds. Hot Sauce sticking his way onto mid once again. You can already note their presence. You heard the sound of the guns already, so CNE definitely isn't shy about that. Immediately, they answer back. As soon as he breaks that Trailblazer, they answer back with a hail of bullets.
Well, we haven't really been seeing here CNE able to make use of that kind of double central comp they're using too much on the attacking side. I really expect that it would really have its value in the post plant, but we haven't seen too much of that just yet.
They couldn't get the spike down, yeah.
They haven't been able to spike around. The other ones that they did win were just off of frags.
Great, here comes a showstopper already as well. Clears our every counter now off this area, and Cobra says, okay, I don't spot anyone, let's go a little bit more aggressive, pushing all the way to the end. Clearing out the corners, finds no one, because the other members of Zol, they're wary. They're okay to wait a little bit more, but time's ticking here. Ju Young, laying behind his box. Not sure if they're noting it. Setting out that Omen up forward there. Hail of bullets forward. Do they clear him? His teammate is becoming the distraction, but they do clear him in the end. One by one, the members of CNE fall, and perhaps those aggressive angles and holes were the reason for their demise.
Zol here. Good job to exercise discipline and patience there, knowing that they don't have to fight for the site. They can give it up. They're expecting the showstopper to come, and when they hear it confirmed, just back on off to safety to not get picked off for free. And off of that, they're able to, do the post plant well. And I thought that in this post plant is where you're going to see that double, sentinel really come into the fold. But no, Zol just easily able to deal with it. The wall not really doing too much there. And once again, Zol, they're keeping themselves in the running after that round.
You know what's interesting? Look at Kevzi. You thought, okay, he's not having a great game. And then suddenly you look at the amount of assists he's had. And then you realize what this guy is. He's just setting up his team for success. And he's been doing that many, many times. But one step, oh man. I could arguably say that One Step is one of the sharpest players for CNE for that team. As a Sage, just doing what he does best, shooting hits, providing that util to deny space, but that peak is the reason for his head to pop. Kakarot quick on that, as Kevzi still holding on A. He's heard all the commotion onto Heaven. Holding on here, he plays close, the headshots are good! Good for 3-4! Kevzi! What a round for him! The sole anchor for that A side!
My goodness. It was against Yiko, but still crisp, clean shots coming from Kevzi. You talked about him, you were like, maybe he's not fragging out too much, but he's, setting everybody on up, especially with his paranoias. But
curse!
Yeah, exactly. You mentioned him, he was like, oh, Tosh, he speak of my name. I shall come back and show her my game. And there you go.
The aura
Kevzi
was very strong, man.
Like, I could hear you from here over the way, Tosh. Don't forget, I'm in Malaysia too.
Wow.
Probably heard you from the window.
Probably. Malaysia is a pretty small country.
Is it? Nah, it's pretty big. What do you mean? You guys got lots of land.
Yeah, definitely. But it's actually very interesting. I mean, I think I had a lot of question marks in, during Agent Select, right? About what CNE has to offer with the comp. I mean, they started off on defensive side first. And it does make sense that, it worked out the way it did. But the attacking side was very interesting if you think about it. It's very default heavy. It's very lurk heavy. It's allowing these players to do what they do best, which is shooting heads. But Zol, honestly, the thing that I love most about Zol is that they have this, like, maybe one player lurking. And then they have the power of friendship from the other two players. Double swings all around. Really good reads, I think, in terms of teammates. Great chemistry.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing about the team right now, but...
We just talked about that. How One Step can just get away with that, but look at how skirmishy this mid-era is. It's scrappy, it's nasty, it's a bloodbath. The res is already happened, and now suddenly Kevzi is all alone.
We weren't even 10 seconds into the round, and it was already a 1v3, so... that goes to show just how much of a scramble this round has been. Kempsey, let's see if he can do it against weapons, but only good for the one. The trade is there, the power of friendship, as you mentioned. They dance to the tune of Benicia, getting them the 10th. And as all, they come into this round with the Viper's Pit. They can pop for the defensive side. Could use that on really any portion of the map that they want to really control. A lot of the teams like using that towards mid just to cut off such a high impact area, but it seems like they're going to send Hot Sauce towards B. Or no, he's going to pop it from Heaven instead.
Yeah, I think if anything, Hot Sauce... It is that first contact pickoff that's just been the problem here, because CNE is just so quick as soon as the peekouts happen. Now, it's an interesting one because they actually put this interesting smoke onto mid area just to deny him any impact for playing where he is. But for CNE, okay, we can't play mid, that's fine. B main is definitely something that we can look into. But this high-low from Zol is going to be so interesting. Double swing up, the headshots are good. Kakarot puts in the pain. And now the smokes are out. Nate said, Kevzy playing closely with his teammates. They fall. Hot Sauce at least gets in the end. Those are really quick trades all around, leaving Benicia all on his own in a 1v4. Call to save, could something be potentially happening? Spike's not with him. It's gonna be hard, to say the least, to get back into the game, at least at this stage.
Very cheeky high-low hold there. And Kakarot's able to clean up house, especially off of the help there from Kebsy from up top. Lovely stuff. 1v4 now. And I mean,
30
Spike
seconds
isn't
left.
even in Benicia's hands. I'm not really too hopeful for his case in this round. If he was an Omen, maybe he can TP to the other side of the map and pick it up, but that ain't the case here. So a save will come. And Zol, great round for them, especially with the fact that they didn't burn any ultimates. The Viper's Pit is still in their hands. They can
10
use that
seconds
coming
left.
into this round.
They
They
have
still have
Seekers.
the AWP as well. And I don't know if CNE are even aware of the AWP here coming to the next round, because Zind hasn't fired off a shot in this round at all with that thing. So they have a lot going for them to tie up this next round.
Yeah, they have a lot to work with, and this could potentially be the round for them to just really play catch up. And I think it's massive if you think about it, because they really struggled in the previous half. And this round, surprisingly, is the round. Honestly, if I'm being honest here, I thought we would see more firepower coming in from Zol in that first half. But it's just been really denied because of the setup, the double sentinels. But now, on this defense side, where the two sentinel comp has to push to them, that's where we start to see the struggle come through. And Zind, he's playing aggressive here, goes aggressive, and now his position has been noted. His teammate is there to provide some cover fire. The wall as well, the poison wall, the poison screen, excuse me, will be the one to just buy them a little bit more space. And now CNE left in the dark, questioning everything. But CNE, one great thing about them is their explosiveness. Steel Garden activated. They clear out the gravity well on the backside just to make sure no one is holding there. And Cobra, he does what he does best, going a little bit more aggressive all the way to screens. He lets a rip on the showstopper.
Oh,
Fights
look,
by one step. This could be huge. Sets
No!
up the thing. Unfortunately, he whiffs.
What?
Both players were whiffing actually, but just Kevzy with the better gun to make it out in the end here. Paranoia set up. Zin plays in tandem. Finds Ju Young, cannot react, and Gangazi left alone. Sorry, with his teammate. There's 2v5 here. The sprays will be his demise as two players hold heaven. And now, Zol, they're coming back.
That was a free kill. He has to be kicking himself after that one. Instead of taking his time, especially since Kempsey wasn't turning around anyways. And the Sheriff is a fickle beast, and it strikes back towards him. Man, could have been a very different outcome if the flank did work, if he picked up a weapon and then proceeded to pressure from the flank after that. But Zol now here tying up the game, and they still have their big ult to use, so they have a good chance here of taking the lead, especially against this eco. I would wager that they're gonna save it probably for this round, although the Viper is solo mid, so he might actually pop it.
Okay.
Cover going out.
More aggressive approach here this time around. Spread so thin. Nice push-pull. Actually, not have a push-pull. They're going aggressive on both sides here. Zol, they're looking to challenge. Now, Eman has all the information in the world. They know there's someone on A main. They've noted positioned some sound onto B main as well. So, next best thing is to just go toward mid. And CNE, they love this burst style play. I wouldn't be surprised if it's something they're gonna do. Just immediately pop it straight into heaven or even vents. Hot Sauce is here, but Gangazi's
Got your trail.
shot to the head means more than having that rifle in hand, but Kakarot surprisingly walks away with a pick-off with that nade. A quick reposition to CT is huge. Skevzi will be the sole hold anchor onto the site itself, but Benicia, once again, that Sheriff in his hands, ridiculously nasty. Eman good for one, the trades are huge, Kakarot is close. But Juyang thinks twice about trying to plant. The wall comes up here defensively, immediately that wall will be broken. Now one stop, we've seen huge plays from him, huge pickoffs, and shots as well, but this time around, Zol, they're wise to the play.
Yeah. Valiant effort there, bring it to a 1v2, but obviously outgunned, especially with an op. So, that's Zol who take the lead now. And once again, they've been holding that ult for such a long time here in Zol. You're almost teetering in anxiety of when they're gonna actually pop it. Hot Sauce keeping it close. Keeping it in the pocket. The op is still going to be available for them. Looks like Zin is going to go aggressive here to start off on towards A main. And CNE have yet to really be able to take mid control away, which is weird considering Zol haven't really been fighting for too much.
Oh, Zin will be the first contact there quickly. Benicia,
That's up.
yeah, it's gone already. But the positioning here, look at where Kevzi has positioned himself. If they don't check him, that could mean certain doom. But Hot Sauce has positioned himself as a little bit more of a passive play. I think he's trying to deny any entry onto the site itself. Benicia's here. Eman, that off angle,
Nice.
does give him some value there. So numbers definitely dwindled as well. So still 4-4.
Nice value for them. They dropped the smoker. Now it's going to be a lot harder now to try and aggress here towards any side that they choose. They do have vents control, and Heaven could be executed by them, but Hot Sauce is a cheeky angle. Good for the one.
More than that, but Gangazi, what? I really gotta give it to him. Just walk up, sees ahead, pops it. Effortless. It's like watching Curry do a 3-point in his corner. As Cobra gonna catch Kakarot, his counterpart got taken out here all alone. The sprays. What is this movement? And he wins in the end. No, he doesn't. Eman was ready for him. 1-on-2. Not the easiest retake in the world.
Yeah.
Playing so separated as well. Walks up, sees the wall. Suspects one is under, but one step, once again, one step ahead of the pack. And surprisingly, despite all this chaos, is at 11-11.
Surprising turn of events there near the end. Even without the smoker able to make the execute work on out, coming through Heaven. Only Hot Sauce able to get a pick there, really, in that in the hold. And the retake. Obviously, losing too many members too quickly. They don't have the res as well on their side, so that's not going to come into play. Oh, eye drops from which player is this? I'm not too sure. But one of the CNE players.
Hey, I have that same eye drop.
Mine's a different
that
brand, but-
relatability, you know, like just trying to be like just like me for real. So it's like if say I took that same brand
Yeah,
eye
we could-
drop, should we be able to like pop heads?
You can say we're kind of close. You know, we have the same eye drops.
Yeah, just like,
We're
you
type
know,
like that.
it's just we have a lot in common. We use the same eye
Yeah.
drop brand.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're both in Malaysia.
We're both in Malaysia.
Oh, use eye drops.
His eye drops, and also
We
we're at the
both-
Predator League. About to buy our
yeah.
own Helios 16 laptop with a 200 ringgit touch and go
There you go.
e-wallet rewards.
We both drink water.
Yeah.
There's always that. But they got the Steel Garden now. Remember that show, Meteor Garden? You know that show? No, you don't.
You
There's,
can see you can see the cluelessness on my face. Right?
the K drama. It was a classic K drama back.
Okay, I'll go watch it
Alright.
later after the games.
Funnily, how I know that, not you. Oh, you watch?
All I do is play Valorant and eat hot chip, man. What can I say?
That is true. Hey, no, you've been what you've been doing? You've been doing stuff.
To a lot of things.
Lot of
Speaking of a lot of things, not a lot is happening on the screen right now. It's very quiet from CNE. Dang. Please no.
Dang. It does slow down to a silent crawling pace. Trailblazer won't find much.
Definitely a slower start, I would say, compared to the rest. Oh, there we go.
Well, they see
I think that Zol definitely got a little bit too antsy there.
Well, Emma now knows there's more to come. The defense should be helping him now. They're still staying in their positions. Nobody's coming to help Emon.
Just
they're
chip
gonna give up the
damage.
site. Yeah, they're gonna give up the site though, and the plant will come. And this is where I want to see those walls come into effect for the plant.
Here's the plant. Steel Garden also activated. Now that takes away the guns for the players of Zol, and they're saying, okay, let's just play a little bit back, wait for the ult to just run out, and it does go down in the end. There's knives to play with as well. There's the op as well. But crossing from heaven, look at this aggressive hold from the members of CNE. They're gonna try and break things. They're gonna try and push. They try to clear the corner. Kakara good for one. The gravity well could give him value. But the same could be said for the other members of CNE. They have the power of friendship in their hands, and it's looking good. Still 3 versus 3. Sangazi, good for 1 and 2. And the attackers hold around. It's a 12-11. Can you believe it's this close?
Match point.
I don't have to believe it's true either way, even if I don't. Match point now here by CNE. We go to the final round of regulation. Zol could extend this into overtime, but yeah, giving up the site there, it's going to be so difficult to retake against the double sentinel, especially when they have an Astra. You can see there the concuss coming in perfect. I mean, Emon's able to keep it at 1, but still, they also had the Steel Garden to throw in. And Zol, now's the time to use this old hot sauce. He has yet to use it all half. Still not wanting to burn it. Maybe could use it to retake with, but I mean, I feel like they should have used it much earlier on.
I agree with you. Just deny them that space, deny them information. And I noticed that on the rounds they deny information, CNE with question marks in their mind, they weren't able to fight back. But when they kind of force these fights, CNE tends to come up on top.
And also too, like if you are able to establish map control with that Viper's Spit early on, then the other side of the map, most of the defense can shift there. You guys can have much more control of the entire map that way. So they have so much in their pocket. I think they're holding onto their cards a bit too tightly here. Have to be careful.
Seekers use, and that's a huge pickup there. Hot Sauce falls. Not able to utilize his pit. This is looking terrible, but we have Kevzi and Zind playing in tandem. It's beautiful the way they walk onto site before finally being silenced by Ju Young. The op from Cobra, he's trying to get it in the end, but Zind, they bring this to an overtime. It's labored, but they made it work.
Switching sides.
What a round here coming in from Zol. To retake into it after that, rather to retake control of the situation. Early pickoff, yes, did go towards CNE's way there with Cobra's op rather, but ultimately enough, even though they lost big value by having Hot Sauce be the one to get first pick, wasn't able to use his pit, but the defense against the retake was still good. All of them able to find their positions here to really, I guess, stifle the attempt of CNE there. And now we move into overtime. Overtime already in only the second map of play here in the Group C.
Opting for a glass kind of play here. Cobra. I don't blame him, honestly. His first picks with the op has been phenomenal. Benicia, a more of aggressive angle here with a judge in hand. Now, for Zol, we're seeing them sort of just kind of drift away. They're trying to figure out if they want to go B main. Here's some sounds. Okay, let's rotate from water all the way to A main.
Slow play here from Zol. They finally do make noise though here towards A main, showing that it's not just a fake. Obviously that Sage Barrier, that Crystal Wall, keep him in check for the meantime. Lots of utility here at the choke. They have to be careful.
Yeah, pulled back here as well, vulnerable as well, but he doesn't stop. But look at one step, he wins his duels. In fact, he goes beyond. Gagazi's clear, but the other members of Zol cannot hold on. That choke with the util, with the wall, was just too much for them to handle.
Sides. Match point.
Match point already here. CNE, great defensive round from them. Just so much utility at the choke made things a lot more uncomfortable for Zol to have to commit through. They went for the glass cannon as well last round. They're doing it here again, but this time on the attack, and this will surely catch Zol off guard. But will it catch value in favor of CNE? A main looking like Zol wants to get aggressive.
Slowing down there just to deny them that aggressive push toward Garage. And CNE once again taking their time. They want to go aggressive. That first contact is so important to them. As soon as that one pickoff happens, they burst onto site.
No trailblazing. Looking firm. Doesn't see the op though. Has to be careful. Flash on out. Oh, there's the op dropped. Perfect from Zind. Kakarot can back off here as well, potentially with his blast packs. Oh, has to be careful.
Timing here, he's all the way out there in the open. Emman at least good for one here, but the other two, it's huge. The flash is massive, at least gives a bit of value there for them before finally Benicia finds him in the end. It's still Zin up there onto heaven that he has to worry about here. Nice angle to work with. Going up forward. 2 headshots is all he needs. One of the players are just so low right now, but they're carefully avoiding this corner. They've marked him already as Benicia. Already wise to his games. But Emman, he swings, but not gonna find the value that he wanted. A 1 versus 2 here. Hot Sauce alone. Moves quickly onto Heaven's side. Finds Benicia, but it's one step that will always be one step ahead of the entirety of Zol. And they take map point.
A one step gets it in the end. And such a close effort there coming from Hot Sauce. But that was what, the 2v3, 2v4 that they dropped, and it should have been their round. They should have had the advantage in that case. And yet still, what a comeback here from CNE. Zol Esports have to be a bit miffed about that one. They had so many opportunities to win the rounds, to win especially rounds that could have been won, even through regulation, and then an overtime kind of slip there and fumble the bag in the end. So CNE move on forward with a point in the groups. Zol have to start winning from this point onward if they want to make their hopes of making to the main event come true.
Honestly, I'm gonna be real with you here. I was not expecting a lot from CNE just because of that comp. That Vice Sage really threw me off. And I really believe that it threw off Zol as well. This is something that we rarely see in pro play, but they made it work. There was a reason why that comp worked. If I'm being honest here, end of the day, most of these fights, the utils and stuff like that came down to one step being that sharp of an aimer. He's winning his first contacts, he's winning his lurks, he's winning his jewels, and he's winning his 1v2s.
He's definitely performing pretty well here, and that's a great sign to see for the Korean squad. I do also like the fact that there were many moments that it wouldn't just be like a one-player show. It's not just one step. You'd see some of the other players as well here really be performing for CNE. I think there were moments there that even though maybe on Zol's side, right, like maybe Kakarot would come in on big, you'd see some of the more supporting players here, like Benicia, have his moments as well. You see some of the players like, Cobra obviously being that raise, really establishing control for the team, and that's important to have on both ends of the floor, both on attack and defense. So I think more well-rounded performance came in from CNE at that point, and for CNE Sports, that's exactly what you need to get you over the hump sometimes.
Yeah, I think also what's really exciting is the fact that when you look at how CNE played here, I wouldn't say it was very execute heavy. I wasn't really gonna say it was like super utility heavy, but I have to say the way they used their util was very intentional. When you see a flash from Juyun, you're gonna see him swing out with his teammate coming through at the same time. When you see how the gravity well and the Nova Pulse worked on the site from Benicia, he's playing so far back, but he's setting setting up for his teammates to burst onto the side. Gravity well on the backside, just to make sure no one can swing out and find Cobra in the midst of that of his satcheling onto site. So you can see it's just layers and layers of their execution that was just so incredible to see. I mean, when you look at the shallow side, okay, Sage Wall is slow, but the way that One Step uses utility as well has a reason, and I'm excited to see whether or not this kind of I think utility or style of play can be used for the bigger stages. Because let's be real here, for me personally, I'm very excited to see this, I think, older side and less used agents on the bigger stage. I think the last time we actually saw a Sage being used was Paper Rex on Sunset, and that was a while ago.
Exactly. Well, we're going to have to go to the standings now to see where things are going to be set coming into the next few games. You can see all the groups here actually for our standings. So far, it's Boom Esports and CNE in Group C who have taken their first points. On the other ends of the floor, you've got the NKT as well as Zipto for Group B there. And, Tosh, you can obviously see for ourselves here on Group A and Group D, Alter Ego as well, near the top of their board.
I am shocked DSG has already dropped the map.
But look at this.
TS?
Rivals, they took down TS. And the score, by the way, was 13-3 against TS.
Wait, what?
What a performance to start things off here for Rivals.
Upset. What an upset to start the morning. What the heck is that?
Huge.
Oh man, that is incredible. I mean, I'm honestly not surprised with the performance of Alter Ego. It is something that, from Indonesia, right? Boom Esports, Alter Ego, the battle of, the rivalries between these two teams. I would not expect any different from them. But honestly, I think Group B and Group A's upsets are actually quite surprising to me. Okay, let's be real here. I think for many years in a row, Team Secret tends to come up on top when it comes to the Predator League, right? It is basically their home ground. But imagine a grand final without Team Secret.
Or a T1 team for that matter. Imagine if Boom aren't there either.
Oh yeah. Just
could
imagine.
be
the reason why I said Team Secret is because this is their turf, right?
Yeah, because they won the last time.
Yeah.
So, contending champs still moving into this one. I don't know, man, if this is how they're going to start things off. Albeit they are playing with a sub. They're playing with Marky in place of Wild Oreo because just issues trying to make his way here. But it's interesting that this is the way things pan out for him.
Yeah.
Considering they still are Team Secret. They still have some of the better players in this tournament.
Of course. I mean, Envy is definitely something to worry about, but, I wasn't expecting a 13-3. I mean, a defeat is definitely expected, but not a 13-3. Maybe it might be nerfs. Maybe it might be, fresh out of off-season. It's been a while, right? So, some teams, they warm up a bit later. CNE Esports took 4 rounds to be finally come online just now as well in that previous game. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was a thing. There is such thing as, a team that cooks a bit later.
Well, perhaps a bit of cold feet to start things off, but we will have to warm up during the break because we will come back with more matches after the break. When we do return, I believe our match should be Zol Esports here versus All Gamers Young. That's going to be another banger, so Zol will return, and we shall as well after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a hair.
you shine for me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening. We can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to fly? Look up at the stars. See us in the sky, cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars. Let me take you higher than where we are. So high now, there's nothing to come down to. Have you ever tried to fly? Cause I could take you there. You ain't gotta ever be scared. I got you, let's go to outer space. Take you to the stars. You're never gonna feel out of place. Fly with me. Need a ride or die, so will you ride for me? Twinkle of my eye, girl, you shine for me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening. We can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to fly? Look up at the stars. See us in the sky, cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars. Let me take you higher than where we are. So high now, there's nothing to come down to. Have you ever tried to fly? with me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening. We can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to fly? Look up at the stars. See us in the sky, 'cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars.
Feels like it might be something of an upset to most of you guys, but for me, it's the start of something new for this Tier 2 Korean team. I'm Tashmane, as well as Black and Blue, your casters today, and it is our pleasure to be here to tell a story of Group C.
Well, there you go. Story so far is that, well, Boom Esports, they took the opener of their group stage maps, and so did CN Esports, but it's these two teams right now that we're about to watch who have yet to finally get a point on the board for the group stages. So it's going to be all Gamers Young versus Zol Esports, and this, we will finally find their first point coming into this. We will get straight into the game, apparently, because we're already in the pistol.
Oh yeah, that was a really good one now coming into the first round. Coming up forward here, already starting the game.
Oh, a flurry of frags already going on around. Zol here in a 1v2. Zin left alone. We're going to be playing on Haven, by the way.
Oh yeah.
To,
I mean, it's been a while since we've seen Haven in pro play, so I'm excited to see this map once again. But both players from AGY holding that spike here, but all eyes are on... Actually, no, they have a one person looking at main. I think they suspect that. But they are walking in tandem toward main here. It's going to be incredibly hard to pick up that spike. Not only are they going to have to worry about the off angles, he has to worry about the double swings as well.
definitely something to be concerned of. Obviously, here's in his case, in a clutch situation like this, the spike, he can be able to retrieve it. They're both outside of main.
Ooh.
I have retrieved the spike.
I mean, that's what we expected from Ian.
Goodbye, Cypher.
Yeah, there's a connection.
You will not be missed.
Well, 1v1-0 as all Gamers Young start off the pistol here pretty strongly after the kind of skirmish all towards the base site. And I don't know, I like Haven. They pull out the Neon on either side to be their duelists, and relatively, it's a mirror match actually that we have going on here.
I mean, are you surprised? I mean, Neon, despite the nerf, is still very much viable, especially for this map. Quick rotations, quick takes. The fast lane gives you so much value, but aggressive holds here from Ian, breaking that recon, as well as the first contact pick just to really push back the players of Zol.
That's something that if you're Zol right now, have to be weary of. the fact that all gamers now have shown that they can push back even against teams like Boom Esports. So, I mean, as we continue on fourth here, there's all esports. Let's see, they're kind of spreading their attack out here. Initially taking presence towards Garage, but will quickly pull back.
Players just sort of roaming onto site itself. Zin comes up, but Y1 was very much ready for him, and so was Bugatti. Kevzi falls. In fact, Kakarot too. Bugatti, the taps are huge here with that Phantom. Finally, Eman in the end gets him down. Again, what is up with this team in Classics, man?
I know, they've been so sharp with these pistols, but I mean, Zol now have to start finally gaining rounds of their own. I am also curious about the potential that Zol have here on the attacking side. When you do have the breach, especially on a map here like Haven, there's so many positions that the breach can influence. Obviously on the defensive side, when you have your breach typically there towards that A link, that's a common spot for him, yes, but how they use him on the execute for attacking side, that's, I think, what's going to be the hallmark of the better team in this series, this matchup.
See just aggressive sprays through the smoke here. We do walk up in the end, smoking off sewers. Just to clear that corner there, a flash as well to be used, but it doesn't seem that AG Young actually wants to fight for long.
Ian now. So Ian trying to help out Bugatti here. Only made initial contact, but would be backing off away instead. Zol have an option to try and commit to this. There is a tripwire on the main choke itself. Zind is kind of lurking here towards mid. No real commit just yet.
Man, Zol being very quiet right now. This player trying to find some time. Not seeing anyone quite yet.
30 seconds left.
Terribly for now.
Oh, already inside garage. He didn't clear the corner on window. No shots quite yet. Nothing connecting. Kakarot making a beeline onto the site. Here we go. Smokes all around. Zin catching them in the mid of that rotation. As the spike finally does go down here. Wall bangs to Kakarot. He's undeterred. He's still holding. Looking to swing in together with his teammate. They know he's close. Paranoia comes out there. Eman to find Bugatti. But here comes Kakarot. But Ian was waiting for him with open arms. The sprints from one end, but Hot Sauce for 2-3. Hot Sauce! The star player that starts off the game hot. Here he comes. And what a buy round for them to bring them back into the game.
Ah, the Spice, Capricin, and Hot Sauce. Incredible hold there. Coming in from the door in garage, and to get him activated is going to be a big part of Zol. I told you this player is one to look out for throughout this group stage as well, especially. All gamers young now do have a bye coming up into this. It was their bonus. Can they finally get more rounds on the board is the question. All gamers young looking for an aggressive A main take here. Looking for Bugatti responding. The scan comes on in, but he gets taken down.
That he falls as well. That util just delays his speed here as Eman was perfectly ready, knowing that Ian would be close here. Y1 was just way too low to deal with that, so Kakarot sneeze was all he needed for him to get onto the site, and Zind carefully watching flank as the rest of AG Young looking to see if they can do this retake. Perhaps the call to go for these I don't know, maybe perhaps just go for this exit frags could be good, but looks like it's gonna be a save.
Big Bear, obviously, and Co have to be saving here. Nice punish from Zol, expecting someone to be close, so Hot Sauce spams it, keeping his teammate alive, keeping Zind alive, making sure that they have their teammates in check, that they give each other cross coverage. That's a big thing here that both teams have to keep in mind, and that's what really saved the round here to start things off for Zol. And obviously good defensive smokes as well being thrown there, utility to help. Yeah, they tie up the game. It is the attacking side. It should be the favored side here in Heaven. Rather, Haven. So, rightfully so, they get the round.
Yeah. She Young right now, looking real good. Honestly, loving the fact that for Zol, this is a game that's just straight up right after a loss just now against CNE, and immediately hopping into this one. And it looks like they're in pretty much good spirits, I have to say. I mean, some teams can take it pretty hard, but their mindset looks good. It's just literally a go next, try again.
That goes there.
And now with the shift from Xin from Duelist to Sentinel, it's looking great.
Well, let's see how the shift will really perform in the long term. Obviously, not the best economy now for all gamers young here for AGY, but Zol, we haven't really seen too much kind of grass presence there towards mid from them. They've been picking either side to try and wrap around to. The one time we did see them go through it was when they had like a garage split there. And look at the defense here from All Gamers Young, trying to put all their eggs into the A basket as they stack the site. Zol trying to be weary of any pushes as well, so they're gonna hold back.
Oh yeah, Bucky in hand. I mean, honestly, I feel like I've seen too many of these Bucky neon plays. Oh, what a shot from Zind. Completely shutting down his counterpart there. Gets the orb. He's only one off the neural theft. And here comes Kakarot with his teammates there. Explosive as ever. Kakarot cleared those corners. And the C site completely open for the taking now that the Cypher is gone.
Obviously, with the additional ult charge you need for the neural theft, you'll have to take the spike plant for him to actually get it. Now they know
they're
there's a
flanking.
stack. Yep, you know it's going to be a flank as well, so Emon can do something cheeky here and take the duel.
Yeah, no need for a duel. They catch Ian off guard here. A double swing potentially, but Emon wins that! Oh my goodness! Before Bugatti does find Zind with that Bucky. Gets an upgrade, 6 bullets in the barrel, but he makes it work. Kakarot to fall. He's stunned, but no follow-up. Gets the reload, but the sound could potentially give away his position here. Eman doesn't want to fight that. In fact, says, all right, keep the gun, but we'll take the round, and this is another round for Zol Esports.
Go, go, go!
There it will be. They take the lead here against the Eco.
Oh, I wish I could have seen that triple kill from Eman.
Well, it happens off camera for now.
No.
Maybe cameraman, give us the sauce. No,
Let's ask Eman to show us his memories. And just kidding.
or do it again. Maybe he's
do it
got,
again.
like,
He's gonna do it again.
he needs to do it again. You know. Replay system Valorant when, please. Please.
I mean, it's happening very, very soon. They just announced it, so
They're
I'm
talking
super
about it,
hyped for that. Yeah.
Exactly. I want it now for this specific moment. But let's say execute here towards A main, trying to control Bugatti in the cage. He's going to go back off of that, knowing there's a little bit too much pressure than he wants to deal with.
Just sounds and pressures here, but no quite follow-ups. I think they broke that trip on mid, I believe. Kakarot here. Gonna lead the charge. They're gonna go smoked out window, slowly making their way into garage. But Big Bear and his teammate Y1 is very much ready here. Ready to swing, ready to hold. Owl drone down mid as well. Zol, they keep it quiet.
That they do. Kakarot here. Opportunity to maybe hop up into the window. Will make a play. That's actually good. Now Kakarot knows his presence right above him. And he can make a play off of that. They back off. Kakarot will crawl. This is perfect for Kakarot. But he double backs around. What are you doing?
The lack of info is just keeping him antsy. Does he know there's a Cypher right here? Player is just all the way in the back side there. He goes, he breaks the cam, and that fast lane will just cut off info. No clue where Kakarot has left. But
look at the rotation.
He's already gone toward garage once again. A site completely in their control. Only Bugatti to worry about here. And then clears the corners. Bugatti has the off angle, but he was looking the wrong way at the wrong time. Now Kakarot catches Ian in the mid of that rotation, one by one. AG Young, they are getting dismantled brick by brick. It is not looking good right now. With Big Bear coming on Heaven, he smoked off. He can wait, he can be a bit more patient, As the smokes dissipate, catching to see if anyone is there, finds no one. And that Conquest will move them backwards. They're looking to push. Hot Sauce finds Big Bear, but Kakarot from the backside here catches them off guard. A double swing, and in fact, to really tie the round, and AG Young look completely overwhelmed.
Well. It works out in the end. I thought Kakarot would have pushed it from the window there into C-Link, but no, it actually doubles back, and because it's the Neon who's showing himself on C site, it makes it a lot more believable here for all gamers young to think that that's where the brunt of the team is, but it was a complete fake out. They're able to walk into the A site. Emon finds a pick for free off of timing there on Bugatti, and then rather on one of the other players, I think it was the Breach, and then in that case, well, everything just pans out for him. Kakarot finds a pick towards B, and they take a 4th round. Now that's to put them 2 over All Gamers Young. All Gamers, they've been pretty insistent on sending Bugatti Veyron here far up A main countless times in A long. So it's all expected at this point.
Here's Eman. Do they check him? He has 2 players there. Both are gonna be flash, but all you have to do is just spray back. And immediately AG, they're like, okay, we have to back up. We cannot take this fight. Another blind, another concuss. Kakarot gonna find Ian from one corner. They're not done quite yet. But the smokes will cut off any field of vision and information here. As AG, they only have sheriffs in hand to play with. Now, despite the fact that they only have sheriffs in hand, they've done phenomenal headshots with their guns. They can do so much damage to a team. They're here waiting, moves out the way.
Nice show of patience here.
Zind?
And Zind off the swing. Lovely for him. It's interesting that he and Kakarot kind of swap roles, because last year, especially early on, they had Zind be the duelist and Kakarot be the sentinel. But things have swapped on over ever since then, at least on some of these maps. The plant will go down on the classic stage plant here, formerly known as the Vision Strikers plant back in the day. And they will back off towards long.
Zin's lurks have been so scary. Player good for 1, Kevzy quick to answer back here. Leaving only 2 members to worry about. Shot to the head is all he needs. Big Bear, he delivers just that by the cost of his life. 5 HP left to work with. He's so low right now. A tiny little sneeze is all it takes to take him down. Y1 falls. Zind finds Big Bear in the end, and it looks almost suffocating to deal with Zol and how they play with their post plants.
Rolling Thunder is available here for Zol, though, coming into this round still. Emon has been having himself quite a game in their favor. Obviously, I mentioned the map is attacker sided, and so there's that to be to keep in mind. They have to get as many rounds as they can here in the first half. When the second comes, it could be very different. But Bugatti, he pulls out the op here, and I'm hoping here that all gamers can finally find something to stabilize with, and that op could be it.
Could be. Ian here for the hold. But the members of Zol, they suspect something's going on.
Gotta go.
Things quiet down momentarily. Kakarot here obviously making quite a bit of noise with the rest of Zol towards mid. The op not finding too much just yet. Very patient play from both teams, but especially Zol, who just don't want to run it down all the time.
Oh man, how long has been holding that, Ian?
Well, long enough to find a free pick there, so lovely here from Ian. That's what they needed.
Yeah, but the Aldrone doesn't really catch anyone down short, so can already assume that they've already crossed up onto long as well. But the members of AGY, they're still holding on to B. Only the Sova is on the site. Now, they completely burst onto site here, fast lane up just to cut the site onto half. They already paired that with the Paranoia as well. But late rotation from AGY could be massive. Look at Ian where he is. He's looking to flank them when they can. But Hot Sauce is here, walks straight into Ian's crosshair. He falls. Kakarot decided to play in the smokes itself. He swings, eventually gonna fight Ian in the end. Takes some chip damage from Heaven itself, but here comes the overdrive. There comes the Rolling Thunder as well, but it doesn't matter because Kakarot is just juking the entire thing.
My
Right,
goodness.
left and center, Bugatti Veyron cannot do anything against that movement.
Wow. Speedy and hasty push there, all the way towards that spawn, all the way towards the CT. He just doesn't care. Good movement to shake him on up, make sure that they whiff. Zal with a streak here right now, 6 straight rounds. After the opening pistol round losses, those first 2, they've been perfect so far on the attacking side. All gamers young here, AGY, unable to stabilize, unable to really get much going for themselves. Even with the first pick in their favor coming from Ian. I mean, the A side is notoriously one of the hardest sides to retake in the first place, so everything going wrong here for all gamers young.
No, Big Bear, he's paranoid, he's stunned, he's scanned everything under the sun, and Eman gonna quickly obliterate his presence from the site itself. Now, Hunter's Fury will be popped there by Ian, hoping to find a pick. Actually tagged onto Hot Sauce, but it's the only thing he can do. They answer back with their own. Eman to find Bugatti Vera, the overdrive cancelled. A player cancelled out. A headshot done by Y1 to find Kakarot. Goes for 2 even. The hero, he's trying to make it work. Still, big mountain to climb. 2 versus 3. Does not know that someone is in garage, and it's always gonna be Zind.
Huge flank there from Zind. If he like waited just a second more, he would have been able to kill Y1 as he popped his ult, which meant it would have been burned, which meant they wouldn't have it anymore, and also thus giving 0 value. So they still get the round, which is the most important part. Valid effort by Y1, but ultimately 7 straight rounds now for Zal. This is getting out of hand. If this comes into an 8th, I'd be very worried for all gamers young's momentum.
Bugatti, oh no, that flash did not do him any value there. Flash and also not being able to take up space here. Y1 left alone on the side. He's sharp as ever. This corner is his playground. Worrying about Kakarot as well. No, he doesn't worry. He's quick. He's sharp. B side, do not even try. Breach the side as well. Oh, we still have Zind. Positioning all already compromised. Still is 1 versus 3 with 10 HP. That's a lot to ask for. Y1 is low. Do they check him is the question. He moves. Y1 is just checking both left, right, and center there. They smoke off main. Moving together. Good for 1. But Ian is just sharper.
Timing there. He actually had the chance to maybe find 2, but yeah, just not able to crawl up into B in the opportune moment. Finally put a stop to the bleeding here, all gamers young, but it came down to just Y1 fragging out. Arguably, those all did kind of get a bit hasty once they realized, okay, we have good momentum right now. Let's try and run them down, right? Try and bulldoze them. But all gamers young put a stop to that, and rightfully so, keeping Zal in check. And this will, I think, send Zal into another kind of slower attacking round from them. Only initially. It will send Kakarot up A long, but it will take a pause from here out.
Yeah. Quickly caging out here. Oh, Bugatti already knew that Zind is close. Does he check him is the question. No, he doesn't. Gonna go down here quickly. Immediately cuts the area. Moves back to play with his teammates. Other members of Zal looking to go up A long there. They're smoked off. Aldrin will be used. So hoping they don't catch up one. No, they don't check the neon there onto main. Kakarot will be swinging out here. Ian. Eyes will be towards sewers. And Ian will fall. Still, another 2 players to worry about onto backside. They're not really reacting to Kakarot yet, at the very least. A deeper smoke, bit of pressure set up, but no pushes quite yet as the rest of Zal looking to pivot, potentially onto C site.
Zal here. On their defensive side, rather their attacking side against this
30
defense,
seconds left.
they've been doing a good job of taking control early of a portion of the map, but the player only does get 1, will slow them down momentarily. The C site is open for a plant, but as I was trying to say, their control was working out earlier on, but with the man advantage, all gamers young have everything going for them, plus the Rolling Thunder for a retake.
Oh no. Here comes Hot Sauce TPing the back of side. Y1 was ready for it. Eman from the corner, but cannot deal with the double firepower that AG Young still has alive. Finally, AG Young comes back into the game, and Zal, they're not able to really get that 8th point they wanted.
A bit of an awkward TP there, but was a move
Last round
made in
before the switch.
desperation
Gotta go.
by Hot Sauce. And All Gamers Young, they're not doing too bad now in the defense. The fact that they've put a stop to the bleeding here, if they get another round on a map that is already pretty heavily attacker-sided, and the swap on over to the attack side for the second half, 7-5, then they can definitely tie things up with a pistol round win, and then from that point, have the advantage in closing out this map on their strong side. So Zol, they really want the 8th right now, because this defensive side for them is probably going to be very brutal.
It really is. Flash, util all around. Kevzi was ready and waiting for Big Bear all the way on top there. But look at the amount of trips here. It's a death trap if they were to cross. Rolling Thunder used Recon as well, but player is okay to just quickly wait out the utility. Zin to find Bugatti in that midst of everything. A player will be moving on to the side. Concussed as well. Eman swings out, but Kevzi and him, a nice crossfire all the way from main. Gonna get that plant. Hard to worry, hard to play. Y1 in a 1v5. Nope. As Eman decides, you know what, let's make this a flawless round. Get the 8th.
This is not necessarily bad for either side. Zol come into this, yes, with an 8-4 lead, but they are on the defensive side here, which can sometimes be very difficult on Haven due to how spread out the map is. There's so many lanes that the defenders have to watch. Not only are there 3 sites, but obviously there's garage too, and there's a grass portion of the map. And then you look at All Gamers Young here, and they are coming to this round with a deficit, to this half with a deficit. But they are on the much favored side now, and so if they win the pistol here, I would not put it out of the question for All Gamers Young to be able to tie up the game very soon after.
Oh yeah, I agree with you there. Anyways, as you guys can see here on the screen, we have the Intel Core Ultra 9 processor for the Triton 16. Do check it out today for the Predator League special prizes. But speaking of special, the other members of All Gamers Young, they're slowly but surely making their way onto A side there. Trip has been set up, Flash as well, and look at how aggressively Bugatti is moving there. Zin good for 1, but the All Gamers Young, they're ready and waiting. Crossfires all around the site, leaving Hot Sauce to deal with 4 other players. Blink and you miss it, guys. Blink and you miss it.
Has to be careful about it. Obviously, in a 1v4, not the best situation to be in. Has a single smoke, but also a paranoia.
And a classic.
Well, I guess. If you really want to point that out, if you want to be pedantic about it. The Leviathan classic, Miss Tosh. As he pointed out a while ago. I heard you on Vine. I heard you on Vine. He was like, we got one up here with the FPX classic. Like, really? He pointed out the
so
skins
nice.
too?
It's the previous season ones.
It was the previous season ones.
Yeah, it's a nice.
I'm surprised this season that the capsules are classics again. I was hoping it was gonna be like a different gun. Like maybe,
me too. Like maybe a ghost.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool, no?
There's something new, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You know?
Something different.
You know what I'm saying?
Imagine a capsule knife. Ooh.
Oh, that'd be kind of cool. That'll be epic. Now, speaking of that peak, Hot Sauce, yeah, he couldn't stand a chance there. A bit too aggressive for my liking, but I think at this point they're just looking to just see how many kills you can get playing aggressively. Zind crossing the road, not even looking both ways. He's just saying, okay, you know what, let me just cross here. See if I can catch anyone that mid-rotation. But player, look at this. Who's attacking, actually? Who's defensive? Because player looks like he's playing on the defensive side. Clear out CT, finds nothing, actually.
Plant will go down here. Obviously, the kind of pincer is what they're going to try and do. Try and attack him from multiple angles. Zen's able to cross, but the tripwire will be in his face, so be careful about this.
They're side by side.
Yeah,
1, 2,
right.
3, swing! No! Player was just ready here. Kakara close, but he's 20 HP. Kakara will get the headshot. It's huge. A wall bang, in fact. His teammate, he's trying to make noise for his teammate, just trying to backstab them. KevZ, that's fine one here. Bugatti, where are you looking? He's looking in the right spot at the right time. Dwindle so low. Kakarot, all he needs is some headshots. 27 HP. Bear is low, but the rest not quite with that flash. Bugatti goes big here with the 4K.
You know, Zol were actually hitting their shots over the classics. So just the classics betrayed them, frankly. It betrayed them. They should have had 2 of those kills. It doesn't come as cleanly as they would have liked, especially if they had a sheriff. But I mean, Zol are still in the lead here. but they have to be careful. All Gamers Young are starting to build up momentum. They are on the attacking side, the favored side here in Haven.
They have the bonus now.
Yeah, exactly. And now that they have a bonus, they have one that could potentially gain them lots of economy moving forward.
And this is where it gets a little bit harder. The rifle rounds, they don't really have the best guns, but if AG Young does convert this bonus, it could potentially be so bad for them. Zind already spots out Bugatti, so that's good for one. Already all the info in the world. Cage triggered already, but his chips unfortunately does not give the value that he wanted. Only thing he can do right now is just spray, gets a bit of chip damage, wait for the util to go down. Another flash used, but here comes a chip kill. Bugatti walks straight into that as he catches in that mid-rotation Kakarot. It would be player. Zin, the wall bangs are huge here. Ian to fall, and Y1 looking for the sprays, but Kevzi and his teammate looking to play in tandem. The power of friendship is huge. Zol, they do what they do best here. Double swinging together. Player forced to move out the way. Concussed as well. Forced to not be able to spray as well. And defenders take the round so dominantly. Only losing one gun in the entire process.
Nicely done here by Zol, and cleanly done as well. Especially against the bonus, you do not want to start losing those picks, especially unwarranted, right? Ones that are given up for free. Good retake too, and it can be difficult to retake sometimes here on Haven. Luckily, it's on the C side, which is a lot easier sometimes than the A side would be. So, no ops just yet to be pulled out from Zol on their defense. See how all Gamers Young play their attack now as they kind of settle into a gun round. Execute towards that garage position. Lots of noise made to start things off.
And they cancel out the sound. They're just trying to bait out the util, trying to see if we can get any pickoffs there. But end of the day, all eyes onto A. Haven't really... Up there goes, spots out Kevzi already. Kevzi moves back. They already know they already got the Aldron out, and he sends his own.
The sound of silence. Deafening it is. Especially at the rate that
that timing
it can explode into a kerfuffle of frags. And here comes the execute.
There we go. There's execute, explosive as ever. Bugatti all the way onto hell. He does get revealed. They know his position, but they walk into his crosshair. Kakarot good for two. Sharp as ever, playing his corners perfectly as Zind and the rest of his team put in the damage. Big Bear all alone, but timing to swap the gun was just not good. Two rounds in a row here. Zol looking to snowball, and they're looking to do it dominantly.
Great hold there. You know, Kakarot being alive towards that short position, having backside presence control, having the breach on Emon, providing utility and support. All things coming perfect, and we haven't even really seen Hot Sauce pop off when he's very capable of doing it. His paranoias, though, have been effective enough. At least there's value. I wouldn't say it's the most impactful thing right now, but there's been value out of it. And that's more than enough, it seems, for them to gain these rounds. But I'm just saying, you know, with Zol, there's a lot more here that could be even worse happening for All Gamers Young. And it's All Gamers Young right now who have to try and dig deep and find a way to have a reply.
Yeah. Kakarot walking down mid like he owns the side actually. Nope, not anymore. Position compromised already. Breaks the trip, but Kevzi, sole defender of A, he's been doing numbers at that first contact kill every time it comes to this site. Marked one already, and now for AG Young, they're forced to wait this util out. Hot Sauce close by there. Can set up the perfect execute. A flash while his teammate, just swings out from heaven. Could be devastating.
Well, the C site is free entirely. Oh, what a perfect neural theft timing.
No way.
There. He
no
hears
way.
It. What are you doing?
Oh man, util in hand, not expecting Kakarot to be close. That is what we call overconfidence. Kakarot, he's playing in this trip now. They know he's somewhere close by. Gonna smoke him out here. He sprays, good for 1, 2, and Emon is there to band-aid the situation. And now Zol is running away with these rounds.
It was looking so good here for All Gamers Young to come back into the round. But then Kakarot just says no. Also, due to the mistiming there of a player, I think he thought he would have had a bit more space. But obviously, as he runs forward due to the neural theft, Kakarot was there right around the corner, ready to get the punish, and that he does. Uh-oh. Look at Zal here. They have something planned for mid, for grass, coming out of the garage.
Here we go, Kakarot rushing up forward, but unfortunately
Whoa.
for him, he whiffs. And the Y1 that comes up on top. They move back. The recon spots out almost every player on AGY. Hot Sauce finds a player in the end, but still, their neon is just rendered so low here. Zin playing a very aggressive angle. One swing is all he needs. Timing could be huge here. Kevzi puts in the damage, puts in the noise. He swings out here. Zin good for one. Runs away, barely surviving that as Kevzi finally falls. Both
Able to
teams
back
suffering big losses here. Rolling Thunder to give them way onto the side. A concuss on the back end. The trip does find him in the end. And eventually, the Paranoia will find one. They didn't know that Zin is close! It felt like AGY was completely overwhelmed there.
Yeah, and Zal were just so prickly. Such a nuisance to so many of their plans. Look at this. 3 of Zal players have 17 frags to them. Emon, Zin, and Kakarot. And Zin, too, able to back off there, being untradeable practically. You'd think he's a chamber the way he's playing aggressively. Back
You're
off, but
right.
like, no, he's on the Cypher and he's able to just be so cheeky. All gamers young, unable to really punish, and they're on the attacking side here, the favored side, and yet they've only won the pistol round and the round right after.
I'm not sure
Oh
what
my
happened
God.
there. Kevzi for 2 and Kakarot just shoots Bugatti in the
Good
face
night.
when he had
Good
his
night.
overdrive. That is completely, you're right, it's a good night. And Zol, despite that loss, they came into this match with heightened spirits. They look good. This is the Zol that we wanted to see.
Oh my dear. Things are not looking good for all gamers young here in the groups because Zal just absolutely woke up. They realized after that match versus CN Esports that, hey, we can do a lot better than that. And we saw that here, not just in the performance, but the way that they were playing. A lot more urgency on their attacking side and a lot less hesitation on their defense to execute their ideas and also to play diligently when it mattered the most here. Love what I saw so far from Zal Esports. This is the Zal I've come to know, but more importantly, for all gamers young, it's gonna look very dicey right now in the group stage for him.
I don't know, man. I mean, after that loss in that previous match, it felt like all their confidence just sort of dwindled. Yeah, we're seeing the executes, but I haven't been seeing impacts from Big Bear and Ian as much as I wanted to, like we did in their previous game against Boom Esports. And this time around here, I think as well, the role swap as well for Zin kind of helped because Zin looked a lot more comfortable on that Cypher compared to that Jet from previous map.
Well, in this case, I don't know what else more that could have been done by all gamers young there to try and retaliate. They tried different things. They tried to go aggressive. They tried to go passive. They had a moment there on the attacking side as well where, you know, it could have been turned around if the roam, if the lurk there worked out for player. But then suddenly Kakarot turns around at the right time and everything just crumbles. So if I'm all gamers young right now, it'd be very easy to be demoralized, but they have to continue fighting on forward. We still have another game to see from them. They're going to go up against CN Esports for the second to the last match of the day, but wow, man, what a performance so far, Tosh.
It's been incredible. Honestly, I think, you know, it felt like Zol was kind of like, you know, thrown off just now in that previous map. But I think this is what I talked about in terms of mental, right, for Zol. You know, they looked like, okay, I mean, as a team, when you have to play back-to-back different teams after suffering a loss, it can be quite mentally tilting. But I have to say that Zol looked, like after the loss, they looked even more determined. They looked even more aggressive from what I can see. And it's such a pleasure to be able to see teams play this way. And I think it's great being able to see how they've been playing. Regardless, here's the standings right now for you guys who are trying to follow the multiple groups that are happening at the same time. We're on Group C right now, where CNE and BME have 1 each, but Zol going 1-1 right now, and AG Young currently going 0-2. Unfortunately, today they have lost both their matches. But for Group D, I think that Group A still has the biggest upset for me. That Team Secret loss against Rivals is honestly still surprising. But OG from Group D as well is kind of catching me off guard looking at their performance.
DSG have taken a loss earlier on, yes, but they finally do get their first win at the very least here. So that's also a newer addition team. There's lots of teams here are really kind of adding people in during the off season, just coming into this competitive year. So this is for a lot of teams. Actually, for most of these teams, I don't think there's any other tournament. So for pretty much all the teams here, this is their first tournament of the year. So it's pretty big to see kind of which ones will stand the test of time and which ones are performing well off the bat here. So yeah, at least in Group A, you're seeing like, for example, CGZ, the Japan squad, they're performing really well to start things off, and that's good for them. But Group C, it's shaping up to be quite a curious one. As all go 1-1, all gamers young go 0-2. I'm wondering here in our next matchup with CN Esports, rather with Boom Esports versus CN Esports, who will take the second win for their squad in our groups?
Yeah, I think that is really something exciting. I mean, I think from our conversation earlier, right, was that how Boom Esports should be able to run away from this. I am kind of lucky. I mean, not kind of, but we are kind of like happy to see that Boom Esports, you know, is being given a run for their money. I mean, yeah, it's exciting to see this tier 1, this newly ascended team come up on top, but at the same time, it's also really exciting to see how strong these tier 2 teams are. And I feel like these teams have not been given a lot of love as much as we want to see. And this year should be good, given the fact that the season, especially for tier 2, looks a lot longer compared to before as well.
Well, hopefully we're going to see a bit more of these teams moving on forward, because we're going to have to go to a break, and when we do return, Group C shall commence. CNE versus Boom Esports will be here when we come back.
Look up at the stars, see us in the sky, 'cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars, let me take you higher than where we are. So high now, there's no fun to come down to. Have you ever tried to fly? Look up at the stars. See us in the sky, cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars. Let me take you higher than where we are. So high now, there's nothing to come to. Have you ever tried to Cause I could take you there. You ain't gotta ever be scared. I got you, let's go to outer space. Take you to the stars. You're never gonna feel out of place. Fly with me. Need a ride or die, so will you ride for me? Twinkle in my eye, girl, you shine for me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening. We can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to look up at the stars. See us in the sky, cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars. Let me take you higher than where we are. So high now, there's nothing to come to. Have you ever tried to Cause I could take you there. You ain't gotta ever be scared. I got you, let's go to outer space. Take you to the stars. You're never gonna feel out of place. Fly with me. Need a ride or die, so will you ride for me? Twinkle in my eye, girl, you shine for me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening. We can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to
It's triggered.
Put him in the face right now.
What am I watching, bro?
Oh
Just
man,
a complete
this is so aggressive.
scramble on towards the site there. Boom Esports, no holds barred. And definitely no holding back on the gas pedal. They've taken the plant already. 4v5 retake.
Clearly, Shiro holding close here. Juyang does find an NC slasher in the end, but do they check him? One shot to the head is all he needs. He's paranoid, but he still shoots. Finds Benicia. At the end of the day, there's still 2 players to worry about. There's a spray from Famous. It's as sharp as ever, like a sambal gepre. Indonesia. Oh my god, I'm just hungry. I haven't had lunch yet, guys.
Yeah, I can tell, though. I can tell, dog. I think, when was the last time I had food from Malaysia?
Malaysia?
Yeah, like, I think a month ago, we had, like, nasi lemak at the restaurant. Yeah.
That's good.
Uh-huh.
That's good.
I like
That'd
it.
be
It's
good.
actually not that far off from, like, our cultures have similar foods, you know?
I mean, that's why we say in our language, serumpun, or rather,
Uh-huh.
the Nusantara. We're all together here.
Oh, true. But Indonesia is different. Indonesia, where Boom Esports, they like food spicy as hell.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Now, Berserks, he was ready for Juyang, knowing that he's pushed out here, punished. Gonna cage up the area of Garage, and yeah, straight onto B side, I suppose.
He died Juyang. Get the joke? No?
I missed. I missed
Too
it.
young. Too young. He died too young.
Oh, I got it now. Oh my god. Anyways,
Dad jokes.
coming back here, Cobra, we've seen his headshot. Oh, it's huge. But NC Slasher, quick to answer back. So at least there's that. They get the plant here, but now it's time for that crossfire. Retake's gonna be a pain. Now, one step just now was the guy to look out for. Wins his jewels, wins his headshots. But in a situation where you are a gun differential, when the only thing you have in hand is just a ghost, a hard ass to work with. They're coming in from 2 different sides here. The Omen's timing might not be great.
He's a
Gangazi
gun.
knocked down already. And the other 2, perhaps the call is to just not be an alt orb and just die to spike.
That's true. Yeah, try and make sure they don't get too greedy here, trying to fish for kills, and so they're gonna back on off. And it's a nice bowl of fruit here that Boom Esports have set for themselves to start things off. Obviously, to get these 2 rounds is big, but especially on the attacking side, you need to gain as much as you can, because that defensive side later on can be difficult. Although we didn't see that be a problem for Zal, because they were good on both ends of the floor. Arguably, they were even better in the second half when they were on the defense. And so, back-to-back Haven maps we have here in Group C.
I'm not
This time
complaining.
with the favorites again. It's Boom
Yeah.
Esports.
I mean, CNE definitely threw us off a loop, right? The first map they played, a very interesting comp, caught us off guard with how sharp they were. A statement play, to say the least. This time around, they are against, I would say, the favorites. How does this change the way they play? They broke the cam already. One step this time will be concussed. But instead of going aggressive, he's saying, okay, let's just play backside, meet up with my teammate, and jump peek from Famous just to see if anyone's close, finds nothing.
Well, they do have Garage occupied in their favor, which is already pretty good for Boom Esports, especially when you don't have the best buy. But in this case, they have a pretty amicable buy. Benicia! A triple for him!
That spray!
He parks
Boom.
himself in Garage.
Boom Esports tries to go through a tiny little choke. Now Famous has been paranoid. Moves backward. Shiro all the way on C-side. Knows there's one close here. One step. Could he be one step ahead like he was in the last game is the question.
Last player standing.
Yes, he is. They know Famous is close. They know he's here. A flash out does not hit him in the head, but you know what does? It's the shot from Juyong.
Okay.
Their confidence begins
What
to
just
crack.
happened?
And a shift
Benicia somehow makes it work out with a triple there. Phantom things, I guess, gifting you those.
just goes
But
here.
even better for CNE is that they were able to do it relatively clean. Although one step still holds on to the Guardian, but that's fine
goes there.
for the meantime, albeit not the best. But hey, they'll take what you can. Boom Esports are the ones here who have to kind of reinvest into things. Looking like they want to send here their neon quick up towards A long initially. Defensive smoke will also block off information and kind of guard against any ops that might be on the other side. So far, there aren't any.
DOS9 nearly walked straight into One Step's crosshair there. Oh, he did a double taste. Like, okay, I'm out. Go ahead.
Here's a Guardian. I was like, never mind. Well, it could have been awkward for both players as they were out.
Exactly. Oh wait, is he actually gonna peek out here is the question. They have one player of Boom holding quite close. It's Shiro.
He's checking for cam.
I mean, they always put the cam mid here. Oh, Shiro waiting for that shot. Unfortunately for him, it's Berserks that falls first. But it's really hard. He's really slippery, right? He's playing these corners. He's repositioning. One Step paranoia as well. Here's the util dump. One Step has not been found quite yet. He sprays through the smokes. He moves out the way. He's close. And finally, DOS9 just double shoots him in the head. Yikes. One Step this time around will be caught. Shiro playing the corners of the smoke to perfection. A nice crossfire with NC. Slasher, Juyang peeks. He falls. And now for the top side of air, you have Benicia. He does the damage. No one was expecting him to be there. Hide
1v1.
closer. Yeah. Side of garage. That owl drone. Not sure if I actually spotted his shoulder there. Could be. But he don't have a lot of time to work with here. He has to force this plant. 10 seconds to go. They get it. And now here's the push up from Benicia. Timing could be huge. Smoke to his right. He pushes out. Barely misses each other. But Benicia comes up on top. What a play!
2 huge rounds now for Benicia, back to back. And man, Benicia has been benefiting off of his aggressive play here. Smart play as well to outplay him there. Knows that there's a smoke for him to potentially utilize in that situation. It works out to his favor. They tie up the game here 2-2. Operator is back out for Cobra. Gangzy this time will be pulling out the Odin, which we have yet to see from the team throughout this day, but there you go, keep it in the Sova. Lovely stuff. Boom Esports here put into a very thrifty buy situation.
Man, they just passed by each other in that last round. And enough about that. Here comes a new one. Famous with only a Bucky in hand here. And you know that one of their players is holding on very, very close. One Step is here for close by. All the utils caught, and this time around Famous in is gonna fall, but his sprays from One Step makes it so difficult. That choke was just not able to be crossed before finally DOS9 shoots him in the head. A haircut to be graced, but the damage has been done. DOS9 going a little bit more aggressive here. They push out C, playing in the smoke.
Well, isn't that the thing? He's got timing here, potentially. DOS9. Can he find it? Oh, backs off instead. Good choice. Aldron coming his way. Oh, it does get tagged, too. Has a paranoia to utilize, and that he will throw.
He's paranoid as well. He TP's out here. Berserks is there to provide some form of cover fire,
God,
but they're
this-
both flashed. Look at how many flashes. Look at how many utilities. What are you gonna do? DOS9 is
Oh!
short, but Jangazi was just ready for him. Oh my god. Imagine.
DOS9 is so good that they had to drop every piece of utility they had. They had to throw the kitchen shelf. They had to throw their slipper, their chakla, everything.
Their closet, their keyboard, their mouse.
Exactly. Their
Was that,
house
what,
keys.
2 flashes?
Like, my goodness, the rice cooker just to be able to get that round, bro. But
Oh my god.
because DOS9 is so formidable. He gets 2 there in the end, qualifying for a 3rd, really, for triple kill for the round. But I mean, CNE, they get their round, yes. Do you see how Boom are just so close to making them pay for it sometimes?
Yeah, but honestly, playstyle wise, right? If you look at CNE, like what's really exciting about CNE is not really their aggression. Like they have never really been a team to go aggressive like Boom. They don't want to really take these fights or force them, but it's more of like their angle holes, their lurks. It's just more about just cutting or just finding that right timing to make opportunities happen. And so far, they are a master at doing that.
Oh yeah, definitely. They're not the team that is playing around just being, super aggro, just playing around trying to steamroll the opposition and trying to bulldoze them with momentum. They're more of a team that has been, I guess, trying to look for opportunities they could punish instead of necessarily creating those opportunities. They know that there are going to be teams here that play very clean, but Boom have yet to show that they're one of them. And so this playstyle does work pretty well against Boom, because Boom, as their name might suggest, they love to boom in. They love to, just blow things apart. And
They like explosive entries on attack. I think that's just the way they
Exactly.
play. They can take their time. I mean, their playbook, they have the defaults, they have the slow style plays, they have the aggressive style plays. But ultimately, it goes down to that one single execution.
yeah, but when you have those explosive plays, that's where those mistakes can happen. When things are moving so fast, it leaves a lot more opportunities for mishaps to incur, and that is where you can see here CNE wanting to exploit those moments, wanting to exploit those opportunities, and them playing the punish, I think, has been great for them here on the defensive side. Let's see if it will continue. Not really wanting to set the pace. They're willing to play the pace that Boom wants to play, but they've adjusted well into that pocket.
Yeah. But still, despite all that cacophony, the chaos, the booms, right? Like, it's still a 3-2. Like, it felt like, at one point, it felt like so heavily in Boom's favor. At another point, it felt so heavily in CNE's favor. It feels like both teams are just sizing each other up at this point. They haven't really figured it out yet. But here comes Cobra, up in hand, tries to put in that hit, but Famous walks up straight into the crosshair. And Cobra gonna be happy with that pickoff, but DOS9 could say the same here. And without one step having hold of that mid-side area of the other side, it's gonna be so hard to catch for those lurks.
Well, let's see now. Plant will go down for that C site. The retake will have to come on in. DOS9 is far deep up here towards CT. Here's the Owl drone.
Stealing sight.
Moving back here, TP's onto site. Oh, he already knows that Joe Young is close! An outplay! And a half there is massive as Shiro obliterates Cobra with his Hunter's Fury. They couldn't pass a choke. It's so hard. Time not on their side. They're smoked off as well. And DOS9, he's happy to walk down the entirety of the map. In fact, Changazi is just so unlucky. Shooting a little bit too high. Benicia for so low here. He swings out and
my
DOS9
God.
with a 4K walking up saying, Haven is my playground. Welcome.
This dude is so good. This dude is so good. He's such a good pickup now for Boom Esports. He's been so clean throughout this day here, Tosh. I love the way that he's been playing with so much confidence. He's going to do his job to try and help his team, to get them the plan, to get them within sight. But once it's done, and especially when he's an Omen compared to the Brimstone, he is allowed a lot more freedom to do what he wants and play aggressively. And you can see him utilizing the movement, utilizing the outplay potential to go aggressive, take fights, and easily, cleanly win rounds for Boom without much of a fuss.
Oh yeah, I completely agree with you. His Omen is like 300 IQ. This is where we really see him shine. This is the DOS9 from Revenant that has took the world by storm. Oh no, where are you looking here? Cobra is here, the flash is good! He just one-taps Famous and Berserks, even taking out DOS9. He double-dipped that, and he got away with it!
Okay. CNE just looking to return the favor here as Boom tied up the game. They want to re-extend their lead, or rather recapture their lead back up. Presence entirely there towards mid. A site is the only real option right now for Boom Esports. They have the Rolling Thunder as well. They should be able to get the plant off, but after that, it's going to be very difficult to hold on.
Aldron, I don't think it's spotted out anyone quite yet. And Shiro, I think he wants to take the spike to them. Holding a closer angle here. Already concussed here, Ju Young. Oh man, unlucky for him. Timing not his side. The utility is a bit much there. Neural theft used already. All positions close by here as well. Gonna shock dart the heck out of the team as well. Heaven side here. He sprays. Changazi gonna fall. Now still at the 2. They have nice little crossfires as well. Shiro doing the numbers, doing the damage. One step wins it. And now it's down to Shiro. A 1 versus 1 in the end. He's so low, but one step. We know that he wins these duels.
But it shouldn't have been that close, Tosh, is the thing. It shouldn't have been that
It
close.
really
It was
shouldn't. I agree with you.
It was a 5v2, bro. And still, they almost lost that. And the problem here is, it was looking pretty well for CNE, actually, in that 5v2, because they were doing a good job of keeping Shiro away from going aggressive. They droned him out. They had the counter scan. They had the counter stun as well. And then the AWP was there, but still somehow they, being NC Slasher and Shiro, able to get the picks that they needed.
Yes, this goes
CNE
there.
isolate themselves
this.
coming into the fight, coming into the retake, and they were very lucky to come out there not with a loss.
Oh yeah. Here comes Famous. Honestly, hoping for the explosion. Oh, Ju Young. His timing could be massive here. Walking up straight down window. The other members of Boom Esports, all eyes are on site already. But there is a trip there to worry about.
Right there.
I'm trying to knife it, just hoping that nobody hears it, but I mean, the notif will let him know. The cipher know that it's been broken anyways.
Oh, here we go. Hunter's Fury, Rolling Thunder. Famous walks up all the way to the other end. Here comes the other end of the abilities. And Famous for 2. They were not expecting him to push out this far. And now here comes DOS9 as well. The tap to the head. Good for 1. Jangazi gonna fight him in the end. So now it's a 1 versus 3. Good for 1, but Berserk's quick to answer back. And Boom Esports, my god, that round was chaotic. Ultimates all around. Hunter's Furies, Rolling Thunders. What is going on?
Absolutely, but I like the aggression there by Famous. You know, crawling into it, they had to play off the Rolling Thunder. But still, it's a 4-4, and CNE are doing great here on the defensive side. It is an ego now for them, though, so things can change. Boom Esports, if you're them, you have to make sure you secure these type of rounds cleanly. You cannot give up too much economy, especially near the end of this half, because you don't have much time to build up even more money moving forward. Dash on out here, flash and dash towards that grass. No real bite just yet. Oh, the scan is perfect.
Here we go. A quick top to the head. It's Cobra.
I know exactly.
Immediately punished for being out of position here. He had nowhere to go. Ngazi tried to break that trip there, misses. But now it's an execute straight onto B-side. Paranoia, beat damned. They just push.
Okay. Good control here. They have that A-link. Sova from CNE is still waiting towards that A-side. Paranoia will connect, and here's the retake, Tosh.
Here we go. Here, Berserk's from the other end. Here, Ju Young falls, and NC Slasher walks up. One step right as a Paranoia hits him. He taps NC Slasher's head. But there's only so much you can do when this amount of firepower and utility is coming right at you. And CNE not able to convert that as Boom Esports. They take the lead.
Especially when they don't have the firepower themselves, right? They don't have the guns. They don't have the ultimates to, you know, use on the retake. So ultimately, comes out the way we expected here for that round. Boom Esports, they have as well the Thunder Fingers, as I like to call it here.
I mean, there's other names we could name it, but
Give me one.
Anyways, round starting already. Here we go, making a dash straight into sewers and forcing the Jet for CNE out there to play a little bit more of a passive side. DOS9 has managed to make his way all the way into hell already. The flash is out, he knows, and he takes note. Now the smokes are dwindling. Famous just blindly spraying up into the area of heaven, up into CT. They guess the plant is down already, but the rest of CNE, what can you do?
See if they can. Cobra here, unable to connect here with the op. Oh, taking low off those shock darts too.
Wow, as well to worry about. Onto hell, Famous somehow manages to find Benicia here. That's one of their smokers taken out here. Famous just playing slowly, ring around the rosy, around the boxes as well. Now, he's already been knocked. And the rest of CNE decides, okay, this feels like almost an impossible retake. A 4-man save. I haven't seen that in a while, if I'm being honest.
They will have to be wary about their economy moving forward. Last 2 rounds of the half anyway, so I mean, at this point you have to keep that in mind, right? You won't have much more to eco with. There's no real ecos after this. You're gonna have to force buy anyways, so good decision by them. Lost rounds can be won back, but lost economy can't, especially with this little remaining of the half. The op will be still forced up here by Cobra. And for CNE's sake, a single round here would be great for them. If they can end this half with at least a 5 on their side, that would be pretty swell moving forward.
That would be really swell. Now, coming into this round here is a bit more of a quieter start from Boom Esports. I mean, yeah, they've had a few moments where they're a little bit more quiet, but this time around they're saying, okay, let's wait a few seconds, and then we try and burst into Garage. Flashed already, a lot of pressure put into that smoke. I think he spotted out that trip, so Famous saying, okay, let's just not try and commit to that. But pivot onto B.
They're trying to bait a reaction there from Garage, but none given too much. Yeah, a B commit potentially here.
Drone gonna spot out their Sova, but it's Famous that falls. Benicia still holding his seat for the leg rotates. Jangazi, that corner is his playground here. Berserk's playing very close. Forced out there by the util. In fact, eating it straight to the face. He cannot go. Either he takes it or he falls to the gunfire. Shiro's flash, he sprays, but he cannot do more than that. And now it's a 5-6.
Unlucky there, but it works out in the end. CNE exactly that. They find the round that they need, and the op is still held on moving forward here. So they have a really good chance to tie this up. They have quite a bit of ultimates as well to utilize here. NC Slasher, a few orbs still away from his Rolling Thunder here from Boom, but CNE do have Neural Theft. They've got the Hunter's Fury as well, which is going to be important here for a retake, or at least stopping the initial planned attempt. And Boom only do have their own Sova ult here to throw in their face, but see how they utilize it. Scans will connect. Seaside under siege.
Famous just waiting for the right time. He sprays, finds no one. Gonna quickly move through his util, but does not realize that Venetia's all the way in the backside. DOS9 trades. Massive pick-off if you think about it. Still, they are a man advantage here. Boom Esports, I mean. 3v4. CNE forced to do this retake.
I do wonder here how CNE could come back to this. Could not go under it. Not the Limbo Master, it seems. Rolling Thunder comes out for NC Slasher.
Sprays from NC Slasher as well. Gangazi waiting for the right possible moment. Now they break the recon, and Berserk somehow manages to find the correct part of that smoke to spray through, and he falls. Now, for Cobra, shorty in hand, and opt for retake. Oh, that is rough. They've heard his positioning already. They stun him. They hold. Shiro making sure to stay out of sight. Tick-tock goes the clock, but for this situation, Boom Esports manages to clinch it, and now we go to the second half.
Nicely done there by Boom Esports, overrunning the site defense. Rolling Thunder was able to be secured there by NC Slasher as well off the plant, and they get their 7-5, but this is bad for either side, really. CNE, they might be down 2 rounds, but the attacker favored side really benefit them moving forward here. And I mean, if you're Boom right now, how do you adjust on the defense? It is not actually a mirror match in this case. The only difference is the duelists. Jet for the Neon. But with that Neon, you have a lot more potential space control you can take away early on. You can take away A long consistently because you have a Neon. And I want to see that coming from Boom often.
Truly. Quick concuss there just to make sure no one's really pushing down.
Dodges it.
And somehow he manages to stay hidden from it. There we go. Famous takes advantage of that misplay. Huge pick off too, knowing that Cobra, their duelist, is gone this early.
That's very unfortunate here for CNE. This Boom Esports somehow get gifted a bone. Thrown a bone, really. Seaside is open. There are tripwires, but nobody there really to follow up on them, so the plant will go down unhindered.
Yeah. Berserk's already notes the positioning. Already recon, you already have the aftershock as well. And you know what? CNE said, let's go a little bit more aggressive. Let's take them in a fight inside of Garage. Gangazi wins against them, but somehow DOS9 manages to get a knife here somewhere, and Boom Esports overwhelms, somehow making the most out of it. One step, we've seen this guy tap hits like crazy here, but there's 3 people to worry about. Do they know he's in the back of sight here? Spots one out, goes for 2. No, you can't when Berserk and his teammate is there, ripe for the taking. And honestly, let's be real here, that fight inside of Garage was unnecessary.
I don't know. I think it was necessary for me because it was
No, I mean
entertaining
like
to watch.
I mean, yeah, it was funny. It was funny.
Because
Let's be real.
there was a knife in there as well. It's like that Captain America elevator fight, right? Where everybody's just in a small room and it's like complete mosh pit
That
in
was
there.
cacophony, dude. I was just like, why is CNE forcing this fight in Garage? What is happening?
I guess
and,
it just
and Boom
wanted to take
Esports,
Garage away.
I guess, but Boom Esports thrives off that. Like, what? CQC? Let me knife you in the face.
Well, exactly that. Boom Esports here. Bring a knife to a gunfight and somehow win. This was a Western cowboy epic, and would have maybe gone differently, but here in Valorant, anything can happen.
Ellie,
See.
cue Ellie Golding song.
Huh?
Cue the Ellie Golding song.
What? Oh.
Ah, man. Honestly, this game has been amazing. Like, Boom Esports games are so scrappy. It's just so fun to watch. Now here comes Cobra.
Do Gen Zers even know who?
Stay down.
Oh, that's the question. But you know who doesn't know who's who right now is famous. He got knocked down right there.
Well, he's meeting God soon. He was taken down early here. Unfortunately for him, 45 seconds left on the clock. Kind of a mixed buy for CNE here that are trying to make work out, and it's getting
man,
them kills. The
one step.
classic.
What the heck is going on there? A right click to the face, Berserks and NC Slasher, 2 each. Cobra good to answer for 1 here. And he tries to tap, overwhelmed eventually. Still have to worry about 1 more person. I'm not too sure what happened there because they actually met each other face to face. But he didn't have his gun out. 3 bullets in the barrel. Benicia, what are you going to do about this? 100% HP left. Benicia says, okay, let's not go a bit too aggressive here. Let's play in this corner. Right click to the face is all he needs, but spray is what Shiro can bring to the table as Boom Esports take another round.
Well, Boom Esports here, at least able to get out of that one because that should have not been around that came that close, especially in CNE's favor. We'll be able to get a buy on up here. A bonus is what BME are going to have to force up. And, yeah, I mean, if you're Boom right now, try to do economic damage should be the goal in this round. And if they somehow win it, then that's a bonus. But this buy from them is really in service of the next round after this.
Really?
Snuff them out.
Really?
Such a mixed, it's just a mixed buy, right? You have like 1 Guardian, 1 Bucky from the last round here, but DOS9 with that Sheriff, I believe that he can do a bit more damage. We've seen it, it's insane. Shock Dart will try and take out, wait, DOS9, or Caster's Curse, by the way.
Touch Bunny!
Oh man, CNE, Cobra and Juyang, the ultimate duo, and here comes the Bucky bringing in the pain, but not more than just 1 kill. Here we go, Gangazi inside of the already inside of sight
Shiro.
there. Shiro waiting, a nice tap to the head for 1 step, but there's still 2 more plays to worry about. He's paranoid, he can see, playing this corner, he's strong as ever. Gangazi, he finds it, but Cobra brings pain and death from above. They get it by the skin of the teeth.
He had the right idea to flick up towards Cobra, but he kind of double-taked, right? He looked up, looked back down, then realized, wait, I did see somebody. By the time he looked back up, then the ghost was gone. It was right in his face. 6-9. Nice. For CNE.
Nice.
For CNE.
For CNE.
Yeah,
Nice.
That's remember the subtext. Remember the small fine print.
It's a lot of
for
fine
CNE.
print today, man.
Yeah. Some prints not so fine, but I mean, BME, they do have a few rounds away from match point here, and they finally bought up. As I mentioned, that previous buy was only in service of this round, so they did good economic damage, but this is a real round now for them.
Here we go, the sprays from Berserks is here. Is he actually gonna go here? He has to force back. No, he challenges.
Run.
And Gangazi will punish him for that. Hunter's Fury is here. Shiro can do so much damage, and he does.
And he does.
1 player done, 2 player done. NC Slasher sprays. He gets 1 for himself. And CNE suddenly at a 3-man disadvantage. You know what?
There you
Make
go.
it 4.
He
He's
tags them
left
both
with only
there.
5 HP.
He tags them
so
both at the end
low.
too.
Famous. What are you looking? Oh, there we go, Cobra. Overthought it. And that was a very dominating round by Boom Esports.
Yeah, lovely. Just absolutely one-sided there. No flipping the pancake to the other side. Just toast one end and eat it straight. Boom Esports force a timeout of CNE, and CNE are going to have to eco here as well coming to this. So this is looking very, very dire. Seems like Boom have finally kind of found the groove here in this group stage. Obviously, being a best of one is kind of difficult to get real momentum because you're not playing a series. You're just playing best of ones, and then at that point, you tally up the points in the end. So consistency here can be really hard to achieve in a group stage, and yet it's the most important thing for these teams because it's not a qualifying bracket. There's no upper lower bracket. It's point system. So you have to be consistent to win most of the maps, most of the games you play today, and yet that's difficult to do considering they're all best of ones. And so for Boom, this is the right time for them to get hot.
Yeah, I mean, they started off real good as well. And I think for Boom, it's all about just trying to adapt their style of play with what the enemy has to offer. And I really think that's just their identity, in my opinion, because they have like a very, I'm not saying they're very easy to read, but they do love a certain style of play. And they really want to enforce that style, but at the same time, they have to be really wary on how they want to execute it.
I see can read Tosh. Okay.
Wow. Wow.
I'm joking.
No, there's no coming back from this, BNB. This is the end. Here we go, Cobra. Oh man, DOS9 as well. That is what we call insane firepower. And you saw how the execute went. It was Paranoia from main, showing presence on A, pushing them into window, and just completely obliterating them. Ouch.
Man. Crazy plays here. Trying to be attempted by CNE, but they just can't convert. This Boom are way too sharp to let those pass.
Hey, an RRQ fan.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, the
Headshot,
fan?
Berserks.
Down, C.
Click onto Ju Young here, and they just walk up, taking advantage of the gun disadvantage. And no, we're talking about the classic.
Well, I mean, if you're in that position in that case,
Should I point out every single Orc classic that's being played today?
I mean, if you want to.
I point out 3. Where's Sentinels? I haven't seen Sentinels yet.
They're not in APAC. They're not in the Pacific. Although they have Zekin.
They do have
Pinoy.
Zekin. It's Pinoy pride, man.
Yeah. Mama Zekin. We call her Tita Zekin.
She's so nice.
Uh-huh.
Oh, here we go. Aggressive as ever. Famous slides up forward, breaks the trip, and he says, okay, I've done my job. My presence here has been noted.
Hi, hello, goodbye, adieu.
It's like the Sailor Moon, you know, the guy with the mask in Sailor Moon.
No, I don't watch Sailor Moon. I know she is. I know that. I know it's a cartoon, but like.
Okay, now it's your turn.
I don't think I'm part of the target audience for that show. So I could not relate. I do know Shiro though is from an anime, right? From
Fate Stay, perhaps.
One of them.
Yeah, it's a
common name.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's quite a few, I think. Oh, there's that one in purple. Any case, camera does spot out Ju Young CCTV.
Oh, I'm not too sure what happened there with Famous as well. Now Ju Young eager to break it, but there's a trip as well here. Oh, Benicia. Right there, playing closely with his teammates there as well.
Look at Famous. He's on the flank now.
Oh, they know. This could be crazy good timing if it's done right there. I'm not sure if they've noted the Jet's position up in hand. Cobra looking at heaven. Oh, timing can be so good. He crosses, but Famous! His timing was just better. Here comes Shiro. They explode. Famous on the back end there. Finds 3.
1v1.
Now it's him against Gangazi. Gangazi has been able to make so much damage. Hunter
What?
Fury at the roadside in the open! Question marks all around from me, from his teammates, and Famous, he's happy with that.
Why would you do that? I think he thought that he could fake out Famous, making Famous think that, oh, maybe this guy backed off into CT and then now he's pulling out the Hunter's Fury. I assume he was going to pulled out his Hunter's Fury there, Gangazi, and then immediately cancel it. I think that was what he was going to try to do. And he probably assumed that the fast lane had more time left before it actually dissipated. Because if he knew the fast lane was about to dissipate, then he obviously wouldn't have done it. But if anything, I thought he was about to throw out the, he had a scan on him. I thought he was going to try and scan through the smoke, but to my surprise, it was an ult, not the scan.
My mouth is still on the ground. I'm kind of shocked at what happened there.
Oh my goodness. Mouth
There's one
agape. Obviously, that's what we saw.
Hang on, does he actually spot it? Oh, it does. Oh, he's
Careful.
in trouble. There we go. Immediate reaction by Shiro as well. As Famous, still happy to hold down A-Long with that.
Oh dear. I think they're
Tripped here
getting.
as well.
I think they're getting pretty flustered right now after that loss. Like even the Cypher, not really making the best decision on backing off.
Yeah.
Cover going
Nisha's
out.
here. Gonna try and fight this paranoia. Use TP's out the way. Shiro somehow on the other end managed to find Ju Young. Now, TP's already. Benisha places himself all the way down into hell. They have
Famous
sight
is-
control.
Famous is still alive in A-Long though.
I'm not sure if they're aware he's there. Cobra finds him in the head there. Oh, Benisha was ready to greet him as well. An upgrade in hand there. It's gonna be it's gonna be Vandal. Excuse me. Retake's gonna be so hard with only 3 players. Have to go through a smoke, but the util is good. Immediately, Berserk finds one. DOS9 to follow. Cobra is sharp as ever.
Oh.
And in the end of the day, Gangazi will always be the final man alive to keep the team going.
Oh, that could have been it for them in a 1v1, but they keep him alive. Gangazi, at least this time, kind of rectifying his mistake from earlier on, wins this clutch the second time around, but it's still a tall order. Steep hill to climb. 5 rounds straight is what CNE from Korea need right now to get back into this game. Boom Esports, though, at the cusp of winning it all here. They both have Rolling Thunders on either side available, but which one will pop first?
The glow for that gun, Shiro, this game, he's clearly the main character. But too soon to talk right now in case the comeback does happen. As you said before, anything can happen on Valorant.
Off your feet!
There we go.
Rolling
That's execute.
Thunder.
Yep,
That's what we're
backed
talking.
already.
Who will use it
Ooh.
first? Seemingly CNE.
Yep. NC Slasher actually holding so far back. He is just so aware that the members of CNE are the type of players who like to push all the way so far. Now, they open up this cage here. MC Slasher looking the wrong way, but somehow manages to go for 2. But one step, gonna find him in the end. DOS9 is here. His teammate also there just to really play with him. You also hear the overdrive online. Benisha left alone here in a 1v4. Famous with the overdrive. Sounds so terrifying. He's all the way on the other end. He couldn't even react. Boom Esports. The first game closed. The second game, they're hot. They're on fire. And they are looking so dominant right now. 2-0 for today.
Man, seeing the lightning digits come towards your way, just a steady stream of electricity. Doesn't even have time to react, as you mentioned there from Famous, and Boom Esports get their second win. This time, a lot more decisive compared to their first win a while ago versus, All Gamers Young. And so, things are looking on the upturn here for Boom Esports. I like what we saw, especially from a team that is supposedly the favorites of this group. That's more of what we need to see to be truly convinced that they are a team deserving of that, kind of expectation and praise in the first place. So, Shiro had a great game for himself, obviously, but Famous and DOS9, they did great as well. And I'm getting information, it's apparently not DOS9, someone says. It's Dosya.
Dosya?
Dozia, like
Dozya?
yeah, like there's another player also called Dozia, so I'm not too sure about that.
Dozya?
Yeah.
What are those?
What oh? What oh?
But anyways, incredible game by Boom Esports, and I think like it's looking really good. I mean, compared to game 1, where it felt like they were a bit more rigid, this game, it felt like they were so relaxed. They looked so comfortable. They were in their own element. DOS9 was walking A-Link, C-Link, like he owns the entire site, catching the members of CN one by one. I think we did see One Step try to replicate the same thing, but because Boom Esports is just so aware and they're so used to playing that way, that they know how to deal with these kind of things. And we weren't seeing that same One Step from the previous game against Zol here because he's not able to get that value from those jewels because Boom Esports has been denying them that 1v1s.
No, exactly. Boom Esports have been doing a good job of sticking together and not isolating themselves and giving up opportunities for free. There's always, maybe not always, but there's often somebody there to at least give you coverage for players who are trying to make a move or players trying to get the spike down, and that's huge here for both ends of the floor, really, if you're a Boom Esports. And so, as we are kind of waiting for like the group standings right now to be shown to us, I am curious about how moving forward, if you're a team here like All Gamers Young, I'm not too sure about their hopes now moving forward, because there's only one team per group that can move forward from Group A, from Group B, Group C, and Group D. So only 4 teams in total. And if you lose twice, pardon me if I'm wrong, because I'm kind of half-witted sometimes about math, but I would assume that you're kind of out of the running already at that point.
Yeah, I think at that point it's almost hard, because one thing that is really terrifying when you think about Predator League, it has always been that best of one. You hit the ground running. That first game already matters. You don't have that chance to say, okay, we're gonna take our time to really figure out this team on map 1 and then come back on map 2 and 3. That's just the downside of it. But the thing is, that's what Predator League is. High stakes, high value, and then we see that every year. Now, coming into the standings here, let's have a look at all of the teams that have been playing today. Now, it's so interesting, but CGZ is a team that's going 2-0 right now in Group A, as TS still awaiting that second match. Zipto on Group B taking a 2-0. Now, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, Zipto, I think I've really been pushing for them for the past few months, trying to get them signed, and they finally are, and they're showing these results, and I am so excited to see where they go from here. Alter Ego as well coming up, trying to meet the same momentum as Boom Esports. This is exciting.
This is looking pretty good right now for some of these teams. Alter Ego have yet to secure their second win here, but obviously there are still more games to be played. Who knows? Maybe it might not be Alter Ego. Maybe it could be Orangutan, moving forward
It
there.
could be CA.
It could be CA, even from Hong Kong. So
I mean, Group D seems like the more, I would say, closer group, if I'm being honest right now, because it's such a toss up, right?
I guess there's just no big obvious team that you would say is a favorite. In Group A, you would kind of say Team Secret, but Crest Gaming are a really good team as well, and they're a pretty big org as well. So there's a lot going for them there in Group A. They might just beat Team Secret out of this tournament. And then on Group B, you have both Zipto and Disguise that has a lot of eyes on them, and NKT even can also be kind of an interesting team to look at. And then you look at Group D, and they just maybe not have as much obvious answers here. They are arguably the team, the group, though, that I would say, for my prediction, if we do move on forward to the playoffs and to the main event, I would say that whoever kind of qualifies from Group D are arguably not going to be one of the more favorited teams in the playoffs. And that's no knock on them. They just aren't as well known, and so many people won't maybe necessarily expect as much from them. And perhaps whoever qualifies from there, perhaps Alter Ego, they're the ones who I'm expected to come out of Group D. They could use that to their advantage, because Alter Ego and the region as a whole, Indonesia, are one of the deepest regions we do actually have in even SCA as a whole. So that is going to be it for now. Tosh, we're down 4 maps already in the day, and we're going to come back after this break with another one. I believe when we do return, we should be having CN Esports versus All Gamers. Well, we'll see you guys in a bit. Don't go anywhere, for we shall be back.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the Predator League APAC Group Stage, Group C, and I would say it's the best group because you have me and Black and Blue as your casters today. Obviously.
If you disagree, then you're wrong.
Anyways, as you guys know, Predator League currently is taking place in Malaysia, and it's one of the last few lands that's happening here in APAC before the start of the season next week. Regardless, as we go into today, Boom Esports, the strongest undoubtedly in this group, 2-0 currently, as we go toward and march to the last two games of the day. But before that, let's go straight into Agent Select, because right now we're looking at CNE Esports versus AGY. Oh, this is exciting.
Yeah, homie stretching his stretching his neck out, making sure there's no tension in the upper traps. You can see him there. But what I am worried about here for CNE Sports is that if they do lose this map, rather this game, that will put them in the same fate as All Gamers Young Team. So AGY are definitely probably out of the tournament, but if they want to play the spoiled sibling, then they can maybe pull CNE Sports down with them and take him out of the running. That's the only thing you can hope for right now.
Exactly.
And obviously it's experience, which is great, but CNE Sports technically in the running right now still. They've only won once, but if they win a second, who knows how things could turn out.
Is this a mirror? Oh, no, it's not. The only thing that's different right now is that, Julius, we're looking at a Neon versus a Jet. I think we've seen this before in the previous map of Haven. That's the map we're playing right now, by the way.
Are we?
Deja vu. Yeah.
Are we in Haven again for a third time?
Yeah.
You capping?
I love Haven.
Yeah, I don't mind Haven. You know, not bad. Like, I don't hate it.
I don't blame them. It's such a big map, 3 sites. There's a lot of space to work with. We saw a lot of lurks as well from both teams, from One Step, from AGY as well. So it is something to worry about. Gangazi in the previous maps was so terrifying to watch, but I want to see more from Player, because in the last time All Gamers Young played, Player and Ian and Big Bear were the 2 players that were a little bit more quiet.
Well, those are potentially players that we can look out for here to change things up moving forward. And I do really want to see if moving into this, final few stages of the group stage, if we're going to have at least some kind of performances here that can really bolster the spirits back up, kind of some redemption arcs from some of these other players in these teams who are been struggling so far.
It's on the side already. Bugatti, Vera just playing a little bit more close to those smokes, looking to challenge and see if anyone dares to push into his domain. Oh, it's going to be a crunch, actually. They have 2 flanks here. They know Benicia is close. Player, Big Bear to find 1 step. Cobra to answer, but Benicia will win that fight all the way in sewers as Cobra finds 1 more. This is skirmishy. This is so scrappy. Everyone's falling left, right, and center, but it's AGY to take the pistol.
Well, AGY here immediately, at least I would like to assume that after their previous matchup that they did struggle to really close out there against Zol Esports, and the way that Zol Esports were able to win that in very decisive fashion the second half there in the first Haven map we saw today. They come into this Haven map with a lot more ferociousness and a lot more aggression to be shown. And to be fair, CNE also did just play literally Haven right before this, like 10 minutes before this, against Boom Esports.
But the wraps in.
Both of these teams should be pretty warmed up for this map.
Surely. Oh, One Step playing a very dangerous game, but that's that double strip. Is double tripped here. 1 more time, breaking that. Now it's gonna be hidden behind that cloudburst, so at the very least he stays hidden for the time being. The trip will be broken. Y1 to find Ju Young, but the same could be said. A lot of pressure here, and now All Gamers Young find themselves in a conundrum. Let's just pivot onto A, but into the waiting arms of that Sova. He sprays, knife in hand, a right click to the face is all he needs. They didn't check him! Oh! No, not like this. Oh my god. 1 by 1, they fall. A mistake for not checking a corner, costing them so dearly right now. As Big Bear at least finds one more to his name. Gangazi finds Ian, one more to worry about here. A shot to the face. He needs to swap guns now. 20 HP left. A lot of pressure by Big Bear. His teammate is close by. If he swings, he will 100% fall. It's only player left. That Ghost does dividends. And player manages to clutch.
Well, he's a player, for sure. And in great fashion, he's able to do it. 1vx situation pans out here for all gamers Y. And if you are in their situation, I mean, how do you feel, like, mentally, right? Knowing you're technically out of the tournament, you still have a game to play, but I don't know. I think at this point you
I think it
accept,
loses them.
I think you accept the mentality of like, I'm just happy to be here, and then you just play, right?
I mean, making it to, you know, to Malaysia to play is already
truly Asia.
It's already a thing in itself. Venetia knocked down one already. And Venetia, we know that this player is an insane anchor. He plays his corners to perfection. Master of multi-frags. Sharp as heck. Catches you off guard. But Cobra this time, as we talked about before, he's quick. But not this time. Dwindled down to 45 HP. Only less than half his HP left. And now they're just going to try and put in more pressure onto Garage. You have the sprays. You have the smokes. But no comment.
Well, all gamers young here. On their attacking side, do have some grass control to work with. Garage is still controlled by CNE as well. Oh, sees the jump peak from Benicia. Will give out information, thus the defense will adjust.
Oh, he's all alone here. Ooh, the wall bang is huge. Does he know there's one more close? Wow, Y1 is ready for him. Ju Young forced off the site here until Smoke's paranoia. Forced to wait. So many footsteps around him. Where to look? Ju Young wins one fight. Ian to fall. Timing, unfortunately, not on his side. The Aldron scans everything. Spots nothing. So all about trying to figure out where they are. It's obviously going to be on long. And one thing about this long side is if you don't have smokes, it's going to be a hard ask. You have to go a little bit more aggressive. The cam is there just to make it more and more annoying. Have a paranoia thrown to your face as well. They cannot tap this. They cannot hold this. A double swing is what they need. A flash as well. Player from inside of Garage. Big Bear going for big numbers here. And Gangazi probably overwhelmed with this life. Trying to get away from one. Trying to perhaps get away with a kill. No. A player finds him in the end and they are going to be converting that bonus.
Good stun as well there, perfectly placed on its target. Pretty precise as well from long range. 3-0 here to start things off for AGY, and I love the amount of utility that the Omen had to do with that post plant. The one way there on Big Bear, and then his paranoia as well to connect from range. I'm not really losing anybody. The flank around from the Cypher. Good post plant here from AGY, and their attacking side looking pretty strong to start things off. Cobra!
Wow.
Oh, good for the one.
Yes, Bugatti answers back so quickly.
I woke up in a new Bugatti.
Can I play the meme version of it? Oh, the timing is huge here. Ju Young. I think that what's really great about Ju Young, oh my goodness. It's like just firepower all around here. Bugatti walks up, shoots one in the face, walks up forward, challenge me once again on A main. Perhaps not, but now is all the time to break into A site. Putting it on the smokes. Benicia keeping very well hidden away from that Aldrone. He holds the corner, a headshot to the face. No, Bugatti dwindles so low, but he does get taken out after that. Ian finds Ju Young here, now one step once again. Can he be one step ahead of the team? He was in the previous map. A headshot perfectly done. Dinked bet. A dink is not what you need to be one step ahead.
It's kind of crazy how you can dink with a sheriff, but I guess it was at range. 4-0 anyways here for AGY to do things. It wasn't clean that round, relatively, but at least they closed it out. Still, they have to be careful about giving up so much against such a thrifty buy there from CNE. CNE, I'm wondering when will they start to get their first round? The Outlaw able to find picks, yes, but ultimately not much more. Perhaps if they're able to afford an op, then things could change for CNE.
Overdrive online already here. Bugatti still getting a Cobra, but he walks straight into the aftershock. Perhaps that was a little bit too hasty there. Bit too greedy, a bit too overconfident. But he holds. Gangazi here, despite the fact that he's been already noted, he's just trying to be the bait and trying to take away eyes from his other teammates on the back of sight.
Does do lots of damage too there. The retreating Cypher. I believe a while ago too, the Neon was kind of stunned, so tried to maybe slide out of it, but he went forward. In this case, Plant will go down here towards the B site. They do have most of the retake coming from A though.
Do they know? Julian is coming from the... Oh, they do! Here comes the Rolling Thunder! So aware! They swing out, they find them in the back of that crate! They just spray the heck out of them! One step here. They're holding two angles. Spots one, they swing together! It could have been a call-out! But Nisha finds him in the end! These are lurks on lurks, flanks on flanks, timing upon timing! The smokes come down! He barely sees player. Gets a tap. He swings out, and player once again becoming the player to clutch and win it out in the end, barely by the skin of his teeth.
Man, player still winning that out in the end. I mean, he did have the time in his favor, kind of forcing Benicia to want to stick in that case. But even at low HP, you know anything could happen. Luckily gets the jump on Benicia there. 5-0 on the attacking side. AGY doing pretty good. And if I am CNE, a timeout might just be what they need. And I'm surprised they haven't called it just yet. Perhaps after this round they will. I mean, they're afforded 2 timeouts anyways in regulation. So.
Paranoia out. Ooh, that timing, I'm not too sure if that was a breakdown in communication there. He seemed ready, but then suddenly the updraft came through. And one step waiting for the right time to pop hits. Unfortunately for him, not happening. That wide swing from Big Bear threw him off. Now for AGY says, all right, let's just quickly rotate back into A. We're seeing a lot of heavy rotations happening here from AGY. They try to hit a site, you think it's almost completely correct, and they just swiftly just run to the other end. What the heck is that, Bugatti?
I know, right?
Nasty. Oh my god.
It's kind of ridiculous, really, to hit that. Especially on the slide, but I mean, there's still accuracy in it.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, that off angle.
Doesn't even move his
perfect.
mouse.
He didn't. His body is moving. Bugatti. Vroom vroom.
The fact that you can slide and be so accurate is kind of what makes Neon broken. I understand they made the slide only 2 now. I mean 1 now from the 2, but still huge value from it. But I mean, I guess it's the whole point of picking Neon in the first place.
I mean, there's 2 ways of using the slide, right? One is to move in with your teammates, kind of throw off the crosshairs. Your teammate slides through, something like a something swing, but like on steroids. And then after that, you have the slide, but you catch them off guard.
Kind of crazy. But the op is out now. Look at the push from Bugatti here, all the way towards A-Link. No utility, just dry pushes it. Finds an empty lane.
You can definitely tell that he's feeling confident right now. He looks so comfortable, definitely a lot more loose compared to before. And Gangazi this time will be caught off guard.
Cover going out.
As Benicia holding a closer angle here. The rest of AGY says, okay, we don't want to take this fight, but for somehow... Player won that. I don't think he was expecting Benicia to be that close.
Okay. CNE, what is up? Time out here by Chu Young. And I don't know. I think their heads are out of it straight up. From their last loss against Boom, I don't think they're feeling confident. I think they're pretty shaken up and bamboozled about that matchup. And coming to this, the fact that we've seen some very dominating rounds from AGY. I think they're just too much in their heads, and so we know that they can play better than this. We've seen them play better than this, and arguably they played better than this when they were up against better teams, and yet now is when they struggle. So this timeout I think should have been called much earlier, like 2 rounds ago at least. But ultimately enough. At least they call it better late than never. Hopefully, in their case, wishful thinking on my part. In a perfect world for them, from this point on, they win the next 5 rounds to bring it 7-5 at the end of the half.
Wow.
And have a chance. Yeah.
Let's see if this ideal world is something that will come true, or is it just
Let me tell
wishful thinking?
What's your picture of an ideal world?
A world where I have $1 million.
Robux. You better be specific, because you know how genies work.
Oh yeah, they're deceitful. Oh wow, great opening pick by Y1 there. Not too sure what happened onto mid area. And Bugatti once again does what he does best. Vroom vroom onto the site. We didn't see this in the previous match. Just now it felt like he was so hesitant. But now that he's already in the losing side, he's like so loose. He's just letting himself play and be as dynamic as he wants. Spoke too soon. Caster's curse happened again as one step wins that fight. But they're not done quite yet. Cobra's here, just spraying and praying into the smokes. Ian at least to find 1 kill in the end. And that shot by Cobra, that is disgusting. Shuts down player, shuts down Ian. And Cobra says, I'm back, baby.
Well, very nicely done here by CNE to finally get a round of their own. Seems like their coach gave them an earful during the timeout. Maybe some desks being smashed.
Oh wow, can you give us an example of how that sounds like?
I don't speak Korean.
Oh no, what?
Like, how am I supposed to know, bro? I don't know them personally. We ain't close like that.
Oh man, give us our best Alex impression, I guess. I'll take that one.
I'm about to smash my desk. That's all you guys are about to hear right now. You're about to hear a big thud. Like, one of those.
Okay, your game's not even catching. I saw it, but your game didn't catch it.
Oh. How about this? Never mind.
No, that's not
I don't
happening.
blow the mic.
Here comes Bugatti. Oh, that swing from one step read so perfectly.
Hunter's Fury.
This one step is gonna fall. Hunter's Fury already used. And for somewhere on the site, Cobra manages to find Ian in the midst of all that chaos.
Well, the Hunter's Fury does shake him up enough towards short for the sewer kill. But still a 4v4. If you're AGY right now, the best idea would be to actually pull back. His defense is spread thin, but hey, it doesn't matter when Bugatti's leading a charge.
There's the fast lane as well, just to make sure his teammates can cross. He catches him on the one, and oh my god. Big Bear, you nearly make that work. Wasn't expecting it to be that close. Rolling Thunder on one end. Paranoia just to buy some time. Ju Young, all the util, the kitchen sink just thrown out here. And somehow Big Bear is still very much alive. Player falls. One tap to the head onto Ju Young is all he needs. The flash to buy it up forward. Gangazi in a 1v1. And we know how this story ends. Gangazi makes it work, and another point back online for CNE.
He crouch sprayed into the commit. And it doesn't work out for him. Looking pretty good initially, but man, the retake working out here for CNE. Thought AGY could finally get the round back in their stead. I say finally, as if it's been so long, but it's only been a single round. But yeah, still 7-2, interesting outcome for a round I thought would have went the other way.
I'm being real here. I thought this game is gonna be very, very close. I'm thinking like back and forth between the two teams. Think how AG Young versus Boom in the beginning of the match just now. But this definitely isn't the outcome we saw. And now for AG Young, they're starting to be very aggressive. It's early pickoffs, early util, and it throws off that first contact player wherever they were holding.
They do control A long because of that, but look at the flank. For the Lark game here.
The battle of the ciphers.
Yeah, well, clearly, hats off the player here.
But for this round, next. But for now, Bugatti slowly making his way onto the site as player finally caught out there by Cobra. A big swing out onto Benicia. Fast lane to get him onto the site as he noticed one close.
What?
Oh my god! Quick reaction onto Gangazi. But Ju Young, unseen at all.
No
For some
way.
reason, managing to hold on to that corner. And now Big Bear takes the spike and decides, okay, TP straight onto C. A 1v1. Oh, this is going to be exciting to watch.
That's kind of redonkulous the way that things happen there, but ultimately 1v1 still the operator. Not the best weapon sometimes for clutches, and Big Bear will find timing. He sees the barrel poking out, and AGY will finally get their round on the board.
Talk about tunnel vision. That is definitely that. AGY's lead is just looking so huge right now. It's a hell of a highway to walk through. What, 6-round deficit, and it's looking to snowball more because there's only one hero rifle in CNE's hands.
Well, let's see if he can be the superhero for this super big problem they have at hand. Huge task for them to try and pull off. Not the best weapons, but we've seen ecos with less work out today with better results. A very patient play here from AGY. They know CNE are on the eco on the defense, so they're expecting an aggressive play from the defense. That's why they're waiting for this, first like 20 seconds of the round.
Look at the ciphers. Go back one step. Give me round 3.
One step. Oh, I thought he had that shot actually. But
Same here. Honestly, it's looking so good. And look at the way they've entered just now from Garage all the way to Long. It's given them so much value. Now, all the way from the top side here, Cobra and Benicia will completely fall. Ian and Y1, just so aware, so sharp. And now for this end, that is very unlucky, Gangazi. That was very unlucky. Caught out with a knife in hand, having to pull out your weapon.
9 to 2.
9 to 2.
What?
9-3 half. Do you believe in
9-3 half?
curses?
Depends who sets them.
Whoa! 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 I will not be taking the slander.
Well, I'm not talking about you. I mean, if the shoe fits,
Wow!
I never mentioned you, but if affects those who be affected.
Oh man, look at the setup here. AG1 catches Cobra right as he's just coming out of
Oh my
Garage,
God.
and Bugatti says it's time to prove.
Rushes
Up. Yeah, really. Just walk up, just zap people in the face, no slowing down, at least onto this side. Not done yet. Shocks one side, and one step also. No more steps to take. Final man left standing, and a 4 pickoff, flawless. Bugatti. What the heck is that, man? Walking down the entire site.
I'm just scratching my head.
I saw that. I'm just
I
like,
don't know what to do.
how
Look,
do
he
you
has
get away with
23.
that?
He has 23. The next dude has 11. The top frag here, the CNE has 8. I know it ain't about kills.
Bugatti.
I know, yeah, every time he does that, he just rushes there.
We should have a soundboard for that. Every time he pops that yeah. Wow, you had the bass going on too, huh?
Yeah, you get the 808s in the background. Just booming and bopping. I mean, CNE.
It just
Sad.
feels like they're not playing as a team. They're so disconnected from one another. Where was the double swings we saw just now? Where was that hesitance? I mean, the hesitance was great. They didn't want it. They didn't take these early fights, and it worked so well in their favor. But this time around, it feels like, I don't know, and they want to play aggressive, but it's just not working out.
Yeah, CNE could have actually won this. I think potentially qualified. If they won this match and then boom lose to Zol, there's a chance there. So I don't know, man. Very discouraging to see here for the South Korean fans watching how their team represent in this tournament right now, in this group stage.
Right click
If
to
it did go out.
Oh man, that's looking bad. 1v1 here. They had a huge lead. Don't forget, they lost 2 so early. Gangazi, oh, a big swing forward, but Gangazi, as we know, always will be the impact fragger, always will be the clutch maker.
It works out for him. Gangazi, at least, has been, as you mentioned, one of the more consistent high impact players here for CNE, even throughout this tournament. Not this map only, but like just the other matches that they have played in the other 3. And so, if you're AGY right now, I mean, you're sitting comfortable with the lead you have, but you can't get complacent for sure.
Oh yeah. But you can tell that AGY, look, they're just so relaxed right now. Aggressive as ever. Flashed up, and Bugatti somehow still manages to shoot Gangazi in the face. Smokes are down already, and Big Bear has not moved yet from Garage. As for CNE, okay, they already took those early fights mid. They already whittled down the numbers. 2 of the players now gone. And look at that player looking to challenge, but the numbers are gonna fall. The guns are just not strong enough for AGY. But they still managed to take 2 out of the way here for CNE. And now it's a 1v3. And I believe he's only running a classic.
Drop the spike.
Well, let's see what he can do with so little. Oh, he's picked up the Sheriff now, at least. I quite like the Sheriff. It's the Sentinels of Light, the Soul one. Has a nice, nice feedback per shot. Well, now they know where he's coming from.
Yeah, that's a really nice choice. Gonna try slowly get his way onto the site, but Benicia, you know when he holds, he doesn't let go.
Bye, Benicia. Finally gets around. 4 to 10.
The karaoke session here. I mean, it's true what they say about Filipinos. They love their karaoke.
I thought you were gonna say something else. But yeah, I guess that's true.
It's true. Like, y'all are such good singers.
That's not true.
It's
Like,
true!
yeah, I guess it's true. I guess
What do
it
you mean?
is. I guess it is true. We got Mulan.
Oh, man.
But yeah, moving on forward, hopefully the only song that will be played at the end of this is one of a comeback tune for CNE, because they have been struggling to find their rhythm in this sonnet so far.
Ooh, very quiet right now. AGY looking to play a little bit more passive, and I think their whole game has been massive. We expect Bugatti to push out early, and I think Cobra was hoping for that too, but this time around Bugatti says, nah, you come inside.
Well, they wait now for a moment. Yeah, very slow play, as you mentioned. Letting things breathe out for a second. Camera, they heard that shut off, so they have to know there's one top left. They're going to execute now. C-site is theirs, and AGY will not really put up much of a defense there. They're going to try and play the retake instead. But look at the lurk here from the Sova of CNE towards the Garage. Let's see if we can find timing.
Could be huge here, Gangazi. Oh man, Bugatti's not even looking at him. He was able to do a very big quick swing. It could work out in his favor here. Shots heard already, sounds as well. Here's the trip. Oh no, and one step punishes him for it. Cobra find Big Bear. As player for the backhand cannot break into the site at all. And finally, CNE looking a lot better in that post plant.
Uh-oh. This is starting to look like potential trouble looming on the horizon. A storm brewing, potentially. There's more open sea here for CNE to build up momentum. Once they do make landfall, AGY might just struggle to keep him at bay. 5 to 10, yes. 5 rounds in between them, yes. Only 2 away from AGY, yes. But if, once again, they get complacent, then things could quickly get out of hand. A lot quicker than you might expect. So, if you're CNE right now, this momentum, they'd love to ride the wave. One step starts things off, and look at this.
Man.
A flurry of frags for CNE.
Enemy
It's
remaining.
almost like a shooting range down mid here. Shot from player is enough. He gets tagged here as well. He's in trouble. Quickly runs away. Surviving by the skin of his teeth. 1 on 4 with only a Sheriff in hand. That's just asking for too much here. Surprisingly, he's managed to juke like the Matrix all of those bullets. He swings out and he will eventually fall. And CNE, they're beginning the chain rounds. And brick by brick, they want to come back.
And they're chaining rounds very quickly, by the way, Tosh. They're not... Some of these rounds aren't coming down to the wire. They are fully just being closed out early on in the first minute or so of the round. So they have to be careful here, AGY, very much so. Have yet to win a single defensive round. So they don't yet know what works against CNE, which is very dangerous because they're going to have to try a few things And they might just try the wrong thing. At that point, they're going to get reset again in the economy. And it's very difficult right now in AGY's position. It might look like they had a huge lead, and they did. But as I mentioned, on the defensive side, that can matter little on a map like Haven.
CNE does have the Hunter Sphere to work with. Be massive for post-plant or just really to stop them from going into chokes. But why one? He suspects there's going to be one lurker here. One step hasn't really put his steps or put his foot onto B side yet. But as soon as he does, I'm sure it spells doom for him. But all eyes onto A here. It seemed like it was going to be a C hit, but one thing about CNE is that they can really change their mind so quickly. Oh, timing. Y1 looks away, and suddenly the whole of B side is in his control. Executed on the side already here. One step picks one up, and that's huge. Neural theft activated as well. A cage online. Player is here, and somehow, for some reason, he managed to make it work. Already online is his own version of the neural theft. Gonna clear out hell here. That aftershock should take him out. Here comes the rolling thunder as well. Everyone displaced, move out the way, flashed as well. And somehow, somewhere, Bugatti falls. Benicia for one, Cobra as well. Smoked off Heaven. And the other two, how do you break onto the site? Ian falls, one more to worry about. No save as Cobra reacts as quick as the Viper itself.
Oh no. Oh dear.
You know, from the front.
Rounds are quickly being taken, and leads are swiftly being erased. One step at a time. Get it? One step. CNE here, 3 rounds away in this, I was gonna say map number 5, but like, it's a best of 1, so. 5th map of the day, yes, but ultimately enough. It's AGY here who are to be troubled and concerned with impending doom, it seems, if they don't stop things here. Bugatti trying to play up close. Oh, TP's away. They do have A main control, yes, but they don't have the best buy coming into this.
Here's one step. Ooh, shots to the head there. Doesn't matter what kind of shorty you have. If you get tapped to the head, you're pretty much dead. And that's exactly what player was banking on. Now, after all that cacophony, it's silence once again.
Silence?
You to me.
Huh? Both.
Both?
Caster, stop talking. So much yappa.
Oh man, walking down A long already, but do they know there's already 3 players already on A? Now target's been hit already, so it already confirms their suspicion. Benicia waiting. Didn't break it. Paranoia's out. They swing out here, and somehow Bugatti gets away with the murder. But the same could be said for Cobra. Gangazi from the one end there finds 2. They were not paying attention to the left side of boxes.
Nicely done here by AGY to try and get some damage done even on their kind of eco round. Swing out from player, and he connects to bring it to a 2v2 now. They do have the Shadow Step to try and gather information with. He can use that to scan the site and cancel out.
Oh, here's this corner plate. Player rendered so low right now. The aftershock gets one shot to the head. Juyang somehow from the grave picks up a kill for himself. A shot to the face, and Cobra gonna find Big Bear, and he cannot survive.
That could have been it there, but ultimately enough. The blades work out for CNE. I don't think Cobra realizes how close he actually was to going down to player on the Cypher there when he had his head turned the other way. 8-10, Tosh. Suddenly?
Wow, that's like 6 rounds in a row. What the heck?
This was a 10-2 half. Let me remind you. And they've taken 6 now in a row, and we suddenly have a game in our hands. As I mentioned, this could become quicker. Rather, this could become closer a lot quicker than they might realize it could.
Look how quickly they're going their way, just rushing through garage here. CNE. Quickly go with that reveal. The util set up as well, just spraying left, right, and center. Benicia gonna find Big Bear here.
Huge
but
stun.
Here comes Bugatti. The song plays before finally being shut down by Benicia. Regardless, damage has been done. It's still a 2-on-3, 1-man deficit for all gamers young. Nice angle to hold. A cage set up as well. All the way on the backside here. They're not playing together. Due diligence not done. And now the paranoia has been set up, but somehow Ian wins that. Still, 2 more members of CNE to worry about. He taps. The cam gets broken there. A jump peek up. He tries to half it. And they quickly swing out together, and CNE, whatever it is that happened in the first half, completely forgotten. This feels like a whole new team.
Oh, definitely so. And right now, AGY, I would have expected them to have called a timeout like 5 rounds ago or 4 rounds ago at this point. You see the other team. You see the other team getting like 3-4 rounds in a row. You start to think like, okay, it's gonna be too close for comfort. Once the scoreline was about 6-10, I would have called a timeout there immediately. And yet AGY failing to recognize the signs of trouble.
Yeah. There goes the shock darts. CNE this time, we know they like quiet. We know they take their time taking up space. Only leaving one step walking out there. Both players missing off each other and both players backing off. And somehow on the other side of the map here, our Bugatti Vera will fall.
So for all up here, oh, doesn't expect him to be up close. The Op able to find the one, but it's a trade equally.
Yeah. Angles played to perfection. Trades are almost instantaneous. And on A, it's only a 1 Cypher hold, but look at that double trip there. One close, one a bit deeper. Cam set up as well. As soon as they break that trip, they're just going to explode onto the side. Here we go. Here comes the concuss as well. But Ju Young, he was ready for that peek once again from player, and he falls. One step, playing closely inside of Sewers there. His camera does give away his position. A reload forward. Sees no one on main. And Bear has crossed. A re-smoke onto Heaven once again. Timing could be crucial here. One player down, 2 even, but timing! He had his util out, wrong timing. It could have potentially been a 3, and now Ian has to play this 1v2 all alone, a high-low setup, but how are you supposed to isolate that? A 10-10, they've managed to mount that almost impossible comeback.
Good effort there by Big Bear, but you cannot throw a paranoia out when you have uncleared territory on the site, when somebody could swing from back site, and that's exactly what happens there. 10-10. Finally a real game on our hands, Tosh. It was looking like a wash for most of this map, but look where we are. 10-10. Ultimate's bound, especially for AGY here. That's gonna be funny if after all this time, after 8 rounds straight, after we've tied up the game, AGY finally get their first. I have a good feeling.
Cast or curse? Question mark?
Maybe. Perhaps.
Let's not have that happen right now. The title is worn by me. But anyways, here. Bugatti with a judge in hand. Oh, he's gonna try and challenge. He pushes out. Good for 1. He runs away with this life. Smoke sets him up for success, but the wall bangs will deny that. Gangazi. Always the denier of hopes and dreams. And the same could be said from Cobra.
Well, 10-10 it stands, and looking like to be an 11th here for CNE as they find a pick in their favor once more. A site is where they want to crawl up into. They do have the Cypher utility actually on A, even though he's kind of lurked here towards the B site. CNE are taking their time. They're making sure that they do not give up their plans and telegraph it early. They know the cam is here. See the trip. That will get denied.
Clears all those corners. Retakes A once again. But here comes the Hunter's Fury. That's to clear out a little bit more close. Ian playing a little bit more far back this time. Not enough to get pickoffs as much as he wanted to. Recon Bolt gets planted as well. No, the plant doesn't go down. That Rolling Thunder denies it. The flashes buys a bit more time. Ian sprays. Ian goes. Does he check behind him? No, he doesn't. And now AG... 2 versus 3. It's hard, a choke to worry about, but somehow they are dwindling down the numbers 1 by 1. Benicia with the classic wins it in the end. Playing so far back right now. Gets the defuse, goes for the half. Benicia forced to peek and wins it out in the end. Why 1? Gonna have to fall to that op. What the heck is happening here?
From a 10-2 half to now 11-10 in the favor of CNE. Incredible. 9 rounds straight, mind you, Tosh. And
I am
still no signs of slowing down. AGY, their spirits have to be crumbled. You have a timeout. Can we say that together? We have a time out. Gosh darn it.
Oh man, what is going on? The mindsets change so drastically. I mean, I do believe that some teams are just more prepared in one certain half of the map, but this is ridiculous. Or as you say, redonkulous.
The problem with my redonkulous. You're making fun of my words. I mean
Gotta have to, man. It's been a year since I cast it with you. Gotta take every shot I can get, man.
You a bully. Why are you a bully, huh?
Oh, that's a question I wish I knew myself. Now, backside here on B, Cobra, we've seen him do wonders with that op. Immediately hiding himself with that cloudburst. And Ian, hearing that cloudburst, says, okay, the op is here somewhere. Let's just play a little bit more passive, leaving Y1 to his own devices.
I have a theory. AGY want to make it exciting. They are true entertainers in every form, and so they're keeping the game close.
You know what? I don't dispute that at all. Benicia from above, once again doing what he does
30
best.
seconds left.
Keeping the site well protected from a high vantage point. As Cobra, eyes onto Link here. Ooh, jumping forward, he's playing with fire! Ooh, somehow that shot does not hit, and Bugatti says, alright, straight onto the side. Paranoia, be damned. Gangazi gets him, and Big Bear is close. The op shot comes closer than ever. As Big Bear with the 3 can't do more. Player puts in the damage, swaps his gun. In fact, picks up a different one. Out of bullets, but not out of time. Playing ring around Rosie here. Cobra, all he wants to do is just waste time. Waste time. But there is just no way that Cobra will allow the defuse to happen as CNE hit match point. A dismal first half turned into one of the most insane comebacks we've seen here at the Predator League.
From 2-10 to now 10 straight rounds.
Wait, why is this timeout here?
You know, just because it's about time. And perhaps they remember that they have one. And perhaps...
Oh yeah, we have one!
They realize that you should be using timeouts. And that...
I think they heard our echoes.
Yeah, it finally reached...
We had to say it together.
The venue. They finally heard us. It was like, oh, right. They heard you from afar. We have timeout. And they're like, okay, we're going to call it now. They're not wrong. But honestly, they do not look happy. They do not look happy.
You came all the way here, you know, making it, and it's a best of one. I have to say, this is cutthroat. Not having that chance to really fight yourself in a best of 3, right? But at the same time, I really gotta give it to them. The thing about AG Young is that when they look good, you can really tell they feel comfortable. Then suddenly that change in mindset hits, and then slowly they just start to fall apart. And that's so unfortunate.
Well, as I mentioned, they have to be careful. They cannot get complacent. I'm not saying they got complacent, but I do think that they let things just slip by them. They wanted to win this map, then...
Oh my god, Big Bear was playing with fire.
Oh, that he was?
His shoulder could have been blown off there.
Well, luckily for him, he keeps it attached to his body for the meantime. Crawl up here towards the grass, but there is no real util in garage.
Spotted already.
Cage triggered.
Cage just to give a little bit more space for one step to work with. Doubled, in fact. One falls, the other will go up. I still
Contact in sewers? They're right beside each other in sewers, actually. The Omen and the Cypher.
Oh my god, yeah, you're right.
Practically smelling each other at this point.
There we go. Found him. They smelled it. 100%.
Smelled him around the corner. It's like, that's Dior. Right?
Whoa!
Whoa!
Wait, hang on. Where's that op looking? Oh, this could be huge here. Ian playing a very aggressive corner.
30 seconds
Spell
left.
death. Oh, I think he's telling his teammate to go first. Here we go. Rolling Thunder used already. They swing out and Gangazi checks it for him. Cobra trying to take a little bit more space in if he can hold. but it's huge because all this util dump just denies AGY any fighting chance. Gives Cobra 2 shots
10
to the
seconds
head,
left.
swaps to the up. Suddenly it's a C hit. They swing out one by one. Player to fall one more time. Just go straight into his crosshair. Why don't you?
Oh,
As
no.
Bugatti is just fighting with his conscience self. Has to keep his team in the game. A 1v4. He has to do something. Keep the
Not
team
like
alive.
this. Not
But the time is ticking.
like this.
He
Not
swings
like
out here.
this.
Cobra goes and Cobra says a 4K to my name and a win to my team. CNE, keep it alive. And thus with that, eliminating AG Young.
Well, first of all, they were already eliminated. Second of all, that was a nail in the coffin. Third of all, not like this. I thought that they had, we had maybe a quick game on our hands with AGY steamrolling through the first half, 10-2, then maybe they could bring it to the end, but complete turnaround. Stuck, nailed, and pegged at the 10th scoreline, could not move on forward. Tosh, do not laugh at that. 13-10 as they're stuck there, and my oh my, complete breakdown in team play for the second half.
It felt like Bugatti was just in his own world, taking up so much space alone. He's like whatever we saw from this team against Boom earlier, that close game 1 is just gone. Crossfire's gone. Teamwork just not there. It was honestly questionable because they looked good in that first half, and then suddenly they started to lose rounds upon rounds, and it felt like every single round they played, it was just spiraling out of control. It was just so unfortunate.
Well, that it was, and you have to wonder what really caused it. Was there a breakdown in comms? Did somebody suddenly have to go use the loo? I don't know, but I'm just concerned with the way that they did. I mean, I don't know if fortunately or unfortunately for them, there won't really be any more matches for them to play in this tournament as a whole, not just the group stage, but just because of the fact that, it's done at this point. But yeah. I hope that they can take something away from this tournament. They can use their experience moving forward, because CNE definitely showed that they have what it takes. And because of that, I think CNE maybe heard me. I said they can still qualify into the playoffs if they do well. And
yeah,
they did. So they got
the
one.
End of the road.
Yeah, if Boom Esports lose towards Zol, there's a chance, I believe. I'm not sure if we settle tiebreakers with head-to-head first over round differential. If it's round differential, it could be them. So we don't know.
It's going to be super exciting if you think about it. I think, surprisingly, this group is starting to get a little bit too close for comfort when it comes to these things. I mean, we talked about favorites, but even then, Boom struggled against certain teams that we were not expecting them to. And they made it exciting, they made it interesting, but at the same time, no wins, no slots are taken without a fight. Nothing is for free even. And that's what makes this, I think, this Group C a little bit more exciting. A lot more at stake here for Boom Esports as a team that's just, newly crowned into Tier 1. I think there is a little bit more expectation about on what their performance looks like before this beginning of the season. Regardless, as we go into the final match of the game later, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, that we do have our Acer Intel All-Star MVP. You guys can scan the QR, Intel All-Star, coming here very soon, perhaps. There we go. That you guys can choose your favorite MVP to bring home the title later on. But for now, let's have a closer look here at the standings before we go to break at the other ones as well. Now, TS currently going 0-2, possibly to me, is the biggest upset of the day.
I agree. Like, they are arguably the most well-known team here. They are for sure supposedly the best team here.
To defend their title, like from last year.
Crowned champs last time around, but this time I definitely not. And then they also are, one of the few Tier 1 teams here, alongside now the newly crowned Boom. So they should have had this. They should have had this tournament in the running. But I don't know, there is kind of a switch up in terms of them having a sub, last minute sub. That they have Marky now in place of Wild Oreo, and then they also have a new coach who I don't think he's had much time with him.
I mean, it was just announced.
Yeah, it was just
So,
announced, but I would assume that the coach has at least been with him for at least a week or two, maybe even more. So
yeah.
not real much time. So yeah, there's that. Maybe copium for me. I don't
Yeah.
know, but
I
I'm just
mean,
giving reasoning.
it's also really exciting when you look at Group B, yeah, because DSG was the team to win Split 2 last year
Yeah.
over Unsigned 5, or Zipto now.
Who also did just pick up job, by the way.
Yeah, they also just picked up Ja, and I was expecting a little bit more of a closer score, but Zipto is currently going 3-0, win streaking forward, and they have just gone through a roster reshuffle and picked up 2 new coaching staff as well. So it's honestly so interesting how some teams can adapt to change and some teams need some time to, but that's also another exciting one to watch. Now for Group C, I think we already have our teams that are only toward the bottom side of the brackets. You can already tell that it's already going to be the eliminated teams. Now we're just trying to see whether or not they can make it up till the end here, because there is still one more game to be played. But tell me about, what do you think of Group D right now, Black and Blue?
All right, Group D. I don't know. I don't really know how to really settle my thoughts on it, because it's a bit of a. I'm still not sure on how things could turn out. If Orangutan, for example, win their next game 2-1, and Alter Ego lose their next game, well, it could be kind of a toss-up on who qualifies. I'm still putting my money on Alter Ego, my fictional money, obviously. Not to do that here. My proverbial big bucks, but yeah, Alter Ego. I wouldn't be surprised if they make it through. Same with Boom. So we might just have 2 Indonesian rosters in this
An Indonesian
top
derby
4.
should be exciting. It's gonna
Uh,
give back, waves of what Taman Anggrek for VCL Indonesia stood for the last year or so. So that's also very, very exciting. Regardless, as we go into the next match, we're going to be looking at Boom Esports versus Zol, and I'm very excited for this one. It's giving that 2022 VCT APAC moment where these two teams were duking it out nonstop the entire year. So bringing back old memories, especially since Boom is leaving the tier 2 scene. So love to see that.
Well, they're tier 1 now, Tosh. Don't forget. They're not
Yeah,
tier
I
2
know.
anymore.
I mean, yeah. I'm just saying, like, now that Boom Esports is going to tier 1, then
Yeah.
we're not going to be seeing this anymore.
Oh,
So,
leaving. I thought you
yeah,
said
leaving.
leading. I thought you
No,
said
leaving.
leading. I'm like,
Leaving.
oh,
I'm
50
sorry. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh.
No, that was
Oh my
me,
God.
that was me.
You're,
I
you're so
apologize.
picky, man. Getting cyber bullied by Black and Blue on and honor. Crazy.
Am I getting gaslit right now?
Well, you got to think about it 3 times.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, ultimately enough, it's gonna be El Clasico. I miss the times where you'd see, SCA teams butt head back in like the days of C challengers. But
That was the great.
the only heads that shall be butt are ours. We're gonna argue after this because we are gonna go to break, so there is no more yapping for casters. We shall be back, and when we do, final game of the day in Group C, Indonesia versus the Philippines, Boom Esports versus Zol. Shall be back when we return. Yeah.
swear. And I know the stars are listening. But we can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to fly? Look up at the stars. See us in the sky, 'cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars. Let me take you higher than where we are. So high now, there's nothing to come down to. Have you ever tried to fly? I could take you there. You ain't gotta ever be scared. I got you, let's go to outer space. Take you to the stars, you're never gonna feel out of place. Fly with me, need a ride or die, so will you ride for me? Twinkle of my eye, girl, you shine for me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening. But we can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to fly? Look up at the stars. See us in the sky, 'cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars. Let me take you higher than where we are. So high now, there's nothing to come down to. Have you ever tried to fly? swear. And I know the stars are listening, but we
Undoubtedly, today is a day of upsets. We've seen teams that should be favorites not making it out of groups at all, and now it comes down to the line here for the final match of the day. This is the Predator League APAC group stage, Group C with Tash Bunny and Black and Blue.
There you go. Final map of this entire group stage, and we were quite puzzled with the outcome of the last one, right?
Yeah.
Attempted to half for ALY that
Somebody
somehow
play Silver Scrapes, man.
went, what was that, 11 straight rounds in
11,
return to come
yeah.
back for a 13-10 final scoreline. Crazy stuff here from CNE, but we're going on over to I think it's going to be a banger of a matchup for the final one. Zol Esports here versus Boom Esports, and I think that this could really kind of shake things around, but we're gonna have to see for ourselves. As Tosh mentioned, this is the final map, and we're gonna be going to Bind to end things off today.
Honestly, I think we only saw 2 maps. Even Bind, let's be real here. Did we see any other maps?
We saw Split. We saw one Split.
Oh, one lone split amongst the Bind and the Havens. Now, Zol Esports has gotten 1 loss today. Lost once, and it was to CNE. Just fresh out of a win here. Boom Esports not defeated at all. So this should be one. I mean, we talked a little bit about these 2 teams, right? How for many years now, these were like the bread and butter names for the tier 2 ecosystem here in Southeast Asia. This could potentially be our final time seeing these 2 teams go head to head.
Well, that's not exactly a very pleasing thought, because both of these teams have had quite a storyline coming into this. But
Yeah.
these 2 teams also, I think, are going to be a testament to how tightly fought this tournament is entirely.
Yeah.
And it's just so hard to get a read on which teams will go through. Like, everybody thought Team Secret, for example, would make it through, but
I was so sure it's going to be a clear route for Team Secret.
but evidently not, right?
No, clearly not. I mean, it's really hard. I mean, I think out of all the teams that we can watch, right? Like, I feel like tier 2 teams are definitely dark horses. You can't really tell what goes through their mind. The way they play is very heavily favored toward how that certain region plays. Now, we
For
are
sure.
going to Bind once again, and we are once again looking at a Vise here. And this time around is different because she's actually paired with a Fade.
Well, that Vice, we didn't see it a while ago on Split, but it was accompanied with the Sage there.
Sage, yeah. CNE Sports
For
really.
CNE, but
Yeah.
they're the ones this time to pull that out as their Sentinel here in Bind. I don't see how much that will really affect the game plan here.
Oh,
Boom
double
Esports,
Vice.
we're not a mirror match. We do have
No.
a difference in initiators here. Sky
Yeah,
for
Sky
Boom.
versus Fade. But honestly, if you ask me, I feel like Bind is just made for Fade. I mean, it's just the perfect size to run your Nightfall. The Haunt has so many good places for lineups as well. You know, I think end of the day, right, when it comes to that final moment, that you know, down to the last wire type moment, it's going to come down to those brimstones.
Who asked though?
What?
Who asked though? Who asked though? Okay.
You asked. I heard it in your mind.
No,
Like,
you
it was
said
so
like
quiet.
because you said, you know, if you ask me.
Yeah, we wait.
Yeah. I'm kidding. I jest. I will disagree though. I think Sky is pretty good here, but Fade does have lots of great positions on Bind. Like, you can scan almost the entire A site, like you
Yeah.
on top of the roof of the A. And same thing with B. So there's a lot. I think it depends on how you want to play this map. Both teams have very valiant cause to pick either initiator. I just like flashbangs because what can you do when you're blind?
I mean, true. I mean, that's the aggression that the Sky can bring with her util, right? But regardless, this time around, wow, Zol Esports deciding to take matters into their own hands. A deeper smoke, walking up, entirely saying, okay, A short is entirely in my control. As Shiro breaks the Prowler, he is gonna say, okay, let's just give that, which means that if they're aggressive here, we can safely go onto B side unbothered. Emma just walked up and shot Berserks in the face there somehow.
Okay. Well, a warm welcome,
Spike planted.
perhaps, maybe not, from Eman. They do get off to a great start here. Rotation out from CT, taking a fight all the way towards CT. The 5v2 now.
DOS9 punished for pushing that smoke here. It's actually so exciting as Zol just walks up, shoots people in the face. They didn't have to do the most. All they have to do is just deny space, allow them to come in, and then suddenly it's all about that retake onto B. Zol Esports exactly knows what they're doing with this comp.
I guess because they lost a pick early, it was a 4v5. They wanted to go aggressive towards CT just to try and find some kills. But ultimately enough, didn't really get them anything. They get the plant off, which is good for building, extra few hundred credits. But it's Zol here who come off a bit more with a benefit. Outlaw will be pulled out by Kakarot.
Pause for a second. Zind. I think today we've seen him play 3 different agents in 3 different roles.
Yeah, he did the Cypher, and then he had the
Jet,
and then now the Vice.
Oh, 2 roles, but still, I don't consider Vice a real Sentinel. But Peggy Horan is here, Kakarot here, might be able to line things up. No, he can't. That flash will move him out the way, and he double dips. Oh, they do line up. Hello, Caster's Curse. Missed seeing you there. It's hot sauce to find Shiro one more time. Trying to go for that no scope. DOS9 with that class. DOS9, come on now. That's a free gun. Picks up a gun, but cannot do more than that. Still, good round.
What did I do? What a round! Like, first of all, the outlaw gets a double, right?
Yep.
And then they think
The classic gets a
it's
double.
good now. The classic gets a double, but in a weird way, because like Evan was trying to jump away because he was reloading, he was mid-reload, but Kakarot was blocking him from behind, so they both got stuck there, and both basically got each other killed. Yeah. Curious, but I mean, they come out on top in the end. That's all that matters. And now Zol coming to this with the 2-round lead.
Yeah. If they actually manage to convert this bonus, spell even more devastation for Boom Esports. You want to be able to snow off that 3rd round if you can. But now, Boom Esports, I mean, yeah, we know that they tend to play a little bit more slow, but I think that round 2 push has really put a lot of question marks, and I think Zol has really conditioned them to think that there is that likely situation that they are going to push up and take these early contact fights. Kevzi, oh man, gonna pay with about 70% of his life there. But nevertheless, he's still very much alive. He can still do damage. His util is still very much intact. Excuse me.
Well, Trailblazer out towards the site. They still do have the scan, I believe, off the cooldown here. That's about to be thrown. There they do. They down the hunt and Sind. Still reacting time.
Yeah. And look at these trades, left, right, and center. 2 for 2. DOS9 over in the back end, taking his time. And that's always so exciting when I see this player play, how quickly and how precise he is.
30 seconds left.
Regardless, it's still a 2-on-2. Berserk needs to find his timing, barely surviving by the skin of his teeth before finally taken out by Eman. Now it's DOS9 against 2 of these players. Gets the plant down. But now it's about finding that right time. He needs to isolate these fights. He gets 1. Kakarot on his hands. It's only 1 shorty. Swaps out here, the high ground, but Kakarot's shots are just a little bit better despite it being only a ghost, and that's the bonus conversion. Zol looking so good early.
But why play so aggressive there in the end of the 1v2? Like, you have the orbital strike. You can play post-plant. You don't have to take a fight. You're 40 HP. Are you asking to get body shotted or right-click with the classic? I don't know. I think misplay there. Big misplay from DOS9. Obviously,
I agree with you.
Probably feeling confident. Thank you. I needed that. But
Now we wait.
yeah, misplay there. Missed opportunity for Boom. That should have been their round. That was their gun round. That was the bonus is all, and they get a lot of bonuses from that.
Yeah. I mean, in that situation, I would have liked it. I mean, where's the Boom Esports quick trade just now as well? I mean, I was expecting for Berserks to play together with DOS as well, but I think, timing was just not on their side, perhaps.
I mean, to be fair, in that situation, I would just whiffed. So, like,
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I'm just saying, like, decision making from a third-person perspective, when in my calm, soothing, air-conditioned chair, I'd think you'd play the orbital strike. But 4v5 now. This early pick is found actually by Boom here, and they have free reign.
Wait,
to
Kevzi.
go towards B.
Timing! Famous found it. That's huge. I feel like timing has been the word that we've been yelling out over and over today. Wall set up there. The post plant looks good. Berserks and then the rest of Boom Esports looking to play it all the way from long here. leaving only one player gonna try and play in from hookah, just in case of that mid-rotation. Clearing out the corners here, Kakarot. Due diligence done. Bit of pressure just to see if anyone's playing a little bit more close toward the side of Tube. Now Famous, waiting for a tap. He's gonna throw that nade out here, Emman. Try pushes, smokes, jumps through, and Famous and Shiro were very much ready for the aggression. Hot sauce in the corner, good to find one. Played it to perfection, but Boom Esports, their reaction better. And finally, after losing that round, they finally get a point on the board.
Now we build on
Oh
this
man,
success.
I thought the flick would work there, but nicely done from Boom Esports. Really being able to find picks all throughout the map, right? From one side of the floor to the other. And even catching the flank coming from Kevzy there. So, Boom Esports looking pretty good to start things off. It's Zol here who, even though they did win most of their rounds, albeit some of those were against the Eco, some of those were rather during the pistol, and I want to see how. Ooh, nice lineup here. It's the Roses going. This flushes out that garden.
So waiting, a lot of pressure there, but Boom Esports deciding not to really fully commit there. The wall does go up. They check to see if anyone pushed through, but they're just baiting out that util. And Famous, trying to find that right little angle just to pop those hits. Hot greets him. Boom Esports says, okay, we still have a lot of time to work with. Let's do what we do best. Just try and get as much info as we can and just boom onto the site.
Knife deployed.
Doesn't really see anything off the scan just yet. That will allow now Boom Esports to want to crawl up the showers. He's gonna take a duel versus Berserks. They both make contact and Emman realizes, okay, time to take a step back here. Well, Seekers will be popped as well, and that now allows a bit more information to be gathered in the XP itself, but Famous gets a pick.
Emman looking to make the most here, but the Thorns will deny him that space. They get the plant here. Nightmare gonna be coming through, and somehow Hot Sauce manages to barbecue a member forward. Here comes a showstopper straight onto his face, and Emman just breaks out of the smokes, catches
10
all
seconds left.
of Boom Esports off guard. And now Shiro left on his own, so moves out the way here, but with two guns to your face, might be a hard ask against the Flash.
Thorns activated.
Yeah, lovely position there by Emman. Just, you can see his experience and calmness
No charges.
coming into that round, just waiting,
charges.
watching for the smoke to dissipate and hoping it works out in his favor, knowing he can get so much more than just going for the one. Great trigger discipline by Emman. And gains him the round in the end, finding 3 from the bench where he sat is where they met their demise. 4-1. Ults, both the null commands are available for either side.
Oh yeah. Oh, but look at that. Boom Esports remembers they have their timeout.
At least someone did.
We didn't have to whisper that into the cosmos for that. Now, you know, I think it's a good time for this timeout. It really feels that Zol has been really commending the momentum of this game. Like, they've just really been taking their time. They didn't really, you know, fall into that trap of taking Boom into these early fights either, and just really forcing them to come to them and punishing them as they hit that side. I think it's great that Zol has really had that understanding to deny Boom Esports that, you know, that advantage.
Well, it's also very important here for, if you're Boom in this case on this attacking side, you have to know that the extremities of either portion of the site, that being either showers or be long, those are going to be very important for you to try and control on this attacking side, because those are the positions that give you the quickest rotate through the TP. And if you don't have that, then it can be very difficult to have multiple, or rather have other options when the going gets tough, when the round gets late. You don't have that control, it can mean and spell a lot of bad things for the attacking side often. So, see how Zol here? Never mind, didn't shut me up and get the pick.
Come on! Swing out, shoots you in the face. Just Kakarot things, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Now for the rest of Boom Esports here. Spots Zinned out over in Heaven. Can't win that fight. Unfortunately, took too long there. It's a little bit drawn out. Kakarot has repositioned himself here. Jump peek forward. They know exactly where the op is. Famous is gonna answer with a pickup with his own op. And despite that need, they are looking to disrespect it. They push through. And it also pushes Kakarot off his position here. He's close. But unfortunately for him, the members of Boom Esports have already made their way into the site. But Eman was there ready to pick off the hit. But so is Famous. Staying safe here inside of Tube. Shiro does eventually get that plant. As Kakarot finds nothing, but he does find it with the op pick. Famous to fall. Shiro finds one over the backside. And quickly and surely knows exactly where the final member of Zol is with that 0 point. As he's looking to play a little bit more far back. One shot only is all he needs with that op. A retake with op is almost impossible, almost hard. Timing has to be good. And who knows that Shiro's timing, it can be impeccable.
There you go. 4-2. And if you are in the position that Boom are in right now, on this attacking side, you should not be dissuaded by the scoreline right now. It can be very difficult to win rounds on the attacking side sometimes here in Bind, and the fact that they're keeping it within reach is already, applaudable, especially with the opening 3 rounds going towards Zol. And they now have that orbital strike to play the post plant with, but if you don't talk about ultimates, it's Zol who have a lot more to throw.
Patience is key, but for me personally, I would love to see Boom Esports be a little bit more proactive, be a little bit more aggressive, because that's their, I would say, strength when it comes to these rounds. And Shiro does exactly that. Great opening pick onto Kevzi, and now for the rest of Zol, they're trying to figure out how exactly they want to approach this. He found no one coming in front of Hookah, so it's knowing already that, the rest of Boom Esports, they're coming in from long and only long, and Steel Garden will actually deny them of that quick opportunity to burst onto that site.
Well, through that garden, they realize the fences are a bit better stilt than they might have initially expected. But the smoke does dissipate now. As it fades, there's an angle here. Zin cannot connect. They know he's in the back site. 0 point will connect as well there.
Oh, that shot from Zin. Impressive. Now he repositions all the way to the back of site.
30 seconds left.
And quickly reload up forward. DOS9 finds one, a shorty to phase onto Zind. And with only an op in hand here, Kakarot, heal to climb. That's dwindled on the numbers. One shot onto DOS9. The rest of Boom Esports, alright, that's fine. Let's play a little bit more passive, playing together, not get picked off one by one. Quick satchel up forward. Kakarot with his due diligence, but NC Slasher says, op in hand, you go down, and they catch up and score. Only one off Zol's score.
Surprised that DOS9 just stayed alive for so long up there. Pulls out the shorty and maintains his posture. Zol call a timeout this time. Wow, Tosh. 2 timeouts within 8 rounds.
Amazing. This is something we did not see previously.
We were crying, clamoring, screaming, and praying to the heavens for a timeout a while ago. But this is 2 different teams who finally recognize the tools they are given at hand in a tournament setting. And so we'll chill for a moment, try and talk things on over. And I don't know if you're Zol, I don't think things are necessarily wrong with the game plan right now. I did see a bit more openings that, or rather a bit more opportunities that weren't capitalized on. So those are not necessarily things that are bad with strategy. It's more just, players individually have to execute on. And if they can rectify those missed opportunities, and I think Zol are still pretty good for this defensive side.
Yeah. I mean, both teams are just, I think it's just such a game of adjusting and such a game of adaptation, and both teams are just outplaying each other. That's why it's getting this close. Now coming up here, we have the Orbital Strike for Boom Esports, but Zol Orbital Strike as well as a Null Command. That could be a pretty deadly combo if you ask me. Now, lineups are ready. Arc Rose set up already itself, but for Boom Esports, they're still going the way of taking their time when it comes to entering the site. There we go, Orbital Strike does clear out the entirety of that U-Haul area. Eman somehow manages to find the head of Berserks here. Is now the quick skedaddle of the other members of Zol trying to go for that rotate. Kakarot from inside of Showers. He does have his teammate in hand, so trades are definitely allowed to be happening there. Catches Shiro off guard all alone. Orbital Strike once again straight into U-Haul. Anti-slasher with that off onto Kakarot. Hot sauce to trade. And now it's all about that lineup play as DOS9 left his own lonesome. I think he just not managing to get the time.
Yeah, the lineup was way too late. He popped the Orbital Strike already there, but I guess did not have time to posture himself, position himself for the lineup, because that lineup should be thrown during the Orbital Strike coming down anyways, and so I guess just wasn't in position to do it. And because of that, Zol now take another round here to bring it up 2 after losing 2. So they maintain their control of the lead here. You can see the shear being placed here towards B, and it seems like Zol are finally recognizing that, hey, our B site is kind of being a liability right now in defense. Let's put a bit more util that way.
Yeah. Good adjustment, honestly, think about it. Kevzy putting a little bit more, I would say, pressure onto Hookah. But the rest of Boom Esports still remaining quite quiet. And here comes the Steel Garden, and he's just going to be buying a bit more time with that Seize. Quickly sending out the Prowler. Famous quick to break it now. And the Roomba just to clear out the entirety of CT site. No one around. Berserks finally finds his headshot onto Zin. And despite that flash, Famous still trudges out forward. And also survives.
Somehow. Trying to make things, making things work out here. Boom Esports on the attack. Now have a great post plan to hold on with. No more ultimates for Zol to utilize on this retake.
Oh no, Famous. That angle could spell trouble, but that flash was just perfect. Edman does find him in the end, but the rest of Zol, they cannot follow up. Hot sauce, sharp as ever. But the same could be said for Shiro. The IGL can shoot.
Lovely flash off the Arc Rose there from the Vice. From the side of Boom. That being from Berserks, where he times it when the entry of Zol is made, and they just aren't able to fluidly and dynamically move through there to try and clear that backside out. Zol just getting tied up, and Boom, once again, keeping this game in reach. It's only now a single round in between them. And it's been pretty back and forth here in this game, Tosh.
Yeah, I agree.
This is what we wanted and expected to see from these teams anyways.
Yeah. Boom Esports games, Zol e-games, you can always expect it to be very, very competitive. Both these teams probably, you can tell that they have similar experience when it comes to how they want to play. Now, you can see that trade of util early. But once again, no early pickoffs, but spoke too soon there as Eman just swings out onto Berserks. This is what, I mean, we've always known that Eman would be sharp, but sharp as well as, I would say, this aggressive, that's a terrifying combo to work with. Oh, here we go. Immediately, the back of the head has been seen, but Shiro quickly answers back with his own DOS9 as well onto Hot Sauce. Now, they line up here, every single player just skedaddling for their lives. Famous going a little bit too aggressive as Eman does find one to his name, but not before DOS9 ties up the final thread.
I mean, okay damage done by Zol's Eco, all things considered there. They were also able to burn off the Neural Theft, the Null Command, which is kind of huge because that's one of the biggest counters to the Raze ult, the Showstopper. So now, Boom Esports have no way to cancel the Showstopper if Zol decide to pull it out at any portion of this next few remaining rounds in the half. There's only 2 rounds remaining anyway, so there's a very small chance that they're going to be able to get the Null Command back up online. And if they do, then, well, good to them. But for now, Zol at least can sit pretty comfortably knowing that that is in their possession. Boom Esports here taking a moment of pause to see if aggression will come from Zol, which doesn't come their way just yet.
I mean, They've been playing like this for many rounds in a row, and I don't blame them. I mean, from round 1 and round 2, Zol pushing out with those very aggressive smokes, that was the reason why they didn't manage to get that pistol early. But now, they're just trying to see if anyone's lurking. And the thing is about Zol, it's rare that we see these lurks happen. They've been mostly playing together. Maybe once or twice we do get these lurks. And Kevzi, oh, his timing is good. That Prowler does give him an idea that someone is close. Seekers will be used. And then immediately Kevzi plays off that util. The Thorns as well. Oh, that is disgusting. Very well played there, just to really take care of that choke. Now for Boom Esports, they're saying, okay, we've sustained too much damage. Let's really try and see whether or not we should be rotating off, and it's immediately hit onto A. And that flash, just to really,
30
cannot
seconds
really
left.
sell the bluff if you think about it. But Eman has been holding for quite some time now. Shiro might be in trouble. Yes, he does. Finally gets taken out. They get the plant. Eman dwindled down to only 30 HP. It's a 2-on-4. Not an impossible task, but here we go. The knife does note Berserk's position. Haunt's used as well. They have no clue where the brimstone is, but Berserk, he's okay to make himself known. But DOS9 as well could really tell that Zol, they're so dedicated and making sure they're able to trade off early.
Good multi-swing there in coordination from Zol. A scan as well, forcing the Vice back so Berserks could not use his Arc Rose again, that flash, which we saw become a big problem for a retaking team. And that's really the strength of an agent here like Vice, especially in a map like this where teams kind of don't even want to play like a true Sentinel sometimes. You see some teams not even play like a Cypher or Killjoy even before Vice was introduced into the agent pool. Like some teams would just run double controller and be like, screw it, right? We're gonna run the Viper, we're gonna run the Brim, and that's it. Or maybe even the Astra. So yeah, I think this map is one of those perfect maps for teams that like to utilize those kind of comps, and Vice really fits into it.
Yeah. This time around, it's gonna be a hit onto Showers. Oh, timing.
Oh, you have to be careful, Emma.
Utility in hand. Oh no. Oh, they shoot and immediately they quickly move out the way. Eman somehow manages to win that in the end.
Oh.
But Eman gets away with 2. The NC Slasher a bit too overzealous there. Unlucky for him. You do still have possession of that spike. Knows this one in the backside here. Hot Sauce fighting for his life, and Zin somehow managing to find Berserks right as he's holding inside of that hookah area. Shiro moves back here.
What a defensive round there from Zol. And Eman, he was teetering on the edge of deletion, and still somehow gets to the one after he goes down post life as a martyr. Things just pan out for Zol. Still have the 2 ultimates to use here. They've got that steel garden to pop, which could be huge.
Here comes the flash, and DOS9 pushes straight to the face. Nightmare has been used. They note the final 2 members of Zol. Kakara somehow will be winning that. And now, what the heck is this? Zol beating every single expectation I have for them. We saw the Nightfall happen, we saw the Orbital Strike, but somehow they persevere and they made that round work in their favor.
Zin didn't even bother to use the Steel Garden there in the end, just to really secure things. Ultimately enough, Zol are a team that cannot be doubted. And Boom Esports, man, if they lose this matchup, they could be in a world of hurt regarding where they stand in our standings for the Group C, especially because they would be in the same score as CNE. CNE are also 2-1, and Boom Esports are 2-0 right now. Obviously, a loss would put them in the same spot. But Zol now swap on over to the attack. They got the rounds they needed on the defense, the minimum. The attack can be very different here in mind.
It really does. Very close rounds here as well. 7-5. Zol this time taking their time. Arcro is gonna mark all those players, and Boom only able to get a quick peek before deciding, okay, let's play a little bit more of an aggressive angle instead of just straight up dry peeking. Oh, spoke too soon there. Everyone just backing off now.
Good hit.
Oh, Zin's gonna push here.
Blind is dead.
They break the arc rows. Oh, timing is huge, but Zin, he's noted the positions, hurt the sounds, hurt the orb. Both of them are just not looking his way. Cross down already. Zin's just tailing quietly behind them. This could be huge.
They don't know. None the wiser to it. Timing could be huge here from Zind. But do they expect it to come right now? The B site hit is coming on in. Oh, but he just backs off instead, not wanting to continue.
Here's Shiro. Ooh, quick trades all around, but still 1 for 1. Hot sauce.
30 seconds
Play inside
left.
his cubby area. A little bit more of an aggressive side there. Molly, just to buy some time. Clearing one angle. Here comes Zin! Berserks was ready for him. You hear the quick ring of the teleport as well. They quickly activate those Torns. And Eman, due diligence done. Pushing the entirety of Halls, trying to catch DOS9 off guard here. He set up the smokes. Hot Sauce eats all that damage, and Berserks, all he has to do is just spray.
One enemy
Knife in
remaining.
hand. Nope, it's gun in hand. One each here as KevZ cannot hold on any longer, and Boom Esports takes this much needed pistol.
Well, Boom Esports here. They almost even found the free pick, but I mean, or rather, get picked for free by Zind, who decides to pull back. I think he should have continued there. I don't know if he knew how close he was to finding 1, maybe even 2 kills, and that could have changed the outcome of this round. Boom Esports have, in the moment, secured themselves a potential tied game off of that eco, rather off of that pistol round win. And I mean, we're moving now. We've just moved into like the second half of the final series of the day, and I'm only going to expect that at this point things are going to trickle and scale up, and we're going to get even closer banger rounds.
Yeah, I would be surprised here. Unsee Slasher. Presence quickly detected. It doesn't really bother him. He's just looking to hold. Nice push-pull if you think about it. Aggressive on B, a little bit more passive on A. Zol's trying to take their space here on A short. Famous still holding. He's been here for quite some time now.
Moments here pass, but gonna go aggressive. Perfect
Oh
flash, but
my
do not
gosh.
confirm. Shiro at least knows now there's a lot of people in the showers.
Yeah, but it doesn't really pull the rest of the rotations. Famous here. Oh, and that box. He hasn't moved for quite some time. Oh, he knows now. Running for his life, moving up the box there as Zin forced out in the open by those shells. Doing it once again. He pushes through, goes a little bit more aggressive, and Hot Sauce makes him pay for being a little bit too aggressive for his own good here. Shiro with the
30
sprays,
seconds left.
looks good. Kakarot to
One
fall.
enemy remaining.
His teammates are on one end as well, putting in the hurt, putting in the damage. One more play to worry about as DOS9 seals the deal, and now we're down to a 7-7.
Well, tying up the game. Obviously, that pistol round really benefiting them off the win. But now they come into the bonus here. Outlook could always be formidable. If you're Zol right now, you're going to want to try and burn that Vice util early. Going up against that Vice util here on Boom Esports' defense, if you can burn that flash out, then you actually have a chance to maybe push up long. Same thing if you can try and maybe bait out the Sheer, maybe the Trailblazer, or an agent that can have lots of mobility, somebody here like the Rays, that would be good for them, because otherwise it's going to be a nightmare to even get here. Luckily, the KO can stop that momentarily.
Man, very aggressive angle here. Oh, but somehow Zin wins that! Great play! Very aware that Famous loves to play these very aggressive angles here. Waiting to play. Do they know there's someone inside of the smokes? This is the question. They've heard the noise, they've heard the sounds. Kakarot gonna be forced back here, but the sprays from Zol, a bit much to deal with. They knew that the other members of Boom Esports were gonna push out. DOS9 also plays with his life. Look at his util dump. It's beautiful. The entirety of the site is almost theirs. Only have to worry about Berserks, but the numbers advantage is just too much for them to handle. And that's a flawless round for Zol.
No charges.
Nicely done there by Zol. And obviously, in the end, they knew that, okay, last player is here. If Berserks is going to be here, then there's no reason for us to move. And just great heads up for them too. I'm not sure if actually Kakarot saw them when he was exiting the smoke from Garden, but if he didn't and they just guessed and got the read on, then that's great heads up once again from Zal. And now, as they're able to do that, if they can continue to use that KO knife to maybe catch out one of the players on the other side of the movement, especially that Vice, then it could be big in stopping a lot of that pressure.
Ooh, 4. Okay, Shiro. Nice one-way setup here, but Kakarot seems unperturbed at all. Holding a more aggressive angle. And I think what he wants to do is just satchel out here, take a lot of space as much as he wants to, and DOS9, okay. Gonna move his way himself into showers. Smokes all around. I don't think I see anything on that side, but sliver of that side is around there. Kakarot staying in the corner, takes a fair bit of damage, but not enough to take him down now. Quick sprays into the smokes. Fragment used as well. Both teams sort of dancing around each other here. No one can get close enough to that spike. Molly used a bit early here, and somehow Kevzi managing to find Famous somewhere through that chaos. Zenzi Slasher, oh, his timing could be huge here, but the wall will be activated. It gives away his position. Good to find one, but the trades are good. The other members of Zol perfectly aware that Boom Esports love to take up space, love to flank, leaving Shiro all on his own, and Shiro, all he can do is just save.
And that he shall. 4, or at least he'll attempt to. 4
Finds in. Oh no.
will remain as 9-7. It shall stand. Wow. Zol here. 2 rounds given, 2 rounds taken back in return. Looks like the ultimate status right now on both teams on where they stand. I hope the scoreboard can be pulled up, because I'm wondering here with Boom Esports, their orbital strike has been one of their bigger parts of their gameplay. There you go, DOS9. He's got his coming into this next round potentially. He only needs 1 more orb.
Eman is only 2 off his null command as well.
Yeah, that too, but there also is a Nightfall potentially 1 away from Zol, so lots of ultimates that could be coming into play in the next few rounds. And they can really shake things up here, especially for Boom's defense, who go aggressive towards A short.
Yeah. Zol. Oh, they're spread out very thin here. But that's confidence if you think about it. Here's Berserks with this Bucky in hand. Could be devastating. Could be, I don't know, could be annoying to deal with, but I think in these situations it's only good for one. It's just all about holding, trying to see if anyone can get those early punishes, early peaks, early pickoffs. Not quite yet.
Alright, Kakarot crawling on up. He has to be careful here, Kosh.
Here comes Berserks.
Oh!
Face! Unfortunately for him, he's just a bit faster and dwindled down to 11 HP. NC Slasher playing a more of an aggressive angle here. NC Slasher good for 1, but Eman, he answers back there. Stinger finding that value somewhat. Arthro set up as well. Shiro with only a Sheriff in hand. Oh man, retake's about to be a nightmare here for Boom Esports. Smoked off already. 1 util after the other. The knife does find 1, but the rest, not quite. Positioning themselves so far back here. For Boom Esports, they understand that they can't really do much impact with the guns they have. I'm just looking to go down to Spike, I suppose.
Knife out here. 4v3 right now. Very difficult for Boom Esports to try and retake at this point with very little time, no real weapons. You're just gonna try and go down to the Black Radianite Implosion. Or the Spike, as you want to call it easier. Yep. Not be an ult orb. Well, Shiro gets his 1, so that's an ult orb for him. 10-7, Tosh. Not the way I expected this map to seem here. I didn't expect Zol to be a pushover either, but I expected Boom to have the advantage and the lead.
Yeah, honestly, I was expecting Boom Esports to be a little bit more explosive, but I'm just surprised, honestly. It feels a little bit out of character for me to see Boom Esports play as passive as this. I'm understanding that there's that, I know, that idea of like nervousness, right? As Zol is playing aggressive, they don't want to get ambushed. But it doesn't seem that they've been really changing it up. They've been playing that same strat for quite some time now. And I would love to see them play to their strengths. That W key forward, aggression, explosive. I haven't seen that yet.
Well, they do try it on like their eco rounds, but we haven't really seen them do much of those same ideas during their gun rounds right here, Boom. So not the same amount of confidence we're seeing from Boom that we expected. And for Zol, they're the ones who have a chip on their shoulder here. They know they're the underdogs. They know that they come into this prepared. They know that coming into this group, this is the team that they want to beat. This is a team they're looking forward to beat to try and make their way into the top of the board. Zol, they were also very, very close to winning their opening matchup a while ago. When once again, their opening matchup here in the tournament, and so this could have very easily have been a 3-0 for them if they're able to take this one. Let's see. Let's not call it before it happens, but they're very close to taking down CNE Esports too.
Yeah. Passive as well. This round, both teams just waiting. Feels like both teams are just waiting for that opening moment to happen, right? Now, they do know there's someone inside of showers, but Famous did not reveal his hand, did not reveal that op. Buy some time and some space with the paint shells. But the rest of Zol, they're not interested in pushing showers at all. It's gonna be short.
Interesting.
Puka.
Well, you can see DOS9 here. Molly out, just trying to check his incendiary once the push does come. He sees the KO ult coming, so he's gonna drop what util he has to hold off.
Oh man, Kakarot with pain from above, raking it in rain, two parts of the map completely in his control. Dwindled down with 30 HP, but he's done his job. They've gotten that plant already, as well as Shiro. Gonna try and make his way through elbow here. Here's the sounds on main. Hot Sauce playing a corner on one end. 3v5 retake is incredibly hard to pull off here. Catches Emman. Emman catches him with the util in hand here in his berserks. Saying, okay, guess we cannot pull off this retake. Decides to go for the save once again. It's very rare for me to see Boom Esports touch their heads this way. As Berserks and his teammate try to hold on to their weapons, but Zol is not allowing them that grace.
Oh, Zol, slowly but surely are building momentum. If they're able to close this match out right here, right now, and take their group standing to 2-1, we're gonna have a three-way 2-1 tie between Boom Esports, CNE, and Zol. In that case, I am not confident about the... We'll have to check real quick if a tiebreaker is decided by head-to-head first, or if it's decided by round differential first. In the case of a three-way tie, I would assume it's round differential. So the one with the most rounds is the one to qualify into it compared to the rounds they lost. So we're going to have to see. Zol do have a chance here of qualifying into things. Would have been sure if they beat CNE Esports, which they were very close to doing so a while ago. Remember, they made it overtime in their first matchup. 14-12 is what they lost versus CNE when they had the lead for a part of that game. So, yeah, Zol Esports in the running still here. Boom Esports, if they win this map, then they are 100% going to be the qualifying team, but they're looking pretty shaky right now.
They really do. Sint.
Oh, that did not go the way.
No.
That did not go the way he thought it would.
Yeah, he was thrown off by the positioning of the player there. Flash has been done. Famous just taking every single util to the face. An anti-flash is set up. One shot, two shot. Famous tried, but Hot Sauce is the one that comes up on top here. Kakarot, he's looking aggressive right now. All eyes onto the site. Boom Esports. Numbers disadvantage. DOS9 with only 15 HP. Quickly traded and an ace! The first one of the day will be going to Hot Sauce. Zol, they're looking good. They're looking sharp.
Wow. Hot Sauce looking pretty good here so far, as he always is, with the swagger that he always brings to the table. And, oh my goodness, spicy performance in ace. First one we've seen here in Group C. I don't know if we had an ace in any of the other groups today. Mind you guys, we have 4 groups happening at the same time, 4 streams. And at least for Group C, the best stream, by the way, we get our first ace.
According to chat, it's apparently the third ace for today for this tournament. Now, Hot Sauce somehow manages to just barbecue Berserks all the way to heaven. As Eman already walks into the site itself. Now, Null Command will be used. Gonna suppress the entirety of Zol here. Boom Esports waiting for the right possible moment to come through. You can see the Sky still just roaming around that B area, hoping to find that perfect moment to backstab. Now, as the dust settles here, Famous looking to find the right time. Crossfire's huge. Here comes the utility. Here comes the showstopper. Unfortunately, finds no one. And now NC Slasher all alone. Timing is good. Misses the Steel Garden. He crosses. That wall gives away his position. They know exactly where he is. You can see the panic visibly just falling onto him. Nice high-low, a crossfire from U-Haul as well. And Boom Esports not able to seal the deal and bring them another round as Zol gonna break the win streak of this Indonesian team.
There's no way Zol just did it. I told you, these guys, you have to be careful around them. They almost took down Naos during the run towards Ascension last time, and now they pick up some very experienced players in Amon, in Hot Sauce as well. This team is one to be reckoned, and now Group C is arguably the most competitive group. A 3-way 2-1 tie between 3 teams. And typically in these cases, head-to-heads are what decide which team will move on forward. Just for reference, we have Boom Esports, CNE, and Zol at 2-1. The thing is, even if you do head-to-head, Boom Esports beat CNE, CNE beat Zol, and Zol beat Boom, which means you can't head-to-head that, which means head-to-heads are only to be used when it's a 2-way tie. In a 3-way tie like this, when you have a love triangle like these guys do, then you have to use round differential. That's the second metric for tiebreakers, and so it doesn't come down to head-to-head, it comes down to round differential right now. At that point, it's up to League Ops, because I suck at math.
I can't math either, clearly. But anyways, you know, again, it's actually so interesting. All eyes were on Team Secret. All eyes were on Boom Esports. I have to say, Boom Esports had a great start today, going undefeated 2-0 before finally meeting their match at the end of the day here against
Tosh, after quick maths, aka refreshing. Yeah, I can suddenly math after, according to my calculations, when I put it, my quick math with my calculus off my calculator. I think Zol might have just been the team to qualify. I'm not sure just yet, not 100% of that. I'm not 100, but I think they might have just, because of the fact that they won with such a huge lead compared to the CNE win a while ago and Boom Esports' wins a while ago, which are very close-knit and very close tied together. I seem to have lost my camera.
You're gone.
I am gone.
It's alright.
Yeah.
You can still see your handsome face, don't worry about it.
Don't worry, I shall return in a moment.
Anyways, it looks like Zol might just qualify, but what a plot twist, because if you think about it, right, this team, Boom Esports had an undefeated streak just now, and somehow Group C manages to be the most competitive with 3 teams going 2-1. What the heck?
Do Zol actually qualify here? I think they do. Yeah.
Do they?
They are the top of Group C, so they might have just been the team to qualify into this. I think my director confirms it. So there it is. Zol Esports make it through, and none of the Pacific League Tier 1 teams do. Boom are out. Team Secret are out. The highly clouted, highly touted DSG are out. And what the result we just see in front of us, Tosh?
Dude, I cannot believe this. Like, looking at 2 3-0s right now for Group B and Group D, Alter Ego and Zipto. And it's so interesting when you talk about it because, again, reminding everyone at DSG, we're the team that won Split 2 last year. taking down Zipto, and now Zipto is going undefeated. Oh man, I feel like the grand finals is about to be banger. It may not have the teams that we expect them to have, but this is exciting.
Well, this is not the result that maybe many were expecting. I assure you, majority of the pick'ems did not have both Team Secret and Boom Esports not making it to it. I would even wager.
I
that
was
they-
expecting it to be a clear road for Team Secret. Maybe Boom Esports would give them a run for their money, but I actually had my eye on Team Secret taking the whole thing home.
Even Team Secret, they're constantly making top 6, top 7th place in the Pacific League. They're generally doing okay if they do end up in international tournaments, but here, seemingly so, unable to deal with, I guess, the competition. And same thing with Boom. They did okay. To be fair, Boom did arguably much better than Team Secret, and yet still unable to qualify. It's going to be Zol Esports here, Pinoy Pride, to cross the finish line for Group C once again because of the round differential, because of such a huge win. 13-7 is pretty big for him, and they make it on through. On Group D, I think Alter Eagle making sense. Yeah, they qualify pretty handily.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, oh my god, my head is spinning because this is something that I was not expecting today. Wow. Dang. I really love this. I mean, yeah, coming up forward, perhaps a best of 3 would have really shown the strength of each team, I have to say. But end of the day, the Predator League has always been more cutthroat than ever. It's hitting the ground running, sink or swim. And, if you don't make it the first time, if you take a loss, you are definitely a little bit more in the danger zone. And unfortunately for esports.
With the result we just saw, because I thought for sure, coming to this, Boom might just be the team.
I mean, they went 2-0, but unfortunately for them, their games were very, very close.
Well, that goes to show it's not about how you start, but how you finish, right? And if you can't finish, then good luck to you, because, well, it was all esports here. They show that they can, and they did it in such tremendous fashion. What a clutch win for them. And to do it decisively meant that they had enough rounds to qualify through it. So, I don't know, Tosh, I'm glad to be here. I'm glad we were able to do this.
I'm glad. This is like history if you think about it, because this is something that many would not have expected of an upset. Now, you guys at home can help us out today by letting us know your favorite players. Now, what you're gonna do here is you're gonna scan that QR and you're gonna vote for the player who deserves to bring home the MVP. Yeah. Tomorrow is the last day for you guys to do so. So start voting. Pick your favorite player. Black and Blue, who's your favorite player today?
Hot Sauce.
Hot Sauce? You know what? I agree with you. It's Hot Sauce.
I'll put Hot Sauce.
I would give it to Hot Sauce and Eman, actually.
Eman too, huge play. Actually, everybody from Zol did super well. I mean, if I'm going to look at maybe some of the other teams aside from Zol, let me think here for a bit. There was some great moments, I think, coming from One Step, right, from CNE. Mm-hmm. He was arguably the best player on that side. If we're looking at AGY, I would think, I don't know if I would say Bugatti. It's kind of a mixed bag from what we saw from the team, but Bugatti was definitely
great.
He was definitely one of the more entertaining ones, especially his Neon and Haven, where he would just run things over. But as a whole, I'd put on Hot Sauce today just because
you're Hot Sauce.
Yeah, he's Hot Sauce, and I like Hot Sauce.
I want to watch Zipto games. I need a crown one for MYSG. Perhaps later I will be catching up with the games. You guys can watch. If you guys don't know, this is streamed on 4 different channels live on the Predator Gaming Malaysia YouTube channel. But anyways, before we go, don't forget, guys, that the Predator Helios Neo 14 and the Triton Neo 16 is available today. You guys can check it out if you guys want beefy specs, power, as well as portability. These are the 2 laptops you want to be looking for, whether it be for gamers, students, and the next generation of esports professionals. Now, if you guys are interested in getting any Acer products today, don't forget that we also have the Acer product power deal. Just scan the QR code below. You can enjoy up to 2 200 ringgit touch and go e-wallet rewards with the purchase of selected Acer products. So make sure you claim your victory now. Speaking of victories, we'll be seeing who goes home with the title of a Predator League champion of 2025. I'm Tashmani, I'm Black and Blue. It is our honor to be walking you
You're Black and Blue?
down the trip.
He said, I'm Tosh Bunny, I'm Black and Blue.
I'm trying to do my outro, man. Come on now.
Follow Tosh Bunny, by the way, on Twitter, Instagram, everything. Yeah.
And the same can be said for Black and Blue. We'll see you guys very, very soon. And Group C is still the goated group. Bye.
Thank you.